Hello and welcome whoever is here for the start of Pokemon Worlds. Now, I'm not an official co-streamer, even though I didn't know I could have actually applied to become an official co-streamer, and I think I probably would have gotten it. But the main issue now is, do you think Nintendo will actually ever shut me down now that I'm just like live reacting to Worlds? I have no idea. In between matches, we'll probably be doing like a tier list, and then in between that, I might be trying to make my my lemon team. For a second, I thought you made the trip out to San Francisco. I was about to be like, what? No, I did not make it out to SF. During work vibe stream, yes sir. I will be I'll be surprised if like Nintendo shut me down. It does feel like they are chill with other people like streaming their stuff right now. And he's live even earlier. I am live even earlier. You're still alive. Let's go. Let's go. Your 65 humidity didn't murder you. Let's Fweakn go. Hold on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Start things off. We are about to
Dude, they're starting at 9 a.m. That seems kind of crazy for Worlds. I feel like you should probably like
start today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor, Charlie Rosen.
No way. Is it going to be a live crane?
Big band. Thank you so much. Please enjoy.
Wait a second. I actually know these guys. Cute boy vibe lives. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Is it going to be Pallet Town? Route 1? Battle theme? Battle theme. Wow. Very impressive. So anyways, while Worlds is going, I really just want to see the matches, to be honest. Nah, it is really cool. I'm trying to limit myself from actually getting banned by Nintendo. All right. So if you want to actually hear the official thing, you're going to need to go there. But in the meantime, I do want... Oh, banger. I am trying to dodge hammers. Especially if they're playing music, I feel like they're probably not gonna let that slide. But, oh, wait a second. Did they go to... I'm sure it's a medley. Dude, that guy's killing it. That's Route 101, right? Or 1? All right. In the meantime, I need to add a different... I have to create a different scene. So the screen might go black, and I won't be here anymore. Oh no, I am gone forever. Let's see here. Not you. I'm so back. This is what streaming is, by the way. I'll just be over here, don't mind me. Creating a whole new scene. Hold on, let me add my alerts. Browser. There we go. Alerts have been added. I need... Where's window capture? Bang. Nailed it. Okay, that's correct. let's move that one down. All right, cool. Howdy, Pokemontis. I thought it was my internet. Love Pokemon Emerald's OST. Hold on. Are they actually going through all the years? Or are they going through Pokemon Center? Okay. Dude, how much do you think the dancers get paid? I'm not good at dancing, but I think I could do this. Oh, banger. Original gym theme does kind of hit. You could not do this? I think I could do that, for sure. Is this Dancing with the Pokestars? It's just like the intro. But I'm not really interested in that. I'm interested in making a tier list of my predictions for... Oh, dude, he's rocking out now. Okay. Basically, will be in finals. Might make it to finals. Sleeper. I guess it would be sleepers. It is a tier list, and I'm gonna do every Pokemon because we're gonna have a lot of downtime. I'm gonna be honest. Every time Pokemon ever does a live stream for anything, like it's a whole bunch of, I want to say it's like 80% not gameplay. All Fweakn day. Let's see. Day 2 for sure. Probably. That's not how you spell probably. Day 2. Someone found a gimmick. Let's see. Let's see. What do I want to? Because I know the thing on the last on the tier list is definitely going to be didn't even bring it to Worlds. Oh, shouldn't bring it to Worlds. And then maybe didn't bring it to Worlds. No. Make your fave tier list too? Yeah, we could do that as well. Actually, real prediction. How long do you think it takes for them to actually play a game of Pokemon? How long do you think it takes? It's back immediately? What do you mean it's back immediately? Oh, did my internet die? Oh. No, it's just the song switching. The production's nuts? Well, it's Worlds. Also, the Pokemon Company has so much money. I hope it's a great show. And it is actually just going to be a great show. Dude, they do be dancing. Okay, maybe I couldn't do this. This is a little bit too much choreography for me to remember. I was thinking that they would do a few songs, they would go up, and then they would leave. Honestly, this is going further than I thought it would. Oh my gosh, they're actually... Do you think they're gonna go through every single gen? That'd be so sick. Route 101? Is this 101? Or is it 201? All right, I'm trying to dodge hammers, people. hello, future brother-in-law. Been so long since you tuned into a Vibe checkup stream. Welcome back. What's been happening? Pokemon World Championships. So, anyways, dude, what? I want like 2 more tiers because there's like enough Pokemon that I could have like 2 more. Let's see. Oh, I got it. One or 2 people brought it. And then I need to add Robaloo. All right. And this will be what? Dark purple? Solid. All right, here's my prediction for every single Pokemon that is in Regulation MB, if it showed up to Worlds or not, and how well they're going to do. Charizard X is the coolest Mega Evo? Incorrect. They tried too hard to make it cool, which makes it uncool. I personally think like Mega Beedrill is actually cooler. Surprised at how cool this is? Dude, I mean, I think they normally do this for Worlds. They've been doing this for Worlds for like a while. Dude, they skipped a few generations real quick. Excuse me, we already made it to Sword and Shield? I missed Gen 5? Gen 5 probably has the best overall music of all the generations. Oh, I thought I was doing like a live stream, like a IRL stream at Worlds? No. That'd be so sick. But, I like Pokemon, but not enough to pay to go to Worlds. I will say the gym theme for Sword and Shield is a banger. All right. We'll just go in the order that they have them in, I guess. First up is Venusaur. And this is not non-Mega Venusaur for sure. Might make it to finals. Chlorophyll with sleep powder is probably good enough of a gimmick that like if you get lucky and you just hit like the craziest streak ever of hitting sleep powders while in sun, GG. I mean, you're just gonna win the game. Music's a little too loud. I don't know why this song specifically is like way louder than the rest of it. I think you could see it in finals. It's not really a sleeper because everybody knows it's like it could be good. But you're the Kaizo Ironmon King. They should pay you to go, dude. The Pokemon Company hates. Well, Pokemon Company and Nintendo hates when you mess with their stuff. Absolutely despises it. Vibe Mimosa, morning stream. Morning stream with a DPZ, dude. I like that the conductor is also playing an instrument. Oh, I guess you can't see, but conductor also is just playing a guitar there. Mega Venusaur, I think it makes it to day 2 for sure. I kind of don't have faith in Mega Venusaur. It's like a good secondary Mega, but the problem is that there are better ones, and Mega Venusaur doesn't necessarily do anything like crazy. Hold on, are they speaking stuff?
56 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
What is Pokemon XP? I feel like this is the only one that has been labeled with the Pokemon XP, and I don't know what that means. Anyone in chat know? I know I mean, come on. Obviously the World Championship is just the World Championship, but
I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra transported you back to some happy and cheerful memories.
I mean, I want them to play the game. I'm not gonna lie. Just play the game. Too quiet? Dude, it's so hard to tell. I mean, she's just saying, happy to have you all here. XP experience for things like Lego and other collab brands. Huh. XP is where all the activities are being held. Oh, I understand. It's like family fun to be had by all. So you have XP and Worlds together. I understand. Oh, they're definitely going to post a video of the medley. That's a waste of content. Base Charizard, let's face it, base Charizard just isn't showing up. All right. Charizard X, I mean, if people bring Charizard X, like it definitely probably makes it to day 2. I have absolutely zero faith in Charizard X. I feel like there's better like physical fire attackers and physical dragon attackers that don't take up a mega slot. So why would you bring Mega Charizard X? Especially since Mega Charizard Y is right there. Come on. Everybody knows this is the GOAT of Regulation MA and MB. I'd be surprised if neither one of the teams in the World's Finals will have Charizard Y. Yeah, XP is for the fans, non-competitors. Okay. I'm at Worlds right now, Vibe. Are there any players you want me to sabotage? No, I think you're good. Actually, mess with the Pokemon Unite teams. In any way possible. I feel like nothing really needs to be said about Mega Charizard Y, because if you don't know why it's good, it's just absurd. I actually think base Blastoise can be usable, but it's definitely in the gimmick tier, because it's gonna be like Shell Smash shenanigans. But what doesn't need to be run in Shell Smash shenanigans is definitely Mega Blastoise. I think Mega Blastoise is low-key kind of a sleeper. I don't think it makes it to finals, but I think it probably makes a really good run in day 2. Are we gonna watch VGC or other stuff? We're probably gonna watch VGC. I mean, right now they're still in their opening ceremony. So, do I care about the opening ceremony? Not really. I like gameplay. I think I get kind of like sabotaged by probably like the Super Smash Brothers community, because like they just throw gameplay constantly at you. Also, they have like 9 different streams. So they try to basically, like, Melee will have 2 different streams and Ultimate will have 2 different streams. And basically, if you were to have all 4 up, you almost always have a game to watch. Watching the Boondocks while watching a stream. Great show. I'm sorry, Beedrill isn't showing up. But I do think Mega Beedrill, I could see a person bringing Mega Beedrill. One singular person. There is like, what, like 300 competitors at Worlds. I'm sure there's like some guy that thinks he might be able to surprise somebody with a Mega Beedrill. Because Mega Beedrill's like speed tier is absurd, and it does have a really high attack stat, and it could just be there to trade. Might as well put the train slop or Minecraft on too. True. This lady's back.
Oh, so beautifully. Ooh, 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 ooh. I can feel
When did the game start?
the energy in this room. I can sense the excitement.
I guess the opening ceremony hasn't been that long.
2,000 trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills and fight with all.
Back to the tier list. She has some fierce eyebrows. I wonder if all the people in the crowd are the competitors. I know a lot of people do that, but if I was competing at Worlds, I think I would be probably in some quiet place, locking myself in. Base Pidgeot also doesn't show up. Sadly, Mega Pidgeot also does not show up. There's just way better flying Megas. Is that Eric Cybertron Zang? I gotta hear what
Aaron, I am so honored and excited to be kicking off
Did I
the
say
show
Eric?
with
I
you.
meant
It
Eric.
is so good to be back, Rosemary. It felt like yesterday we were in Anaheim casting the World Championship
Oh my
Finals.
gosh.
It's been a whole year. A whole new game has come out in Pokemon Champions, and I think that this is going to be a very, very special World Championship.
It's going to be special because of the arena, but also because check a look at the prizing that our competitors are going to be trying to achieve here.
Okay.
$30,000
I mean,
for first
$30,000,
place, and there's
not
so
a
much
small
more.
amount, obviously.
The
However,
glory of
I
becoming
literally
world champion,
just
it is
watched
truly everyone's
the,
dream in this competitive game. And
I just watched Trackmania
the
EWC.
ability to say, I won the World Championship.
First place got $130,000. Second place got $70,000. And no offense to Trackmania, it has a large community, especially in Europe. Definitely not nearly as large as Pokemon, and Pokemon has so much more money.
A lot of people had just underprepared for, I think. A lot of people had Koraidon very low on
I didn't
their
even know
radar,
Koraidon
because,
won
you know
World
what?
Championships
They're
last year, I'm not
rocking
gonna
this
lie.
team all season long. This is the squad I know that I'm going to win Worlds with.
Absolutely, yeah. And really,
I watched them both in Wolfie's Draft League. Yeah, I think they're all like really good friends. I think most of like the VGC world, or like the, I guess the high level VGC, they're all boys. They're all friends. What team what I have brought to Worlds? I don't know, dude. They also played like a regulation I never played before. Like I played that one season of VGC that was Regulation H, and it was awesome.
California, when there's Charizard Y running around the Mega.
Absolutely, yeah.
But this is just one
Pokemon
of
skims out on
many
money at
previous
every
World
corner.
Champions
Yeah.
that are about to take the
I mean,
stage at the
gosh,
2026
like-
World Championships. This is a stacked lineup. It's amazing that
I mean, shouldn't it always be stacked for Worlds?
former world champions chasing a second
Do we
crown.
think WolfClick gets another world? I think probably not. Run some Trick Room Camel? Well, Megas weren't in Scarlet Violet. Is there like a really good camel? I would definitely have brought Raging Bolt. That's my motherfucking guy. I love Raging Bolt. I hope he wins, but likely not. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, obviously winning World Championship is like an extremely hard challenge to do. I think there is, like, you need to put in a crap ton of preparation, and then also on top of that, I think you need to get lucky. I do. Oh, dude, the Quash Master. Oh, Murkrow is like good in the higher level. Well, I mean, it's also, I think it's just good in like every regulation.
Pretty cool.
just because of the priority tailwind. I mean, I used Quash. I had priority Haze as well.
So many ex-champions competing once again, and I can't express how difficult the World Championships is, right? Like
they decorated the local transit for Pokemon stuff for this event. It's really neat. Ooh, I like when I think
the quality of play and the quality of players
Pokemon puts in a lot of money into branding. Why is Wolfie looking at me like that? Dude, he's just like, dude, world champ difference.
It's going to be this one, but there are a lot of other competitors
Hey, yo.
of our previous world champions that are hoping to make a splash at this one. Let's start with some of our other players to watch from North America.
They decorated the entire San Francisco Giants Stadium too. Aren't they holding the championship in a stadium? I don't know if it's the Giant Stadium though.
He is incredibly high up there. So many
but it could be
win at EUIC this year, having won that tournament.
I mean, I guess they're just holding it in here in whatever convention center that they're having it in. Dude, I feel like some of these events, they definitely can just hold them in the stadium.
Can this be his year finally?
Like the Warriors aren't playing games right now. They could just hold it in whatever stadium they use now. That's not Oracle Arena.
Getting 3 quick regional championship titles.
I like the guy looking off to the right.
Best start to a season we have seen in a long time. He had 6 contiguous top 16 cuts across the events that he played at the very beginning.
To be honest, I genuinely don't know like any other competitors in VGC though.
It's just insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off a top 32 finish last
I don't think there's a roof at the San Francisco Stadium. They don't need to play inside. I mean, one of the coolest tournaments ever. I don't know if people know this. Or like, I love Super Smash Brothers, and like one of the coolest Super Smash Brothers tournaments ever was held in the Jazz Stadium. It was so sick. There's a roof at the Chase Center. Yeah. No, I think it doesn't need to be at like a baseball stadium or like or even the football stadium. Like it could just be like, I think Pokemon World Championships, especially if the tickets are like not expensive, like let your families go for like 20 bucks. They could easily sell out wherever the Warriors play.
Absolutely, yeah. I think him and his team building.
It's being held first at a convention center and then at the Chase Center, which is where the Warriors play. Oh, there we go. That's what I thought. Okay. You're going Sunday?
Very curious to see.
Nice.
That to this tournament, because if there was any player
dude,
I would expect to,
I accidentally clicked the end button on my keyboard. I did not know it just scrolled you down to the end of the screen.
So let's now talk about Europe. This is a tough one to narrow down to just.
I don't believe we decorated the San Francisco Giants Stadium. Also, it's called AT&T Park. Okay. Oh, I know Marco Silva. Isn't that guy goated?
Still looking for his first World Championship victory. He's won so many regional and special events. He's won 3 international championships. He's come very close to winning the World Championship.
It's Oracle Park now.
And he's just been one of the most consistent players in the game over the last couple of years as well. I think many hold him to be Europe's best.
And speaking of consistency, Michael Cash at the World Championship level has had that and then
some. Oh, I'm sorry. We changed technology. Overlord. Dude, has anyone ever actually used the N key on their keyboard?
Top 60 is still pretty good.
And it is very good, but you know that Michael Cash is one of those competitors.
Cash is goated at random battles, so does he just have a bunch of knowledge about like random teams?
Under your belly to know
he looks so much cooler than the other two.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I spoke to him a while back, and he said,
"You're telling me Francisco Poi Pero?" I probably butchered his name. That guy looks great.
Marco and Michael, actually both players I really have my
Dude, I bet you he looks like a guy whose mom makes the greatest spaghetti sauce you've ever had in your life.
Marco winning a regional championship with it, Michael winning a big online tournament with it with Swampert right before Worlds. And so I think Mega Gengar
hello, K-Top.
To use, but if there's anyone in the world that might be able to pilot it from Europe, it's going to be these 2 guys.
Would be really exciting to see.
Are they going to go through like every continent and like their best players?
but someone that knows that sometimes the tried and true is what makes it possible. It is Francesco.
Gambling so bad you can bet on this? Of course you can. Dude, gambling is getting out of hand.
He came off a top 4 finish at EUIC this year as well. He's been so incredibly consistent, having top cut every international.
Doing a draft at 1 p.m. I'm doing a draft on the 30th. I have the 10th pick in the draft in a 12-person league. Who should I be aiming for? All on Wolfie? I want Wolf to get like another Worlds, but I really do think if Wolf got another World Championship in his belt, Jonathan Taylor. All right.
First up, we have Alexander Canseco, and I think this is a player that I feel like has been a little bit underrated coming into the World Championship.
What part of the world is Lata M?
But this is a player from Mexico that you've got to keep your eyes on.
Latin America.
Really consistent finishes across multiple over in LATAM.
Okay, all right, cool. All right, I figured that out relatively quickly.
What's especially exciting is this season we actually will get to watch these players compete.
OBJ, that man has not been in the NFL for a few years now, even though he's trying to get back in. Latvia, that's not, no. I know that's a country, not a continent, or an area of the world.
And if you take a look at, some of the other players on this page, like Juan Salerno, probably one of the.
Well, I saw MX, I was like, oh, Mexico, oh, Latin America.
Events outside of Latin America has done very, very well. Getting second at LAIC.
He's on the Giants.
Region comes as one of the most dominant players in terms of championship.
Did he got? No way he got signed by the Giants.
Across the board.
Last but not least, we got
dude, that guy doesn't even have any ACLs left. Yes, legitimately. That's crazy.
But now it is about being able to show
I could see him being like a wide receiver coach.
That Latin America will be able to get that second title after Paul Ruiz claimed it.
OG has been on the Giants low. He's probably make their roster as wide receiver 4. Dang, that's crazy. I genuinely thought that he was just out of the league and tried to get back in for like the longest time.
Have my eye out on him, but I think all 3 of these players really have to pay attention to from LATAM in particular.
Next up, Oceania. Let's talk about our players to watch from.
I know where Oceania is. That's Australia. Wait, all their players are Australian. New Zealand, what up? What's up? What's up, man? Who's your Pokemon player?
Back in the younger division before, and he comes in as one of the leading players from Australia. Of course, his brother Chris Con actually won the trading card game world championships in the seniors division.
Man must have child support payments. OBJ's the one that went on that podcast one time and said that he didn't get paid that much money, and like he ran out of money like really quickly. Right? I thought it was OBJ.
Rich, he is a player that has been able to
the matching skip bloom. I'm pretty sure when they do these photos, like they probably have like a bunch of stuffed animals on the on like a table, and they're like, grab your favorite.
And so for Henry, it's kind
imagine
of like
having the whole skip bloom. I think that was a choice.
Kind of having consistent day 2 performances at ICs. At the world stage, though, is this the moment now that you can get to
Don't skip him. Don't hate on Skip Bloom. I think Skip Bloom's actually a better design than Jump Love as well. It's more. It seems more fun.
Even though he's from Australia, he has competed in North America a good bit as well, with multiple high-level finishes at regionals as well as NAIC. And so, yeah, I always really like watching.
Vibe would hold this L.
Throughout the years.
And then we've got Joji Kaida, and this is a competitor
I wonder.
Has also been able to travel across the world to be able to compete, but I think also claims a couple.
I mean,
that we don't necessarily get to talk about.
I'm just glad. Have we seen a Charizard? Has someone picked up Charizard? I think if someone were to pick up Charizard, it would be like because of a meme.
It is incredible that he has won several.
Oceania? No, dude.
Yeah, one of the most consistent players in the online best of 1 closed team sheet environment, and often the best players there translate over to the best of 3 environment as well. It is really difficult to be so consistent in a game that has a lot of variance, but he's consistent.
I feel like
finished number 1, won a lot of these online tournaments.
I actually totally agree. I do think best of 1 closed team sheet is like way harder than best of 3 open team sheet. I think the hardest part about best of 3 open team sheet is actually the team building beforehand.
this tournament. So you have to consider that your opponent's going to know
I think
a lot of
actually
information about
playing
your
best
team.
of one is
Another region
harder,
coming up for
but
you
building a team is
going to be
easier.
Japan, one of the strongest
Oh,
regions
Nippon
in
desu.
competitive Pokemon. And we've got Ko Tsukire, Yuma Kinugawa, and Hiroshi Onishi.
Any of these could walk away as world champion this weekend.
Isn't Japan like goated? In Japan, like always just brings like the best team.
Ko is one of the players that I have on the very top of my list to win this weekend, and he
They like in terms of Super Smash Brothers for like Melee, it's like all the Japanese players are basically just all of them just play Fox because it's the best character. Why wouldn't you just play the best character? They just play the best teams.
Just been so consistent. Every time I watch him play, I'm like, he you know, I can see why he was a world champion, and I think he's here to prove himself. Like, I can win in seniors, but I can also win in masters.
VGC is huge there, so the filter to the top is more competitive than other regions.
I think about Nicholas Khan in that same way.
Exactly.
I think VGC everywhere is pretty competitive now. Doesn't Japan play best of one closed team sheet in their tournaments though? I don't. Or maybe they play both. Maybe they play best of one closed team sheet and they play best of three open team sheet. But
test his medal on a more international stage and walked away successful as our
dude, isn't like Japan is even crazy about like battle spot singles, which I think is like the worst competitive form of Pokemon.
Has been a veteran of the scene at this point,
which is the singles. You pick 3 of your 6 and the other people also go up against 6.
Then went to NAIC where he finished in top 8, and like you said, Rose won LAIC.
Dragonite and Snorlax.
Nationals and an international champion.
These guys are way cooler than the Oceania guys.
So he's still hunting for, I think, a really big Worlds finish. Made it to day 2 with actually also Groudon. I was talking about Justin Tang using Groudon. Kinugawa used Groudon in a different Worlds format.
I wonder if they're bringing him. I feel like Snorlax is kind of slept on in this meta. I like nothing hits hard enough to like take it out. I guess it's probably just because like Snorlax just doesn't do enough that like when you have him out, even though it's not croaking, it's also not doing enough damage. But there's ways to get around that. Doesn't it get like bulk up? I know it gets curse.
The Japanese national champion always has very high expectations coming into this World Championships for a very long time.
It is great that it's like, here, you guys can have stuffed animals. Anyways, you can have your Japan Championship trophy.
And he has been a very strong player from Japan specifically. Don't think he's been able to compete at the world stage very much, and so be able to see, exciting to see how he'll be able to do. But like you said, yeah,
there we go.
He showed, look, I can play the standard composition, but I can play
helping hand close combat.
Yeah, comes in with a really
I think Rain is going to be #1 weather this year. With Charizard Y around? Yeah, right. I think Rain is going to be really good.
Get something nice out of it too. Check out our distributions. Make sure that you have links.
I always wonder if like shout out the official stream. If you go to the official stream on Twitch, you can get tokens and training tokens and an Incineroar in game in Pokemon Champions.
Also have a distribution for all of you here.
I was supposed to go back to sleep because I'm working later, but now I'm vibing to actually get the chat. Dang.
Able to get exclusive merch that you can't buy within the store. All you have to do is use that passcode, Enjoy Worlds 26, and you'll be able to rock these in Pokemon Champions. Let your opponents know you are tuning into the World Championships.
Wait,
tune in as well, and they can
I just need to do that. I need to do that in Pokemon Champions. Enjoy Worlds 26, and then I get a t-shirt.
So check out all of the drops and distributions that are going to be
great advocacy for Pokemon there, Vibe. Hey, I might be critical of the Pokemon company, but you know, at the end of the day, we just want to see Pokemon thrive.
Just need to log in. Visit rewards.pokemon.com, log into your Pokemon Trainer Central account.
My phone is too old to play that game.
Desired stream for a period of time, as you saw earlier, it's often 30 or 60
if you do have a Nintendo Switch, just play on Switch. I mean, I don't play it on my phone at all. Even though I probably should.
On the CC extension, which will then give you translated captions. And so you definitely don't want to miss out on any of these awards. They're free, right? And so if you're watching on Twitch already, might as well link them.
And that's not all. Last but not least, we do have a special Twitch badge that you can apply.
Oh my gosh! Wow, there's just so much stuff.
Your favorite competitive actions.
Okay.
I think
All
that's
right.
genuinely one of the coolest badges I've ever
It
seen.
is.
I have seen many
It
badges on
has
Twitch
been
in my day,
officially
but very
42
hands-on
minutes
one,
since
I think is
technically
incredibly
the
well
start
designed,
of
so
Pokemon
just 60
World
minutes,
Championship.
Definitely don't want to miss out on that one.
Do we think we get a game by 1 o'clock? Well, I guess technically for them, 10 a.m.
And hashtag Pokemon World on all of our social channels. We want
For
your
me,
opinion.
because I'm East
What you've been
Coast,
excited about, who
1
you're
o'clock
cheering for, what you're
in the afternoon.
following. And, yeah, make
I
sure
think
that
they're
you
running
share
this at a great time, by the way.
Amoongus wants to know. He's not currently in Pokemon Champions, but he's really, really waiting. I don't know when he's coming back, Rose. I don't know if it'll be the next regulation, maybe sometime after, but of course.
I feel like Aaron Cybertron Zhang does know if he's coming back in the next regulation. Pokemon hires this man all the time to make teams for him.
Just a small one, you know,
The
just,
viewers might be as well.
just a small one, and then when we
Over,
do come
under
back,
115?
I'm sure we're going
Dude,
to
I think
be
it's over.
Waiting for that moment with bated breath.
Absolutely. I
Make your
am
faves tier list.
So excited to kick off this World Championships. The first round is up, and we've got some
What?
crazy matches. I mean, of course, this
No way.
is the World
No way.
Championships. Every round's going to be crazy. These are the
They know exactly what they're doing. They put Wolf at the top.
Some of these matches, and especially that first one, Rose.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, my eyes are going all over the page and getting bright-eyed for all of the amazing action that we're going to have. We are just the mainstream. We are going
Oh,
to
Justin
have
Tang
featured
made it to
screens and
Worlds? I thought he
live
was,
streams can come
he
out
was
as accompaniment
almost
to
out.
our broadcast. But we've got Wolfglick versus Here.
Definitely under? No, they'll do this. They'll do this. And then you'll realize, like, wait a second. Wait, what? Oh, Argentina. I was like, what country is AR?
Multiple times, winning multiple international titles as well, and winning the World Championships in 2016 alongside.
Surely they won't do this, dude. I don't know. Morning Rush.
It is difficult for Japanese players to get the chance to really prove themselves.
Only got a PS4?
Because they don't have too many tournaments to compete in, and the Japanese circuit is so grueling. But for Hirofumi, he has made it count on the world stage basically every time he's been here. Second in 2019, he's top cut the last 3 World Championships.
Who is he talking about? Hirofumi.
Well. So
The person that Wolf is going up against round 1? Do you... Like, I know Pokemon runs Swiss, so basically, like, the more you win, technically, the harder your opponent will be. But do they actually, I feel like they just randomly select matchups at the beginning. Like, they don't look at skill whatsoever. Like, technically a world championship or a world champion can go up against a world champion, like round 1, because they kind of just randomly select.
On the main stage, but then come Sunday, that's like 15,000 competitors, like people watching 2 people.
Or even like people that won multiple like nationals or regionals.
So focused on just trying to win the World Championships when you're there, but it is truly, it will be the most unique experience I think any competitor in this game.
All right, I'm going back to doing my tier list because I know how the Pokemon company does things. I think they genuinely are going to fill for another like 20 to 30 minutes. They literally just went to like a champion screen. They went to a waiting screen. Okay. Back to the tier list. Arbok. I'm sorry, Arbok's not showing up. It has Intimidate, and it's a poison type, which is, I guess, good into the fairies. But besides that, not showing up. I could see one person bringing Pikachu as like a meme, but it should not come at all. It really shouldn't show up, but I think one person would be willing to bring Pikachu for sure. Base Raichu didn't show up. I do think Lightning Rod is like actually pretty freaking useful, but I don't think but since this is non-Mega Raichu, and every single Raichu that does come is going to be a Mega, but not Mega Raichu X. Mega Raichu X is a gimmick. I can see some, like, a few people bringing it because maybe, like, since, like, people aren't really that scared. Oh my gosh, no way. Are they already in there?
To start the World Championships, Rose. You truly can't. We saw this.
Oh
matchup
my
and we were
gosh,
like,
they're
come
already.
on.
Wow.
That has to be the one that we show for everybody. So hopefully y'all are eating good at home. But let's talk about these teams, as we've already talked about the player accomplishments. Both of them coming in with major.
Did Wolf only bring Mega Staraptor? Is that what they're highlighting? He didn't bring Mega T-Tar with Mega Staraptor?
And a Mega Staraptor facing off against Mega Blastoise.
This is actually
and
a-
Mega Delphox.
I think, of course,
Dare I
Wolf,
say,
a player
this is a
that
very
so
normal
many
team from
people are
Wolf.
cheering for, and so many people are curious, what team is he going to bring to this tournament?
Mega
This Meta
Excadrill?
game, of course, feels like there are maybe around 10 teams that were incredibly dominant and established coming into this tournament, and for many players, it's a question of, are you going to use one
A
of those
very
teams, or are you gonna
normal
build something
team from
new and
Wolf,
try to
I
break
feel
that?
like.
And at NAIC, I think that was something where we looked at and we're like, okay, that's meta breaking. You've got Mamoswine, you've got Toxapex. And actually, a lot
Yeah,
of
his
people
only
took that
mega
team
is
and realized that
Staraptor.
Toxapex is going to be
Interesting.
pretty good going into the rest of the Pokemon Champions format. But this particular team, it feels like it takes some.
Oh my
finesse
gosh, he has my freaking Farigiraf! Dude, Nasty Plot Farigiraf goes off. Dude, I love Nasty Plot Farigiraf.
Behind it with something like that Nasty Plot Farigiraf.
Yeah, and I think a couple of elements to call out here. You've
Very
got
normal
the
looking Excadrill,
Power Gen
a
1
very
for
normal
Golden Go
looking
here, so that is the easiest way to counter Charizard.
Golden Go as well.
Regular Tyranitar, you mentioned, Rosemary, Mega Tyranitar, mainly because Raptors support
Charm
Mega
shenanigans
so much,
with
which are very
Whimsicott.
difficult to drive.
This is interesting. This is a very, I mean, the Nasty Plot Farigiraf is like the only thing that is genuinely interesting on Wolf's team, but everything else is real normal.
The Whimsicott here doesn't have Protect, which it normally runs.
He should credit you if he wins then. I don't use Thunderbolt though. I use Hyper Voice with my Nasty Plot Farigiraf. He did swap it up like a little bit, even though Thunderbolt's a pretty normal move for Farigiraf.
Interesting is that there is only one Mega Evolution on this team. A lot of the top teams in the format.
Is low kick on T-Tar normal? Yeah, that's pretty normal. Especially since you're not bringing a Mega, or yeah, since it's not Mega and it's also not setup. Low kick is probably the first move there. Sometimes low kick, either low kick or superpower, but low kick doesn't lower your stats, so.
Since you don't have that Mega Evolution, you've got one shot to set up the sand on Tyranitar.
I don't play sand teams, yeah. No, low kick, because you're normally threatened as a Tyranitar. You're normally threatened by King Gambit.
Hirafumi's actually running something that is a bit more established. You've got a choice in the Mega Delphox or the Mega Blastoise to really
Dang, Mega Blast on the first game? Let's go. I think Mega Delphox is going to be a lot more popular than people would have initially thought in Worlds. I think Delphox is awakening as a top tier Mega. I think it was already top tier, but like getting up there into like Gengar slash like a little below Mega Charizard Y status. You know nothing about competitive Pokemon? Just know Charizard is really good right now, but we're getting a game with no Charizard, which is kind of sick. Mega Blastoise is really good. This is also Shell Smash Mega Blastoise, which I feel like most people don't actually run. Because like Shell Smash lowers your defenses, and most of the time that like doesn't give you it doesn't really help you. It doesn't help you like at all because you die easier, but does make you like absurdly fast. Is there redirection on his team? I guess he does have Rage Powder Sinistcha to maybe help with that Shell Smash on his Blastoise. His team's relatively pretty normal as well. They just swapped the moves around for some odd reason on stream.
You see super frequently, and the Sneasler here also has Quick Guard, which of course is a fun move that can help out.
I don't think Wolf have a Fake Out Mon on his team. He does not have a Fake Out Mon on his team. So it's gonna be not gonna be Fake Out. Let's go for Rig.
Yeah, so what's really interesting about this matchup for Wolf, I think, is that at any given point you can switch
I
and win the
think
top,
you
right?
always
Wolf
lead, if you're gonna bring Incineroar, you kind of have to always lead it against a Mega Staraptor team, so you can get the Intimidate off before the Staraptor Mega evolves. Because, of course, of contrary.
One thing that's really scary, I think, for Hirofumi is that Wolf can switch.
Now, Wolf is threatening Trick Room, so like that Blastoise can't really go for a Shell Smash safe, because if Trick Room goes up, that Blastoise is for sure gonna croak.
What does Hirofumi want to do? You do have something like Helping Hand on Incineroar and Dark Pulse, so you just try to get a bunch of damage off, and it is going to be Fweakn.
Champions is such an upgrade. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna put myself back into this corner so you can see the competitors.
On that Incineroar, that's going to be the only Pokemon that's really going to threaten for some pretty big damage with something like that Flare Blitz. But is that something that you really want to try to lock into that Faruger out that was just on the other side?
Both Megas come out? I was actually thinking this Blastoise might protect, but...
And the Blastoise. So they're both ready to put up a good
Dude, if King Gambit got Hospitality, oh my gosh.
That extra HP going to help it out to make sure that it can take that attack effectively as water.
Okay, he do just spell.
It's going to be a little bit muted because you did just take a ton of damage from the Staraptor, but it's still going to start to add up to a bit of chip across the board.
And a parting shot here, so nice play by Hirofumi. I think there could be 10 to target down the
okay. This is actually not... I think Wolf is probably in a better position right now.
And now Sinistra hits the field, right? So you do get
you do have the Rage Power redirection, and you also know that he's not threatening Trick Room anymore because Farigiraf's not on the field. So he could actually just Rage Powder Shell Smash and see if he can just run over everyone with the Blastoise. I don't know. Oh, Rage Powder doesn't redirect Whimsicott though, so Whimsicott could still go for the charm into the Staraptor, and Staraptor probably +1 attack. Brave Bird probably does take out a Sinistra. But if this Blastoise gets the Shell Smash off, I feel like I don't necessarily... Does a -1 Brave Bird take out a Sinistra? Maybe he doesn't want to take it out because Sinistra doesn't do anything except for Rage Powder, to be honest. Oh, not going for Shell Smash. I feel like...
We're starting to look at the 30% mark here for both the Whimsicott and the Staraptor.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really
Does the Staraptor have Roost? I forget.
There's no Roost, right? And so actually
there is no Roost. Thank you, Aaron Cybertron.
And so I think Hirofumi's probably pretty happy about that trade at the end of the day. You're able to actually get a good amount onto the Staraptor, keep Pokemon. And one of the tricky things about Staraptor, I think, is that you actually take a lot of recoil damage.
Maybe thinking Blastoise already has too much health to Shell Smash. I think the weaker your Charizard, or weaker, the lower health your Blastoise has, the more valuable Shell Smash becomes. Because, like, your Water Spout's already doing, like, less damage here at, like, 62%. Your Water Spout is only maybe around, like, 95 base damage, and that's spread damage. So, really, it's actually, like, base 80.
A ghost type. So it is going to be the move off first and the free.
That would have been insane.
Just to guarantee some damage.
My heart was pounding there, Rose. I was like, you called it. What if it actually happens? How diabolical could it be? But the switch indeed does happen. So now, of course, there is encore pressure from the Whimsicott.
Can you show Blastoise health somehow?
I think if you are Hirofumi, it is still this guessing game of like, can I cycle win my Pokemon safely, right? Because the King Gambit here is going to be Black Glasses. Staraptor has a defense boost, so...
Oh, actually, let me just go in the center. Duh. There's actually nothing besides like the game timer. Like you don't really need to see anything in the center of the screen.
On that slot, or maybe Wolf reads it and Brave Birds into Blastoise, which then would knock out the Sinistra. So it's actually like this is a really, really key turn. It's going to be the King Gambit switching.
It's Sinistra to heal up the Blastoise again, yeah.
That is entirely possible, and that would mean that this Blastoise can't do any damage on this next turn. And that was Scott is actually going to go for Charm instead. And so angling that into the Star Raptor, Contrary is actually going to make sure that that is an attack boost instead of attack drop. And so the Brave Bird brings his
I'm surprised that he went for Brave Bird. Maybe he wants a free switch. He wanted a lot of damage and a free switch. I can't believe the Staraptor did. Oh, I guess. Never mind. It is 6% Blastoise Water Spout.
So finally does get it off. Crucial trade there. I think if you're Hirafumi, you're probably not too stoked about how that turn went because the hope was to just knock down Staraptor there.
Actually, I mean, he has Frig left. I wonder who. I wonder who's in the back for Wolf. I want to say maybe Tyranitar, just in case, to cover for the Delphox if they brought Delphox instead. Because if he brought Golden Go in the back, that he would be really screwed if Delphox was brought instead of Blast.
If it is, then this is going to be game number 1 going over to Wolf, but it is still a very risky play to make. It's going to be the Moonblast first, and that's actually going to deal a pretty significant amount here to that King Gambit. But it is the Brave Bird. Wolf trying to secure the KO onto the opposing Mega Evolution first.
Yeah, I mean, great switch.
I mean, yeah, I guess you just keep on Brave Birding the Blastoise because if it swaps out, the thing that swats in takes way too much damage.
And now it pressures Sucker Punch into Staraptor. Of course, if you want to get around the Sucker Punch, what you could do then is switch the Whimsicott out into Farigiraf, block the Sucker Punch, and then maybe close combat King Gambit. But this is such a high-level game of Pokemon, right?
I don't think, does a King Gambit matter? I guess, yeah, I guess it does.
It's going to be the Blastoise pivoting out here. I think switching in Sinistcha and protecting King Gambit actually feels relatively safe. So let's see if it's going to be the protect play here.
Yeah, because then on the next turn, if the Sinistcha is still around, you can actually go for something.
He didn't protect.
Try to redirect away another Moonblast, but the crit is going to secure the KO. First one of this game.
Wait, he didn't protect.
And the Brave Bird into the King Gambit instead.
No, I think that was actually a perfectly fine play. Because the Brave Bird was actually there to just cover any swap in.
Sucker Punch, he didn't go for protect, he just goes for the Kowtow Cleave, saying, look, I think that you're going to expect me to potentially pick
so a double out, swap? I wonder who it is. I want to say it's probably Tyranitar in the back for Wolf. Now Giraffe to prevent Sucker. I think you play the game as if... So, like... I think that's like the level 1 read. Basically, I have Sucker Punch, you have a Giraffe in the back that you can prevent my Sucker Punch, so I'm not clicking Sucker Punch. And Wolf knows that you know that I have a Giraffe, so I'm not actually going to swap in Giraffe.
The Tyranitar here does have low kick. It does threaten King Gambit with a ton of damage.
That would end up securing a knockout
I
here, but
think
you have that Intimidate drop, so it might be something.
Yeah, I think low kick should take out King Gambit. I forget what King Gambit's item is. It's black glasses, so I do think low kick takes out King Gambit. And you could probably just set up on the Farigiraf, honestly.
Are you beating Tyranitar, right? Because Blastoise is quite low in terms of HP, and Incineroar and King Gambit don't have.
Dude, I feel like you just get nasty.
Damage, right?
Nasty low kick.
No Farigiraf on the field, I'd say, well, you can just fake out, you can Sword Stance, but right now, I think it's actually still kind of dicey for Hirafumi because of the inability to fake out. So it is going to be the parting shot here. Incineroar actually moving first before Farigiraf or the Tyranitar. So I think Hirafumi's goal is let me just keep cycling in these Intimidates. You are still going to have to do enough.
I do think this is probably why you run Thunderbolt instead of like Hyper Voice, so you actually hit King Gambit for a decent amount of damage.
One turn here though for the King Gambit to use the protect.
Does the Blastoise go down to sand? Oh, it doesn't go down to sand. That's crazy.
Okay, so
Farigiraf didn't nasty.
The Blastoise at this point feels like a non.
Yeah, these guys are like level 5. Yeah, it's basically like I feel like trying to find like this high of level of Pokemon is definitely like risk management. Dude, this Tyranitar's at -3 attack, by the way.
How much does that do? That's a lot of damage. but will survive.
So it's able to
That's a lot of damage. This is when yelling is really good, though.
Coming out here, but it's going to be the Tyranitar going for the low kick. And take a look at how effective those Intimidate attack drops and the parting shot has really been onto this Tyranitar. And the Thunderbolt as well. I mean, this Incineroar is quite bulky. We do see a paralysis. That might come back to hurt a little bit in the remaining turns of this first game.
Dude, -3 low kick? Ugh. The para is massive, but you do have a psychic type in front of 2 dark types.
For Hirofumi, the question still is how do you beat Tyranitar? The answer, I think, ideally is you get Swords Dance off, and like you need to knock out Farigiraf first, and then you know a Swords Dance like +2.
Do you care about Farigiraf here? I feel like you don't, because he didn't. You didn't get the he didn't get the boost. World champ difference, baby. Maybe that's why he runs Thunderbolt. He's just like maximizing odds for something to happen. Because like a paralysis might have just saved the game. I don't know. Oh, when there's Rock Slide, there's a way.
If you don't get flinched, there is a 30% chance for that to happen. Incineroar still has a lot of HP, though, to try to get it through these next couple of turns. But it's going to be Farigiraf going for the attack first. A Thunderbolt into the King Gambit is not going to...
Oh my gosh.
But you do see the Rock Slide flinch onto that King Gambit.
I'm assuming the...
turn, though, for Hirofumi as you end up getting the KO onto the Farigiraf.
Yeah, but I think the thing now is, like, the whole question was always, well, how do you beat Tyranitar, right? Sneasler is the answer for it, but Sneasler wasn't brought into it. Sinistra is your other answer into
I mean,
it,
it's
but
-3 Tyranitar, though. I mean, I guess, like, that, I don't know how much attack that Incineroar got. Does Instant still have Citrus? Yeah, it just ate it. Yeah, you probably just have to pray you land on the slim edge paralyze. Yeah. Flinch and pray. I think King Gambit is in range of low kick. -3 low kick, I think, gets King Gambit.
Trying to consider like how little damage that the Incineroar even took from something.
But it flinched. Yeah, it protects this turn. So
also protects in play.
Do you just spam low kick?
Get a nice pull, right?
Okay.
Maybe there's something afforded like a Rock Slide miss, or you can fight through
when there's Rock Slide, there's a way, baby.
Looking a little different. Incineroar, though, it took a lot of damage.
Also, this King Gambit, oh my gosh. It's the world champ difference, baby. It's the world champ difference. Yeah, now you just spam low kick into King Gambit.
So she's going to be helping hand here to get one last attack off, but with no Swords Dance from that King Gambit earlier.
Oh, it's helping hand. Okay. Actually, that's a lot of damage. That's more damage than I thought it would do.
It's going to be a 1v1 between this Incineroar and Tyranitar, and with that speed disadvantage from the paralysis, that is going to be a win for Tyranitar.
Yeah, I think.
Dude, the world champ difference is crazy.
How powerful it can be here, and for Wolf, prioritizing the early
that's insane.
Blastoise, or the early damage onto it meant that Tyranitar wasn't.
That's really insane. Right? And so I think he got so lucky. Amoonguss isn't even in the game yet. Oh, they were game winner. Wolf Click. They had Amoonguss there.
Part of it is that Incineroar is really good as a supportive tool, but when it can't fake out, it then becomes less effective. The Intimidates on the attack drops.
Well, Pokemon is happy, dude. They need
damage output, basically, right? His damage is really
it's like the Dallas Cowboys having a good season whenever like Wolf Click actually performs at a championship.
Does have close combat, which gives you a ton of burst damage into Tyranitar.
There was that one turn where I was wondering, what if the Blastoise had ended up going for a Dark Pulse instead? It took so much damage that it was only around 10% left.
Yeah.
That maybe if that had been a Dark Pulse, that could have been a potential knockout, I think, into the start.
I do think...
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that is a really good point. And I think
this is super interesting, though. This has to be one of the most normal teams that Wolfglick has ever used. What's Parachance? On Thunderbolt, it's 10%, yeah.
Win condition in the endgame kind of ended up being Tyranitar, right? So Hirofumi actually has plenty of tools to deal with Tyranitar. For example, if you are able to get it out earlier on the field, and Sinistra hasn't taken.
Or are you talking about a full para? Full para, if you're already paralyzed, a full para, the chance is 1 in 8.
You could run in a burn as well. So Hirofumi's team has the tools. The question is, do you want to lean into Blastoise again? Delphox is something like can come out, but It is a big question mark.
Yeah, they nerfed it a lot, which is good. Paralysis feels bad to lose to a full para.
A great thing for the
I wouldn't even be upset if they completely took out full paralyzation, because I think you could just make it so full para could be like, or paralysis is just like halving speed, because I think that's already such a large nerf.
Actually think about still bringing the Blastoise and just switch it up and just bring Sneasler over Incineroar.
Yeah, I think Sneasler's damage output and that focus sash.
Now the real question is Delphox time? It's Delphox time.
Maybe the Delphox, I mean, that's what makes this team so intriguing. If it's this, my expectation would be
he led something that dealt with both of them, kinda.
We'll have to see, but either way, the Delphox here does threaten Golden.
I mean, Giraffe is obviously in the back.
Can Golden Go survive a heat wave? Often it will be able to, and this is Life Orb Golden Go. Then you can Shadow Ball in return, and that would be a huge knockout. Intimidate's obviously pretty valuable in a Tyranitar, but I think Hirofumi maybe hoping to see Staraptor here, right? If it's a Staraptor-based lead, I think Delphox feels stronger, but Wolf mixes it up with Tyranitar Golden Go. Delphox is in kind of an awkward position right now.
Yo, odd take. Wolf actually double swaps here.
Also incredibly important.
He loves that Giraffe. Dude, the Giraffe is so good. I also love the Giraffe, to be fair. Especially the Nasty Plot variant. Dude. Wolf already knows.
Yeah, I think there's so many plays that can happen from both ends right now. It's just Heat Wave, and there's no Mega Evolution. So, Rose, I think that probably means there's a Blastoise potentially in the back. That also, by the way, could have been helping hand on Incineroar. It's not going to be the helping hand.
Is that going to be a one-shot on the Delphox then? Oh my gosh. Because without the Mega, you wouldn't get the special defense boost. But I guess maybe they're just going for the knockout on Golden Go. Maybe they feel like they have like such a...
to help reduce the damage output of this Tyranitar even further.
I love this, though. This is one of the, I think, most
exciting. Are they going knockoff?
Championships this year, which is dual Mega teams bringing both Megas and flexing it, right? And so it's going to be a single target Rock Slide.
Oh, just Rock Slide.
Actually does decent damage at -2, right?
-3 T-Tar.
Blastoise really makes a big difference. My question now is, what is Hirofumi's fourth Pokemon? It is Sinistcha. So Hirofumi says, look, I think I can flex my Mega Evolution, and I also think now he's in a really good position with Blastoise, right? Obviously just threatened with an immediate Water Spout right now.
And there's no good switch in for a Pokemon to be able to take that. Golden Go is low enough that I feel like
he brought Shell Smash. I think you Shell Smash.
At this HP level, but then yeah, what you bring into
Rage Powder Shell Smash, especially since you can redirect both moves. I mean, the only spread move you have is
because the Whimsicott then has Encore pressure in the following turn.
Well, I guess they could just go Rock Slide, Make It Rain.
Or switching into Incineroar is the most logical play for Hirofumi's end. And so I think I would be shocked if there were if it wasn't Whimsicott Staraptor in the back from Wolf's end right now. So it's going to be Sinistcha actually switching out first into the Incineroar.
Okay, Incineroar at least put the fake out on the table for the following turn and kind of ensures that this Tyranitar
is it? It's -3 Tyranitar again.
It's just going to be the Blastoise Mega evolving and both of these Pokemon being on the receiving end of a potential Water Spout. You do also have the Dark Pulse if you want to try to guarantee the damage into the Golden Go, but the Golden Go moves first.
Is that a crit? Oh my gosh. Dude, the world champ difference is insane. Oh gosh. Dude, that's insane.
Yeah, but I think, it's Rock Slide, it doesn't miss.
Oh, missing Sin. Oh, missed the wrong one. Oh, I can't believe that didn't kill it, even at -3. Oh, the sand. Oh no. I think this one.
The absolute right play.
This one's cooked.
I think that's just game over, honestly, on the spot, right? Because
because Sinistcha and Incineroar just don't do enough damage, and he doesn't have Intimidate anymore.
Wolf makes the right call there, saying I am.
Dang, that's crazy.
Saying if you switch into Incineroar, why guarantee the damage? And yeah, I think if the crit
I feel like that's like an upsetting win if you're Wolf.
You just switch Incineroar into Sinistcha, heal back up on Water Spout, but now I just don't think there's enough damage for Hirofumi at this point.
I agree with you there. There's not really a great way for the Sinistcha or the Incineroar to hit this Staraptor either, which still has the ability to Mega
Yes, no, he still has his back too.
For Wolf Blink, as the Sinistcha is set packing, and now it's
Golden goes so strong.
Fweakn is about to close up this game 2-0 to take a win in the first round of the World Championships.
And it goes to show basically how thin the margins can be sometimes with these setup-based teams, because you often feel like you're going all in on whatever Pokemon you're trying to set up. I really like.
Dang, I can't do that. Crit was absolutely brutal.
Like going full commitment.
Crit totally mattered. Crit mattered so
Wave,
much.
Try to knock out Golden Go immediately. Probably be a very different match if that happened. But if you go Helping Hand, Heat Wave, don't Mega Evolve Delphox, well then the Delphox is threatened by Tyranitar, just keeping them kind of damage. Here we go. Wolfglick will win.
Wow, congratulations on Wolfglick on being the first game in on stream and also first winner.
An amazing match to watch to kick off our World Championships, especially when a lot of the match, you know, you were talking about it during game 1.
Wowie zowie.
We may consider to make, just given the board state that we see in front of us. But you gotta
dude,
think
that's brutal. He got so unlucky.
Play around that and go for something different. And I feel like that's what we saw.
He got so unlucky.
And I think
when Wolf wins, it's a good day. I feel like Wolf always does really, really well day one. Not to jinx him or anything, but like, I feel like Wolf always does amazing day one.
Both of those games, and I think once again, like, it is so critical.
I think that game 1, I think Wolf was actually kind of behind for a lot of it and just kept on getting lucky. Because I feel like, dude, it's a shell smash that turn. And like, I understand he didn't really have the right Pokemon to deal with Tyranitar, but that thing was.
So for Hirofumi, he was looking for the perfect.
That thing was hidden like a wet noodle.
And yeah, I really would have loved to see
day one merchant
without the crit, because I think Wolf likely had, you know, Whimsicott Staraptor in the back. The Whimsicott could still set up a Tailwind.
Back to tier list. Hold on. Alrighty. Where were we? Mega Raichu Y? I think that's a might make it to finals. Mega Raichu Y is so good. The Zap Cannon do so much damage. Paralyze every single time. Focus Blast always hit. It turns out that just makes a really good Pokemon. Oh, plus you have Fake Out. It kind of just... I feel like that could just be a secondary Mega on like any team. Alolan Raichu, that one is probably not showing up. I guess Alolan Raichu adding the Psychic type. Surge Surfer doesn't mean anything in this because I don't even think you can run Mega Raichu X and Alolan Raichu. I think they only allow you one Raichu per game. Just bring Mega Raichu instead, yeah. Clef, I actually think some team probably brings us to day 2. Clef is a pretty good follow me Pokemon. And if you just need like redirection and more consistent redirection than Rage Powder per se, Clef is definitely a great like partner Pokemon. And I can definitely see someone just being like, hey, Clef is tankier than everything else, and I genuinely don't need it to do any damage. Mega Clefable, though? That mod's not showing up. That Pokemon is awful. Ninetales, default Kanto Ninetales, also not showing up. There's way better Sunsetters, aka Mega Charizard Y. Also Torkoal. And I just don't think the frailty of normal Ninetales doesn't get outweighed by like its offensive output and just basically just there to set up the sun. When there are just better Pokemon to set up the sun. Alolan Ninetales, though, I think that makes it to day 2 for sure. Snow, much more useful. Aurora Veil, much more useful. Blizzard, much better move. With Freeze Chance. Freeze Dry, busted move. Your 4 times weakness to Steel is whatever. Recovery item on Clef is just so much better than Mega Clefable. Yes. Ooh. Vileplume? I think someone found a gimmick probably with Vileplume. The chlorophyll follow me stuff is cool. I don't... It's probably 1 or 2 people brought it. I think it's cool. I think it's usable. Dude, there's like no way. Sinistra's just better Vileplume. I mean, Vileplume, no, they have different roles. Vileplume is there to either do damage in Sun because you're speedy in Sun, or also like make someone use a move early because you have After Me with Chlorophyll in Sun to speed up the Pokemon. Default Arcanine? I don't think anyone brought it. Because why would you bring the default Arcanine when you have his Swain right here? And I think his Swain Arcanine's probably a sleeper. I think people know it's good, but for some reason they just don't put it on their team. Torkoal's support, I guess? Yeah. I mean, Sinistra, like, you can redirect with Torkoal, but I think, like, Torkoal on a Trick Room team with Vileplume might be more useful than, like, Sinistra. Because, although Sinistra does healing and can also set up Trick Room, Sinistra... like, you still need that turn to set up Trick Room. With Vileplume, you don't need that turn. Ditto will be in the finals. Instant has more value as an Intimidate user? Yeah. I mean, when I'm talking about his Sway and Arcanine, I'm not talking about Intimidate. I think Rockhead, Head Smash / Flare Blitz with priority E-Speed. It's just like instant offense for basically any team. Especially if you're not running Mega Charizard Y, that's a really strong fire attacker. Fast fire attacker. Obviously, you give it a sash, so it takes at least 2 hits to take down. Alakazam. I don't think it shows up. Mega Alakazam, like what? Maybe one person brought it. It's like this, it's basically the special attacking version of Mega Beedrill. It is so incredibly frail, but it's super quick and it hits like really hard. Maybe someone brought it. Might be a gimmick team. Yeah, like it could, I guess it could be in a gimmick team. But I just don't think the gimmick is good enough. Also, shout out Shell Smash Blastoise. We saw it literally game 1. I said it was a gimmick and then it lost. Let's go. Machamp. There's better fighting Pokemon in the game, so I just don't think it's showing up. Honestly, didn't even know Machamp was in the game. Lost to the World Champ difference doesn't count. Yeah, we'll see. Did that guy just draw it? Dude, he just drew a wiener on stream. Dude, that circle wasn't there. That top circle wasn't there initially. Victory Bell? Regular Victory Bell? Obviously not showing up. Mega Victory Bell? I think someone may have found a gimmick. Maybe. It is like kind of funny to run Mega Victory Bell just for Mega Charizard Y and purposely croak 2 Mega Charizard Y just to take it out immediately with innards out. But I don't think it's good. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a person that brought it though. Like it's a gimmick and 1 or 2 people brought it, but Mega Victory Bell players with the LARPing as a VGC player gimmick. Basically. I mean, these are like, how many people make it to Pokemon Worlds in VGC? It's a lot of people. Hello, Aksha. Slowbro, no. As a Trick Room setter, it could be okay. I don't think... I just think Slow King, especially Galarian Slow King, is much more better of a Trick Room setter, and with dang near the same stats. Late night stream for you? Dude, it's gonna be a super late night stream for you. I'm gonna be streaming the whole day. Why do I have another recommended VGC? Oh, they're streaming it on Play Pokemon and they're streaming it on the official Pokemon channel. I see. I understand. I understand it. Mega Slowbro? Someone brought it. It is absurdly tanky. That physical defense stat goes insane, especially with how much HP it has. It just doesn't do damage. Yeah, the one Slowbro fan. I actually do think Galarian Slowbro is also pretty good. I think one person brought that as well. Like, give it a Quick Claw, your 50% chance to literally go first on, like, basically every turn, or put yourself in front of the turn order by priority. I do think is pretty useful, and I think, like, if there isn't one person relying on that, I think that's crazy. I put it in gimmick. What, for Galarian Slowbro or for Mega Slowbro? I think Mega Slowbro is more of a gimmick. Galarian Slowbro is probably... I don't know. Maybe that is a gimmick. Normal Gengar? I don't think anyone's actually just bringing normal Gengar. Actual Gengar might make it in finals. That Pokemon is so good. Quick Claw proc is more gimmicky to you? Yeah, because you're just relying on luck, which, if you're just relying on luck, it's a gimmick. Almost 11 p.m.? Sheesh. Oh, Mega Gengar, what to be said? I mean, you trap opponents on the field with you. That's always useful. The new substitute variant is also very good. Because basically instead of just like sitting there and spamming protect to waste turns, you could just click substitute. And since you're already frail, losing the HP from a sub isn't that bad, because you would probably lose more HP by just getting hit. Also, you're like the fastest thing on the field, and if they're focusing down the Gengar, it's leaving your other Pokemon open up. So trying to wolf you with Perish Trap? I think Perish Trap in general is a gimmick, and I hate Perish Trap specifically with Mega Gengar. Ooh, the top 12 Pokemon. Obviously, King Gambino. Frick, yeah. What a freaking Pokemon. Of course it's one. Charizard is number 2. I was thinking it was going to be like 5th. Dude, Venusaur's number is the 8th most? Holy crap. I am surprised. Mega Floette, or Floette Eternal, aka Mega Floette, at 6 is also kind of insane. Has the meta changed at all? It looks like it has not. Surprised to see Sylveon. Sylveon's the best non-Mega Fairy Pokemon. At least for offense. I'm not surprised to see Sylveon at all. Where Kricketot at? Told you Mega Floette last year? No, Mega Floette is... I think it's really good. I think, but like... I'm surprised at how popular it is. I feel like people are just bringing stuff that they know works versus actually creating a new and unique team, which is upsetting. How dare you play Pokemon boring? Bring interesting teams. I would have never thought Venusaur, though. Venusaur is actually kind of a crazy pull. Sinistcha's not surprising. Farigiraf's not surprising. Whimsicott's not surprising. I mean, these three are probably the best supporting Pokemon in the game. Dude, that's so lame. Thought Sneasler would be higher. Sneasler definitely fell off because all you need is like basically one psychic Pokemon on your team to like take it out. I also think Sneasler in general, like it doesn't really match up. It's like really good in the Floette, but I don't think it's like good in the Charizard. It's really good in the King Gambino. But I think there's just a lot of answers to King Gambino. Those three without Incineroar? Incineroar is whatever, dude. All these people are like, hey, I need Intimidate. Intimidate Fake Out? Yeah, that's pretty good on my team. Giraffe just covers it? Yeah. Instin's always there? Yeah. Instin's so good. I like Giraffe a lot because it does cover like a lot of these Pokemon except for King Gambino. Number 1. I do think the... Dude, this Venusaur being 8th most is crazy. Is it showing up the finals? Top 12 Mega Evolutions? Whoa. Mega Charizard Y. Who would have saw that one coming? Mega Floette. Whoa. These are the top 3 in my mind. There's absolutely 0 surprises on this. Actually, no. Gengar being this low is a little bit of a surprise. I would think more people would try to make it work this time around. MA was new. I understand why like the last tournaments like Gengar didn't really like show up, but I think by this point I think people would have like helped. All right, well, James, have fun at work. No, Mega Aerodactyl is so good. Actually, Aerodactyl wasn't on the most played. Wow. I would have thought Aerodactyl would have been on that last screen. I think Aerodactyl is also really good. Unnerve, stopping citrus berries, and Chopples. And then Mega Arrow actually does so much damage. While being like absurdly quick and also pretty tanky. Like you need to definitely attack it a couple times. Dude, dang near half the teams have a Mega Charizard Y on it. I hate it here, man. Mega Swampert. Yeah, you know, Mega Frostlass also feels pretty low. Mega Scovillain also feels really low. I think that Pokemon is really good. No, there's probably... of the 6.8% that are bringing Mega Arrow, 6%... of the 6.8%, 6 of that percent is probably also running Mega Charizard Y. They are so good together. It's truly a beautiful relationship. I would think this percentage would be higher for Mega Staraptor. Mega Staraptor is the GOAT. I love my emo lad. All right, anyways, not being influenced by that. Normal Kangaskhan, it probably makes it a day 2. For sure. Mega Kangaskhan feels like a gimmick. Maybe 1 or 2 people brought it. What a fall from grace for Mega Kangaskhan. I think the stats are really good. They took away all the good moves. Mega Swampert at 10% is interesting. That just tells me that 10% of people brought Rain. Dude, it super fell off. I think normal Kangaskhan is genuinely a good Pokemon, though. Normal Starmie, let's be honest, no one's bringing that. Mega Starmie, though? Someone's making day 2 with it. Maybe it's more gimmick. I kind of want like a maybe day 2 category, because that's why I feel like this where Mega Starmie goes. Because there was like a person that like made it work, right? Oh, hold on. We're getting back in there.
Park is now back here in San Francisco, competing against our globally ranked #1 in the championship points ratings, Juan Salerno. This should be an extremely exciting
I'm rooting for Juan.
Actually, Scott,
Oh, come on. Charizard on Charizard.
World Championship decision.
Oh, it's Wolfie's Toxapex team.
Signature team looked a little bit different this time, where he was really pushing the meta in that 2014 tournament with that Pachirisu team that is so famous.
Taking a selfie on stage, I respect it, honestly.
A little bit more one of the standard competitions. If you're looking at those usage stats.
Gosh, both of these teams are so standard.
These 2 teams in particular have really driven a lot of the high usage of those Pokemon. On one side of the field, we have the big 6 with
Segun,
where it really is kind of just like, hey, this is the strongest group of Pokemon you can select in this format, kind of regardless of the metagame. We've seen this at the beginning of Regulation MA, and it really hasn't fallen off much.
Hey, did we? Wow, the last game, neither one of them had Basculegion in it.
It's also only using Pokemon from MA, kind of the evolution of what we saw Wolf Glick use at the NEIC tournament, where that Toxapex is still a factor here. But
first Venusaur for stream though.
Into this roster, really important on these Charizard teams now, where part of why it's jumped up in usage so much is that it complements the Charizard, allows the Charizard to run a few different moves. I believe this one, like most of the Charizards we see alongside Venusaur,
is Segun the best in Korea?
Like, hey,
is he the Korean GOAT for Pokemon?
I'll handle the grass type attacking. Charizard, you go do something else.
Yeah, did y'all know Charizard actually got a rock type attack? Turns out Charizard can beat opposing Charizard with that ancient power, and if you get that boost to all of your stats, well, that's just.
I mean, I have no idea as well.
Here we go, heading into our first game.
Dude, how expensive do you think those like giant like
Hopefully we'll have as much fun as this game as that Walrein did.
Okay, let me see. Anything interesting on your team? Ancient power on the Charizard. Shout it out. Pretty standard Basculegion. It's Scarf Basculegion.
Pretty much what we're expecting. Venusaur going to
Life Orb Garchomp, first one for stream. Granted, it's only second game. Lash Out on Incineroar, interesting. Sleep Powder, Leaf Storm, Sludge Bomb, Chlorophyll Beam, and
so many great items to go around. Kind of have to distribute in all these great Pokemon.
Yeah, well,
why is the Toxapex on this team? I hope we see why.
To its damage. Also important to note here, because that Charizard has ancient power.
Oh, he's the Pachirisu god? Oh, is he the Pachirisu guy?
Which opens opens up Garchomp.
Yeah, Lash Out on
Both of
Incineroar
its
is
ground
interesting.
type
I forget
attacks
what the
and
secondary
Earthquake
effect
for
of Lash Out
multi-target damage,
is.
and Stomping Tantrum, so you aren't dealing super effective damage to Pokemon next to Garchomp like that Toxapex or
Is it
Incineroar.
when a stat is raised, it does double damage? Is that what it is?
Garchomp and Charizard on your team, just being able to threaten that big heat wave and that big Earthquake is so powerful. It really forces your opponent to respect that combination of Pokemon. But the rest of his team is terrible next to Earthquake, right? The other 4 Pokemon are all hit by it. 2 of them are weak against it. You really don't want to be whacking your own partners unnecessarily. So having the option of that is really nice. And again, yeah, like you said, you see the combination of these
Double
Pokemon
damage
allowing,
is buffed.
Sajin and all the other trainers
I don't know what you mean, double damage
some
is
of their
buffed.
coverage moves. Speaking of an Ancient Power as well.
Not raise, decrease. Oh, if a stat is decreased, Lash Out.
Charizard, great special attacking Pokemon. Surely that's a one-shot in opposing Charizards. It
But
can be.
does he have any? Wait, what?
But typically, you're going to see that do about 80 to 90% to opposing Charizard. So pretty much any chip damage going to be
2 times damage if the user had a decreased stat this turn. So like if you bring in Incin and then use Lash Out, does that double the damage? Because Intimidate and Parting Shot is the only 2 things on his team that lower
Chip damage
stats.
from the Heat Wave, also chip damage and a trap from the Toxapex with that Infestation or Toxic. So be on the lookout for what Pokemon, if Sajin decides to bring the Toxapex, which Pokemon is Sajin trying to trap in with the Toxapex and whatever the partner Pokemon is.
Yeah, well, lots of powerful Pokemon on this other side of the field. You see the trainers exchanging their team sheets here, and we'll see the Big Six. You know, the Big Six.
Yeah, this is the team you have to have a matchup into in this tournament.
Yeah, we struggle to define what Big Six is. There's approximately Big 60 Pokemon that could be in it, but I think this is the real Big Six here. The Pokemon that we consider
Whimsicott, sure. That's the most normal Whimsicott. That's a pretty normal King Gambit. With an Aqua Berry, not a Chopple or a Sash, or Black Glasses, or Life Orb. Life Orb, Basculegion.
To forego any grass type coverage, which does help very much into the
Citrus Garchomp, wow. And then Floette and Charizard.
Only at about 9%.
Non-Calm Mind Floette. And both the Charizards have Ancient Power. That's crazy. Light of Ruin? Light of Ruin. Light of Ruin instead of... I don't know, I like Light of Ruin. I mean, that move is crazy. I don't care about the recoil, honestly. Both teams don't have recovery. No Sinistcha. I mean, I guess Citrus on this Garchomp. Did I see what was the Citrus Pokemon on the other team? Did it have a Citrus Pokemon? Dude, the nuke move, it's actually so good.
Gives you so many different options to always stay in the game. You're almost never out of the game completely when you run a comp like this.
I think options will be really fun to watch how these Pokemon are trained throughout the course of this set. Many of these really popular teams we see.
Oh, he had leftovers on Toxapex, that's true. Does he even bring Tox?
You can kind of do whatever you want. There's a lot of different freedom you have as a team builder, and I think that's really great for a trainer like Juan.
Well, here it is, the classic lead pairing, the Dragon type Garchomps against the Fire type
Cinema.
Charizards, but
Champions MB.
lead because you always immediately
wow, who would have thought?
Into your opponents, but not so strong into the opposing Charizard Garchomp.
Yeah, fun matchup here. 3 of the 4 Pokemon also have rock type attacks. It's only the one Garchomp that does not. So the Charizard probably all.
One of the Garchomps doesn't have Rock Slide, but like Garchomp is the premier Rock Slide user.
Very cautiously on this.
Spider-Man meme.
Both sides hoping their opponents would leave something else. Where you're a little bit awkward here, where it covers everything except for the mirror lead pretty well.
Well,
Incin had
in this mirror. Of course, Sajin will be running the Life Orb Garchomp versus Juan.
Could you imagine? Please, everyone do the same thing. Do you both Dragon Claw each other?
Here's the Dragon Claw. The Life Orb deals good damage to the Garchomp, but because this is the bulkier Citrus Berry Garchomp, it is able to hang on with just a sliver of health here. It will be able to activate the Citrus Berry and take some additional damage from the Rough Skin.
Spider-Man meme
of its own, just barely missing out on that KO.
Yeah, potentially some very interesting training there. Garchomp. This is the matchup that usually use Citrus Berry Garchomp for. That's kind of the whole point, right? You tank the Dragon Claw, you heal back up, but then usually you do enough damage in return to pick up that knockout. This Garchomp trained in a way where perhaps that doesn't happen, and Garchomp to stay on the field. And
that's certainly one of the turns of all time.
A lot of damage in this turn. That's a really nice trade for Sagen. Maybe you get a little bit of a trap for Juan, who probably expected that.
This is crazy.
Absolutely, definitely expect that to be a
swap into
you are running that Citrus Berry.
Swap into Wims. I mean, I guess it has Sash, so if the other
Juan will go ahead and retreat in favor of the Whimsicott now. So Charizard switches out for Whimsicott, hoping
peak turn one.
Dragon Claw on the switch in, but Sage is just going to go
Stopping Tantrum instead of Slide. Oh, it's running Stopping Tantrum and Earthquake, right?
Juan will go ahead and protect Garchomp
this meta needs a shake up so bad. Dude, it just needs like a Pokemon that runs over Charizard Y.
Falling for anything here. The Garchomp fires off an Earthquake, connects onto the Whimsicott that will go ahead and break the Focus Sash. Garchomp will trade itself because of that Life Orb recoil, but you are happy to do so long as you can land a hit into this Whimsicott.
I don't know if that takes out Whimsicott. It does not. It was even a crit.
Into Whimsicott, but not enough to pick up the KO here. So Juan
interesting.
Whimsicott next to Garchomp to threaten Tailwind.
Yeah, maybe get the wrong low percentage roll there, where instead of getting the ancient power boost, it's the critical hit. Critical hit not going to matter too much there, but and there's a knockout kind of going the wrong direction with the Garchomp picking up a knockout, but knocking himself in the way. Allowing the Sagen to get a free switch here.
You know, it'd be funny if one of these Charizards was actually solar power. I think you do more damage with solar power than just the Mega Evolution, but you are taking 1/8 damage every turn.
It does a bunch of interesting things here, right? Actually threatening a knockout probably with the fake out and the Whimsicott.
Isn't that Lycanroc though? There's no Lycanroc on either team. Ancient Power is to deal with the other Charizard nowadays. Well, yeah.
And really improving this position for Sagen a little bit. So down in the Pokemon count, but especially both these Pokemon weaken.
Nah, Ancient Power is just for other Charizards.
Protect last turn from Juan's side, which means that Garchomp.
Nah, Lycanroc. No, you need like an actual good Pokemon that deals with just Charizard. It's basically a good Pokemon that deals with Charizard and a bunch of other stuff.
Whimsicott does have the option to go for a Protect, so it's not safe to fake out into that slot.
So Mega Frostlass teams have Lycanroc on it? Yeah.
Giving this up, you're feeling okay, well, I can't afford to give up both these Pokemon for free, even for a Tailwind. Garchomp's going
because the problem with Lycanroc is like, okay, you have him for Charizard, but like he doesn't really do great into a lot of other Pokemon.
There it is. Sagen will go ahead and even up the Pokemon score, cleaning up the Garchomp with that Weather Ball. So safe there from Sagen. Great play there.
And we see the lash out from the Incineroar, so
Protect there to delay the Tailwind going up, so like you don't have a wasted Tailwind turn coming up.
You know that's almost certainly going to be a fake Protect anyway to avoid any shenanigans there and giving up a free KO. So hey, maybe you try and hit the home run.
Well, here is the
Charizard.
Both of these Charizard are at full health, so neither is necessarily in that Ancient Power range. So both of these Pokemon should be able to take a hit from the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, but if you get a crit, everyone says it. Pokemon World Championships is actually everyone just crit farming.
Are your remaining Pokemon capable of winning from that position? I think that'd be a risky play to go for. So pretty precarious spot there.
Okay. No one has shown off their fourth Pokemon. It's probably Basculegion on both teams. Maybe it's Toxapex on Sangoon's team. It's not Sangoon. Sanguin?
So Juan now has the speed advantage for the foreseeable future. There's the Ancient Power connecting onto Sagen's Charizard. Scott, the math is perfect. Charizard at 13% health, surviving that Ancient Power, firing back into Juan.
Oh, darn, he got a lower roll. Maybe it could be trained different.
But Incineroar does not need to spend time setting up the Tailwind, which means it gets to lash out into Charizard and pick up that last 20%
Say June. Okay.
Has Tailwind, has the speed advantage, needs something big out of this last Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's a little scary looking at this, right? Where if it's Basculegion, maybe the type matchup is really good at least, but the sun is up. And critically, there aren't many Pokemon remaining on one side of the field that have spread attacks, right? Yeah. You really want to burn through this quickly, especially with Whimsicott also kind of on the brink of being knocked out.
I'm assuming Toxapex. Well, actually, maybe Toxapex doesn't wall Basculegion because Last Respects do crazy damage.
Gambit now facing down two fire type Pokemon.
Ooh.
Yeah, King Gambit facing down both the Charizard
and
and the Incineroar, and actually
Wow, this is
Incineroar
like the
looking
freest
very good here.
heat wave
Very
of all
difficult for
time.
Juan to deal big
Do you
damage
protect
to
just
that
to
Pokemon. Now, Juan is running the
delay
full attack version of King Gambit,
turn
who does
of
have access to
Tailwind?
low kick, but Incineroar with that Citrus Berry should be able to tank that pretty
Yeah,
easily.
Blitz and
Even a
Wave,
low kick
yeah.
and a Moonblast from the Whimsicott. But you have to get that Charizard off the field, otherwise you're just going to get blown up by a Weather Ball or a Heat Wave.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a scary spot here, too, where, you know, maybe you just full send, right? Like, okay, well, Charizard's going to get knocked out, but I don't know if I need the Charizard, right? And if you attack with both Pokemon, there's going to be some Fire-type damage going the other direction.
Well, there's the Moonblast into Charizard. Charizard will go down here, so Juan is going to even up the Pokemon count once again. There's low kick coming out from King Gambit, dealing exactly 50%
King Gambit
health to
is faster
Incineroar,
than
just
this
pushing it over
Incin
to that
under
Citrus Berry,
Tailwind.
amount going to eat up and heal up as well. There is the Flare Blitz picking up the KO on to Whimsicott, and now it is just this King Gambit with no protect and only single target damage against two Pokemon on Sage's side. That Incineroar will be able to pick up a KO.
Oh my gosh, it is
with the Flare
Toxapex.
Blitz, but this is the worst possible Pokemon for Sagen to have in the back should Juan be able to get this Incineroar off the field somehow.
Yeah, maybe there's
Interesting.
Certainly, Toxapex not going to be able to toxic the King Gambit, going to have to only use the Infestation, but Incineroar doesn't get critical hit, and this is going to be a huge Flare Blitz the other direction.
No crit coming out from the low click.
It is Aqua Berry.
Here comes the Flare Blitz. The Aqua Berry will help protect the King Gambit a little bit here. Only takes about 50% health, but that is all that Toxapex needs. It just needs time.
I was going to say, the recoil damage is
5%
close.
After the recoil is also huge. There's the Infestation, and over time, King Gambit now is on the clock. Needs to be able to get a KO on to this Incineroar and onto the Toxapex, and I don't think Juan has enough time here.
Yeah, and there's only one turn of Tailwind left. This Incin, I don't think it has Protect, but I don't think it matters. Hey, Peter. Stall time, yeah.
Just pick up the knockout on it, and at that point, Infestation will already almost be done.
Well, there's the Kowtow Cleave. Juan is just trying to see how much damage that King Gambit can deal into the Toxapex here. Knows that there's no shot of surviving.
Got extra information, baby.
But gets good information on the Toxapex and gets Sagen to waste a critical hit on the King Gambit right here. But
'twas a waste of a critical hit.
He's looking good.
Yeah, you know, I think that was a really neat win too. Where I think a lot of us like, man, we really love Sagen. Like, we
I want that picture. I want that Psyduck.
World champion. He's played in, I think, every form of competitive Pokemon other than BGC.
Literally
since the last
every
time,
form.
or since he won that championship. So it's like, oh, you know, like, how prepared is he going to be for this tournament? You know, is he just here to have fun? But I thought he had a really good game plan there, both in the kind of the.
That was a cool play. Screw the forfeit. Get me info. Yeah.
A nice little trap.
Well, sometimes you don't want to give up information either.
Really nice win there.
Like, you kind of maybe you want to like hide.
World leader in championship points. It's not like
Perhaps like how strong you made your King Gambit, but like most King Gambits are just max attack anyways.
I think most people would say, you know, Juan is a real threat to win this tournament.
Player to watch.
Great game one for Sagen there.
Absolutely great game one there from Sagen, and I love that you called out that Garchomp's training. That is something that we have been hearing over and over again in the run-up to the World Championship.
Did you see the Wooper next to the Psyduck? No. I saw the giant Lapras that are showing off now. Where's the Whoop?
Win that mirror. That is the whole point.
Walrein, that's cool.
Garchomp, and Sagen realizing that I can flip that on its head by investing some more defense into my own, or more hit points into my own Garchomp. Incredible play there, incredible practice.
Same lead, baby.
Championship. Now, here is a adaptation from Sagen. This is the other lead for this team, Incineroar and Toxapex. And this is a pretty good lead for that Toxapex and Incineroar to catch.
Do you lock the, try to lock the Charizard down? I think the Charizard might just protect here.
Thanks to HA Power, doesn't tank it quite as well as it used to. But Toxapex is really the Pokemon to look at here. You know, it has the option of trying to Toxic or Infest one of these Pokemon to build up damage, and critically has that wide guard to comment or to counter all those spread attacks. It's the whole point of this lead combination.
Yeah, and Garchomp can
behind
Sagen's
chair.
Effective damage to Toxapex with that Earthquake. So if Sagen is able to get some poison damage down, get the Toxic going,
I did not see the Wooper then.
Going, Juan could find himself just locked out in
like those, that kind of stuff, man. I feel like they can make so much money off of that.
Just needs to see what is going on. No wide guard from Sagen, which means that Sagen is
make those things out of wood.
Damage down onto one of these two Pokemon. You can see how important
depending on how large they are, you could sell them from like 50 to like 500 bucks.
More more than 39% there, even though it was super effective damage and a parting shot. This is disastrous for Fweakn if that Garchomp is about to get stuck out on the field against this Toxapex, especially as Garchomp switches in.
Wow.
Attack, and there is that infestation coming down. So Garchomp not going to be
well played.
But
very well played.
Damage on the opposing Toxapex there with the rough skin. It's a really tough position though now, where Seijun got exactly what he wanted on that turn. Charizard protecting pointlessly there. The Earthquake damage is nice, where at least Juan wasn't afraid to go for that Earthquake despite the possible wide guard. But this is exactly.
Did Seijun's Garchomp, was that the one with Rock Slide, or is that the one with Stomping Tantrum and Earthquake?
Garchomp that has had attack reduced so significantly, and that isn't super powerful offensively to begin with because it's that citrus.
You can see it right now, but it's blurry.
Toxapex now looking pretty excited as well, where a wide guard would really shut down most of what these Pokemon can do. So great positioning for Seijun, and another really strong game plan we see with this team's other mode.
Absolutely. Toxapex is
I must be blind.
with the minus
Stomping Tantrum. Ripperoni.
And Charizard unable to deal super effective damage into the Toxapex.
I guess it doesn't really matter though. Low key, maybe do you do Stomping Tantrum into the Charizard?
But Juan is not going to let that Pokemon get stuck against the Toxapex. Too many options here for Seijun. And Seijun just going on the offensive. Life Orb Garchomp. The important thing was
I'm surprised he took that Garchomp out. I feel like that Garchomp being stuck on the field and possibly even swapping in Incineroar again would have been so useful.
And it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you hang around, bud? Infestation going to pick up a little bit of damage, going to break that focus sash. And I really like
it is crazy that Toxapex is this good in doubles.
With Toxapex players, this Pokemon has picked up popularity over the previous few months. Like, all right, I'm going to lower some things.
Vibe just kissed the camera for me. I wasn't that close to my camera, by the way.
Where I think that would have been a great counter to a more defensive play.
It's smiling at us.
From the Toxapex gets the encore in the previous
oh, I see him. Dude, I thought that was another Pokemon's ear. I'm not kissing my camera.
It's also kind of just clever. It's like, hey, well, you just barely survived the Dragon Claw, so all I need is this little bit of chip.
King Gambino.
And now Whimsicott is a Pokemon in the weaker position here. King Gambit going to come in, and at least in a fairly favorable position here where it can do some stuff here, can't be toxic. Incineroar going to be not something you really want to switch in and activate the Defiant, but still not like a fantastic situation for Juan. Really had a great line into this team.
Now on the plus
dude, so many Charizard.
Is good
Sneaky Whoop.
And Whimsicott threatens super effective damage onto Garchomp with this Moonblast. Not enough to pick up the KO though. Needed to double target.
I mean, it's Life Orb, so it does get taken out
that just means
here.
Garchomp gets to fire off a Stomping Tantrum into King Gambit down to 23%.
This is rough.
Will go down to the recoil, but
because now you just send in your Charizard, and your Charizard deals with literally everything.
And now that's going to mean that King Gambit Kowtow cleave into Toxapex. You cannot KO this Pokemon, and now both the King Gambit
Infestation does what, 1/8 HP every turn? So they're gonna take like what, 12 damage?
I know they ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, it's a really tough
oh no, it's not that much. It's 1/16.
Assuming Fweakn has run the math on this, it's a
no,
really
it is 12
nice
damage.
Bit of
Okay.
Where Infestation will pick up the Doc.
Oh. Wait, no, they're neutral against both of them.
It doesn't matter if I've given an attack boost because it's going to knock out anyway. If you don't want to do that, you can bring in anything else that has Protect. Just double Protect that's going to go down anyway. You do have to deal with that situation. That the Whimsicott would be threatening in Encore on the subsequent turn, but you'd also know all of your opponent's remaining Pokemon and be able to kind of figure out.
Dude, he's so fricked.
So Charizard going to come in here, probably going to be Protect, although it doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to.
Or you could just try to pick up the Whimsicott instead. King Gambit will go down either way.
I think you just protect both and King Gambit croak. And then Charizard come out.
For the end of this game, but Seijun's a very nice advantage for himself. Some really masterful Toxapex play. As we see it a little bit more aggressively
does surely Incin 1v1's Mega Charizard live? Surely.
Not to get trapped in that defensive mindset. You have to go on the offensive. Otherwise, Toxapex just sits there while all of its friends faint and get knocked out. Instead, Seijun going on the offensive with both
Hold on, I'm checking.
And now bringing out the Charizard here to pick up KOs onto both King Gambit and Whimsicott. Seijun will go ahead and protect that Toxapex this time around while Whimsicott protects itself. King Gambit on its
well,
way
the
up.
Sucker Punch does put it in. Wow. That Sucker Punch definitely puts it in range of Ancient Power now.
Brings it down to 33% hit points.
Not with Ancient Power, I don't think. I don't think Ancient Power does that much. That's only a 60 base power move.
Lots of damage where we see the trade-off of not going for that protect, where Charizard not being threatened by an Encore in the previous turn, but it could be potentially threatened by an attack from one of the other Pokemon. Kingambit to go down. I think the positive of what Sajin did is, just like us, he can see all the Pokemon in Team Preview, right? And again, much like the previous game, it's not very likely that Fweakn is that final Pokemon. If it is instead,
yeah, we did already see the Charizard at the lead,
yeah, sorry, yeah. So the flip. Either way, it's Charizard. That's why the button's a different color. So anyway, the Charizard on Sajin's side of the field, it's great and all there, but with the combination of a Tailwind and an Ancient Power, it's not like a super great position anyway, where you're likely to take a lot of damage. Instead, the Incineroar are going to wind up in a very similar position to what we saw in the previous game, most likely, where going to come in and going to have to take out this Charizard. So I don't think this game's over yet. The damage is pretty important on the Charizard, where it would have been an Ancient Power range anyway. You don't need the critical hit from the Sucker Punch for that, but it's actually so healthy now that even a Fire type attack might be able to knock it out. There's not really any reason to go for one in that slot, where you want to risk getting wide guarded here probably, and Incineroar would take more damage from Ancient Power as well.
Yeah, and with the
I don't know how Juan makes it out of this, to be honest, because I just don't feel like he has enough damage now.
Sajin's Charizard and Encore the Toxapex at once, which means that there are two options here. Without Tailwind, Charizard on Sajin's side can just pick up Juan's Charizard get the big damage with the Ancient Power. Or should Juan go for the KO onto Charizard this turn, Toxapex can start spreading Toxics and Infestations to try and just chip down these Pokemon over time. Or Whimsicott could just go on the offensive with a Moonblast. Connects onto the Toxapex, deals a little bit of damage.
I think that was hoping for like an instant switch in, maybe.
A little bit counts. There's the Weather Ball coming out from Sajin's Charizard. Connects on to Whimsicott, picks up the KO there.
Didn't he need the Tailwind though? I feel like he needed the Tailwind.
You have to wonder if he was softening it up for a Heat Wave to try to pick up a double KO. No, just going to be the Ancient Power into Toxapex, but you cannot KO this Pokemon. Toxapex hangs on and Toxics right back. I love this little guy.
Yeah, it's a huge set for the Toxapex so far. That Toxic is almost...
I mean, he's much better at Pokemon than me. I don't understand that play.
Theoretically, use spread moves to try to burn down these Pokemon before the Toxic is able to deplete all of its HP, but Toxic was, hey, wait a second. I will make you single target Pokemon with the Wide Guard most likely. Could protect first.
This is definitely Sajin's win.
Charizard here, like, hey, let's make this last as long as we can.
Yep, and no risks need to be taken here from Sajin. Double protecting the Charizard and the Toxapex. Juan has no options here. That toxic damage is just going to keep ticking up and up and up, locking him out from this game too, meaning that Sajin
Pex is kind of nutty. It's crazy how good Toxapex is in doubles. Oh, look at that Wooper. He's having a grand old time.
Hey, I might be a former world champion, but that doesn't mean you can take me lightly this world championship.
Wow.
A lot of players kind of weren't sure what they were going to get from Sajin.
Wow, congrats to Sajin.
I would be afraid after watching that set there. We kind of see really impressive lines into that Big Six competition or composition.
Dude, that's
and I think that's also kind of a
that's
really
crazy.
This first round because it gives us a lot to
so
think
anyways,
about, right? These are two comps
back to
that
the
all the
list.
trainers knew they needed to be.
Pinsir didn't show up and Mega Pinsir didn't show up, by the way. Those Pokemon suck. Mega Pinsir, I feel like you're just asking to lose in a Rock Slide Mega Charizard Y meta. Default Tauros didn't show up. Default why can't I remember the region? Hold on, it'll come to me. It's not coming to me. I keep on thinking Unova, and that's just not right. Paldean, yes. Default Paldean Tauros isn't probably showing up either. I think the fire and the water one, both of them are... They have a slot. They both have Intimidate. They have strong physical damage. I think... specifically the water one is actually more useful than the fire one. Because if you're bringing the fire one, I mean, you could just bring his Sway and Arcanine instead. But... I think it's probably not used at all. Ooh, default Gary? I don't think he's showing up. Mega Gyarados, though. I'm thinking that's making day... It probably makes day 2. Low-key, I think it's a sleeper, actually. Low-key, I think Mega Gyarados is a super sleeper. I think Water Dark is good typing. It hit hard. It has Intimidate before it Mega Evolves, so it also weakens the opposing side, even though King Gambit is literally everywhere. And I think he's like low-key a sleeper. I think it does. Someone with Mega Gary does make day 2 for sure. I also don't know how many people actually make it a day 2 in Worlds. It has to be at least like a group of what? Like 30 people? Like 10% of the competition? The Dids? It has to be someone found a gimmick. I don't think there's no Dittos showing up, but I think it's like next to none. One person brought Vaporeon because they're an absolute freak. Sadly, my boy Jolteon probably didn't show up. You do have like the rising voltage stuff with Mega Raichu X, but I don't think it's good enough with Jolteon to actually bring that. I think there's better rising voltage / electric terrain Pokemon than Jolteon, sadly. I love Jolteon, but I just don't think it's good enough. Flareon definitely didn't show up. That's a bad evolution. See, at least Vaporeon has like water absorb and like extremely tanky and stuff. And if you need like special water damage, I could see a person bringing it. Arrow, day 2 for sure. For sure. Actually, will it be in finals? Might make finals. And I'm also going to put Mega Arrow there too. I think default Aerodactyl and Mega Aerodactyl both are incredibly useful and really good. You're a bad evolution. Base Arrow's unironically a sleeper right now. It does feel like people aren't using it as much, but like people know how good it is. But for some reason people are just not using it. Which is strange, I feel like. Dude, I want to put Snorlax as a sleeper, but more likely it's probably a gimmick. I feel like you might be doing that, not the fissure strat with, what's that freaking Pokemon? With Hawlucha, Mega Hawlucha? But I could see you just having a really tanky Snorlax and fishing for fissures. Someone went to Worlds just to play a slot machine and see if they could hit 30% fissures. Default Dragonite? I actually think this probably makes day 2. I think default Dragonite is pretty good, especially inner focus default Dragonite as a physical attacker. I think is actually kind of slept on, but sleepers are like Pokemon that I feel like can make a long run that I don't people wouldn't necessarily believe that they would make a super far run. You don't think anyone's bringing Mega Dragonite? I think Mega Dragonite is a sleeper. That Pokemon, its stats alone are unbelievable. But I think it probably, like a Mega Dragonite probably makes day 2. I just don't think it's good enough. Like, I don't think right now the meta doesn't allow a Dragonite to, or Mega Dragonite to really shine. It needs like a more... I think Mega Dragonite will actually shine more in like a more diverse grouping of Pokemon. I think this this meta is a little too centralized that Mega Dragonite just can't really do it. Also, Mega Floette exists, and that Pokemon just wipes the floor with Mega Dragonite and Mega Gary, honestly. But Mega Gary, I mean, both of these are secondary Megas, to be honest. I think he would work well with Kyogre, yeah. I think Mega Dragonite works really well in Rain. Because all of a sudden you give it Hurricane, like Thunder, and what's your Dragon move? Draco? No. Do you even run Dragon move? Yeah, I don't think you do run Dragon move. Default Meginium isn't showing up. Mega Meginium? Someone probably found a gimmick. Actually, I would say probably day 2. I think Mega Meginium is a, like, less bulky Mega Venusaur, but Mega Venusaur has, like, less variance than Mega Meginium. Also, Mega Venusaur basically being neutral because it has thick fat against Mega Charizard Y does make it more useful. I think it is. I think Mega Meginium is super slept on. I think it is really good, but I think at Worlds, you're not bringing it out. Default Typhlosion, I think it didn't show up just because his Swaying Typhlosion's like right here. And I think there's gonna have to be at least a Hisuian Typhlosion make it a day 2, right? Not the right format to shine, yeah. Too much fire damage. I feel like your team should just have like a bunch of answers to fire. And even then, you still lose to Mega Charizard Y. Default for Alligator, not showing up. Mega for Alligator? Maybe someone brought it. I think the thing that is interesting about Mega for Alligator is it actually has an incredible matchup into Mega Charizard Y. Like, Mega Charizard Y's Solar Beam is like the only thing that will be like good damage into it. But like, for Alligator's attack stat is unbelievable. But it kind of sucks into everything else, especially since almost every team probably will have good either dragon or fairy damage. It does lose, it hard loses a Venusaur. It loses to like every meta grass type. Like it's also like not good into like Sinisha really. Also fairy types like Dragon Eyes, although good, fairy types kind of just are, it's just fairy types, man. I think Charizard Y will miss finals because people team build to counter it. I want to think that's how my mindset would be. The problem with that is, I don't know if you saw the stat. 42.5% of the teams in in the World Championships have Mega Charizard Y. It's dang near half the teams have Mega Charizard Y. People are planning for it and are expecting to see it and are still losing to it. I think that's like the main issue. I think there's a decent chance that maybe a Mega Charizard Y doesn't actually make it to the finals, but yeah, no real spread damage is something wrong with Mega Feraligatr and Mega Meganium, but I think grass damage, really strong grass damage, is a little rare. Ariados will 100% win. Ariados? Someone found a gimmick. Ariados is actually kind of good. Sticky Web. It's kind of tanky. I think Bug Poison's just kind of a good typing for the meta. Besides Charizard, of course, but if you're facing a Charizard, your Ariados is probably not showing up. But you have Rage Powder. What other stuff do you have? I know Sticky Web, Rage Powder is like the main two reasons to run Ariados. Ampharos. This is actually the Pokemon that I think people would put next to Mega Charizard Y. By the way. Do I think a person brought it? Also, I think default Ampharos is probably better than Mega Ampharos right now, but like someone might have made a Trick Room team with Mega Ampharos. I'll put them both in one or two people brought it. Same with the Azumarill. Huge power, belly drum, citrus berry, big damage. Also, water and fairy hit for good things. Azu is more of a gimmick. I was thinking that. I think it's only one or two people brought it, though. It's still a gimmick, though. Politoed. Probably day 2. A Drizzler. I think Pelipper's gonna see so much more use than Politoed, but there's definitely gonna be a Politoed team that makes it a day 2. So what are we doing after the tier list is done? That's a great question. That is a great question. I mean, we still have a list of Pokemon left. Espeon? I mean, you're not probably... maybe someone brought it? I feel like no one brought it, to be honest. Suika? Wait, don't touch me with a good time. Dude, Suika? Did someone bring this? No, probably not. I mean, Espeon's only really good on, what? Singles, Magic Bounce, shout out Magic Bounce, and maybe like Psychic Terrain, Expanding Force stuff, but the one Espeon believer, yeah, that's the... I do think like Umbreon's useful because Umbreon's super tanky and like kind of a support like. I do think someone brought Umbreon. Regular Slowking, no one brought this. Galarian Slowking, I think that's a gimmick. It could go into probably day 2, honestly. This is like one of the better Trick Room setters. Probably like top 3 Trick Room setter. Could be 3rd. Behind Sinistra and the Giraffe. Steelix? Default Steelix didn't show up. Mega Steelix? A huge Wolfie fan probably brought it, believing in it more than Wolf. Surely. One and 2 are tied with Giraffe, yeah. Quillfish, no one brought that. No one brought Fortress. Ooh, I want to say a Scizor makes it to day 2 for sure. Mega Scizor? I think regular Scizor is better than Mega Scizor right now in the meta. Because I don't know if you want to waste a Mega Evolution. Not necessarily waste, but use a Mega Evolution on a Mega Scizor. I think probably day 2. I think it's still good. You don't think a Scizor makes it to day 2? I think a Scizor definitely makes it to Scizor. A Mega Scizor? Probably. Just due to the amount of Charizards. Do you think the players foresaw the amount of Charizards? I'm sure people knew that Charizard was going to be popular. I just didn't think it was going to be like over 40%. I was thinking it was going to be like maybe a third of the competition. Instead, it's like 2/5 of the competition, which is more than a third, by the way. You're basically guaranteed to run into a Charizard for like, out of your 8 matches, you're like almost guaranteed to face 3 Charizard-wise. And you more likely face more than that? Insane. Almost every other match would be Charizard-Y? Yeah. Heracross, I'm sorry you didn't show up. Mega Heracross, you also didn't show up. I would love a believer in these Pokemon, but 4 times flying weakness and kind of a bad stat distribution. Go put a black shirt on, you're healing my OCD. Yeah, Heat Wave do go burr. Default Skarm didn't show up. Someone has to be a Mega Skarmory believer. I don't think this is a bad Pokemon, but you are weak into fire, which kind of sucks. I feel like if you're weak to fire, you're just like on the bottom of the tier list. Unless you're fast. Houndoom didn't show up. Mega Houndoom? Maybe a person. Solar Power Heat Wave go burr on Mega Houndoom. Surely that does more damage. Like Solar Power Heat Wave in Sun from Mega Houndoom has to do more damage than Mega Charizard Y, right? All humans are pretty weak to fire. True. Oh, next round's in 6 minutes, by the way. They put a countdown timer on it. Sick. Efficient. Tyranitar might make it to finals. Same with Mega Tyranitar. Just because, like, Sand do be Sandy, and Tyranitar is, like, probably the best Pokemon in the Charizard Y while still being a pretty good Pokemon. Yeah, Wolfie's running T-Tar, so that's true. Default T-Tar will be in finals. That is true. He is running Tyranitar. I mean, Tyranitar is just really good. Whenever I'm, like, making a concept for a team and I'm like, we need a good Pokemon for Charizard, I could put Tyranitar on this team. Sceptile's not showing up, and Mega Sceptile's also not showing up. I'm sorry, that Pokemon is garbage. That Pokemon kinda sucks. Ooh, Blaziken's weird. Default Blaziken, I feel like default Blaziken maybe didn't show up, but Mega Blaziken, someone found a gimmick. Singles merchant, yeah. I do think Mega Blaziken is pretty good. There's just a more premier fire attacker. Default Swampert, someone found a gimmick. I've seen the default Swampert teams. It's kind of a gimmick. Someone might have brought that team to Worlds. Mega Swampert might make it to finals. If a rain team makes it to finals, Mega Swampert is going to be on that team. Its speed being Swift Swim with Wave Crash in the rain, you just have to believe that wins at some point. Pelipper also might make it to finals just because rain. Rain good. I actually think that Rain Charizard team also is pretty good. So Pelipper has quite a few teams that I could possibly make it on. Default Gardevoir, I think someone might have brought it. Telepathy Shenanigans, I also think we'll put Mega Guard there as well. Rain, Wide Guard, that's all you need. Quick 2048 run? Hold on. I haven't completed my tier list. Look at all the Pokemon that I still need to do. And then we might do a quick 2048 run. There's a literal Pokemon Horizons ad going on right now. Sableye? Someone found a gimmick. Actually, I'll put probably day 2. Actually, day 2 for sure. I think Sableye probably... Sableye enables a lot of stuff. I think Sableye is pretty good. I think Sableye does get nerfed by open team sheet, but it's still useful. Yeah, Gravity Sableye is good. Mega Sableye didn't show up, though. Mawile didn't show up, but Mega Mawile? Kind of a sleeper. But with all the Charizards running around, I don't know. Maybe it's not good. Oh, wow. They're going... Oh, I guess... No, that makes sense. Going to Swiss round 2s already. Because they're running all the Swiss at the same time. Aggron and Mega Aggron didn't show up, sadly. Like, maybe one person brought Aggron, but the one person that would have brought Mega Aggron is the person that actually brought Mega Steelix instead. Yeah, there's no wall. I mean, it's just not good enough. Like, it'll just like, you just lose to Charizard Y. And it could be a secondary Mega on a team, but like, I feel like if you're putting this on the team, you're building the team around it. And then you just lose to Mega Charizard Y, and in testing, you realize that, and you're like, Metachan and Mega Metachan, I think they both go into didn't show up. I know you get like Telepathy, you have Fake Out, you have huge power. There's like stuff you can do. Quick Guard. You have your close combat for the King Gambinos. But there's just better Pokemon for that use. Manectric, Double Intimidate also probably didn't show up. Sharpedo, dude, what's up with the Hoenn Megas being bad? Oh, here's my boy. Camerupt, regular Camerupt didn't show up, but Mega Camerupt? I think there's probably a Trick Room team that probably makes it to day 2 with Mega Camerupt. As a premier Trick Room Mega, I think Mega Mawile is actually better, but Mega Camerupt is also really good. Also, it's actually good into Charizard. Like, Charizard just don't do nearly as much damage to it, which is massive. Torkoal might make it to finals. Torkoal the GOAT. It could be day 2 for sure. Yeah, I don't know if I can put Trick Room stuff into might make it to finals. Do I believe in Trick Room that much? I do think Trick Room is good. In this meta, I think Camerupt can perform better than Mawile. You know, the funny thing about Camerupt and Mawile, they should be on the same team. They should be on the same Trick Room team. You bring one or the other Mega. Although non-Mega Camerupt can be used. Not really any super strong Trick Room mons in this format. I think Mega Mawile is really strong. Kind of slept on. The problem is, like, Play Rough is inconsistent. But it does so much damage. Huge Power is massive. Default Altaria, I could see one person bringing it just because of Cloud9. But Mega... Mega Altaria definitely didn't show up. Dude, I want to say Melodic is probably day 2. I feel like they fell off. Oh, they have the casters choices right now?
At this World Championship, but we've seen a lot of development on this team throughout the past few months.
Oh, this guy brought the Rain Charizard team. Very cool.
Second place at Hong Kong, as well as in the last regional.
I don't know if I've ever seen this combination of Pokemon. With you have the Sleep Powder Venusaur with Sylveon and Toxapex. Interesting.
Maybe what I was thinking when I
Rain Charizard.
Surely some of the big names will actually bring this, and I think that's pretty good to be invested.
They have the same 2 teams.
A lot of different teams.
I don't think I've
5 Charizards, so we managed to find 3 teams that didn't.
It must be a common team that I'm just not paying attention to.
Star for us on your fridge. I mean, not for us, but for the other 3 casters.
Yeah, for
Delphox and Mega Blastoise, I respect it.
We did already get to see the Blastoise and Delphox team in that first round.
Mega Raichu Y and Staraptor from Aaron Cybertron Zhang.
I expect to see Ben's team, the Frostlass and Scovillain. It's been a
this is a really good team.
Italian Ice.
Shout out Lycanroc.
That wants to feast on Charizard teams.
And the last team,
usage, you would expect that team to
that
be
is,
well. Of course,
that's just meta. That's just the meta team. The person in the bottom right, I do not know their name, sorry, but they are probably correct.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest disappointments.
Lycanroc is a choice. Lycanroc, I mean, it's literally just there for Charizard. Charizard Y. Lycanroc for the win? Dude, it's the sleeper pick. Anyways, Castform, that's not showing up any of the forms. Sorry. Regular Banette? No. Mega Banette? A person might have brought it. Prankster with really strong Poltergeist, which is it could be okay. Chimecho didn't show up. Mega Chimecho also didn't show up. Absol didn't show up. Mega Absol didn't show up. Let's face it, you're not bringing your Mega Pokemon just to blow it up. That seems ridiculous. Metagross? I think regular Metagross is probably day 2. I think Mega Metagross is kind of a sleeper. The problem is Mega Charizard Y. But I do think it's a sleeper. I think it could be really, really good. It is a Charizard Y victim. But as a secondary Mega, I actually think Mega Metagross is so good. You just have like a Mega Metagross mode for when a Charizard Y happens to not be there. It also could be a read because I think Mega Metagross is incredible in the Float, which is the second most popular Mega Evolution in the brought to the worlds. So it does have an incredible matchup into Mega Float. Do I like the Shell Smasher? I like the Shell Smasher. Do I think someone brought it? Surely one person brought a Torterra. I don't think anyone brought Infernape. That Pokemon doesn't really have a use. Someone might have brought Empoleon as well. Competitive in Steel Water is pretty good typing. Problem is it doesn't really get a good water move. But it does get like some priority, and once again, competitive in front of Incineroar could be really, really good. One person might be willing to roll the dice on Hydro Pumps. Default Staraptor? Kind of a gimmick, because if you're bringing Default Staraptor, it is most likely Final Gambit. And I'm sure there's one person like that. Mega Staraptor? I mean, Wolf's bringing it. Wolf brought it, so it's in finals. I don't know if it will be in finals. Dude, it's so good. I do think it's a really good Pokemon. Maybe it will be in finals. Because you don't even need, like, the Whimsicott, like, setup next to it. Personally, I don't think. Like, the Contrary in front of, like, Intimidators and then also Close Combat. Just to boost defensive constantly. And that close combat, even with no boost, do big damage. Sorry, Luxray. Man, I wish you were a better Pokemon. Sorry, Roserade. Did you know Roserade gets Technician and has a really good special attack stat? The problem is it gets no base 60 or lower good special attacking moves. So anyways, Rampardos also doesn't make it. Blastodon, did any of the Blastodon Mafia show up? Like maybe one. I'll put it in one just in case someone made it. Rampardos is big gimmick, yeah, but I don't think Rampardos is like known as like a bad gimmick. I just don't think someone brought it. Like gimmick is like someone brought this Pokemon. Like maybe a few people might have brought it. Regular Lopunny, I don't think was brought. Mega Lopunny? I think that's a gimmick. Oh. Ugh. You are able to fake out ghosts, which is good, but you could do that with regular Kangaskhan, so like you don't even need to do that with like a Mega. So Spiritomb didn't show up. Could be theoretically a decent Trick Room setter. Garchomp. That Pokemon's in finals. Let's face it. Mega Garchomp. That's a gimmick. Garchomp for sure in finals. I mean, isn't it the... Was it the second most popular Pokemon, or is that Charizard? King Gambit was the most popular, and then I think it was Charizard, and then I think it was Garchomp. Lucario. I don't think either one of them are showing up. Instant, then Chomp. Okay. I don't think either one of the Lucarios are showing up. Maybe someone brought Hippowdon? I don't think this is a bad Pokemon. It's just that Tyranitar is also in the game. Like, maybe you wanted, like, strong ground move, but also set up sand. But Tyranitar is in the game. Toxicroak probably didn't show up. It does get Fake Out. Dry Skin's interesting. Abomasnow also didn't show up. Mega Abomasnow definitely didn't show up. Weevil, I'll put that in the gimmick tier. Weevil's pretty good, actually. I just think it's so frail that you kind of want more out of your Pokemon than just one triple axle, or like one Fake Out and then a triple axle. Rhyperior, sorry, didn't show up. Leafeon, you didn't show up. Glaceon, however, is a gimmick. I think Glaceon actually is pretty good. Besides Sylveon, it's probably the best evolution, at least right now in the meta, but you do get ran over by Charizard, as per usual. Dude, you're telling me they didn't put Wolf on this screen? Are you kidding me? These are all the winners matching up with each other? I don't see Wolf. Where's our world champ? That's the only person I'm watching the stream for. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, right back to it. I thought they would like change the screen. Where's the main character? They should put like notable losses or like upsets, round one upsets on like one of these screens. Maybe they'll do it on the next screen. Gliscor not showing up. Mamoswine, I like him as a gimmick. Ice Shard, Oblivious, you can ignore, intimidates, still strong ground attacker. I think there's a place for him. Gallade, you have the beat up stuff. I don't know if anyone brought it though. I'll put it in the same tier as Gardevoir. Mega Gallade, if you're doing the beat up stuff, might as well Mega Evolve your Pokemon, you know? After you beat yourself up. Default Frostlass, not showing up. Mega Frostlass, however, that's day 2 for sure. Do I want to put it in the might make it to finals? I do think it has the ability for might make it to finals. Or is it more like a sleeper? Like a sleeper agent. Let's put in sleeper agent. Might make it. I like it. Picasso. Default Rotom, not making it. Rotom Heat, Probably day 2 for sure. Rotom Wash, also day 2 for sure. Rotom Frost, kind of a gimmick. I'm putting all the ice Pokemon in gimmick tier. Rotom Fan, no one showed up with Rotom Fan. Who wants your electric flying levitate Pokemon? And Rotom Mo, dude, I never see people use Rotom Mo. Also, probably doesn't show up because Mega Charizard Y. When Rotom Heat and Rotom Wash are right there, and they're okay in the Charizard. Superior, there's a much superior contrary user than you. Emboar, I'm sorry you're not showing up. Same with Mega Emboar. That Pokemon's garbage doo-doo. Default Samurot's not showing up. His Swain Samurott might. Like, I could see a person using it. Maybe I'll change this tier to I could see a person using it. I think that's much more representative to what that tier is. Watchog, yeah, that's not showing up. Liepard has some stuff. Winner. Winner Watchog. Yeah, I don't think that one's showing up. I think Liepard, it has enough like gimmicky stuff. Maybe I'll put it in found a gimmick. That Liepard's actually kind of useful. Swimming Sage. What? Pan Sage and Panpour. What's the fire one? Simisage, Panpour. Gosh, what the frick is the fire one called? Simisear. No one's using those. Mashirna also not being used. Excadrill? T-Tar's up here? Excadrill's got to be up there. Oh, Alex Underhill, one of the other few people in VGC that I've actually heard of.
This morning, you were extremely happy to see Eduardo's choice.
I think you should make a tier specific for Wolf Brought It.
I looked at both these players, like they're among the first 5 players I checked their team. You know, I don't care what happens in the field, right? I'm just here to commentate, but I really
first Gengar
represents the game the best. If the
wow.
Players kind of like
okay.
Both these guys
chose Charizard Rain and Gengar Rain. Perish Song really Gengar Rain. Okay.
Really
I like it.
His sort of thing. He's kind of been using a similar pool of Pokemon.
Also with sleep. Vivillon is crazy.
Get a little bit quieter after that, which kind of made me suspicious. Like, oh, I think he is going to bring it because maybe trying to fall off the radars a little bit.
Dude, I have to go to the bathroom.
Perish Trap that no one else really uses, right? I guess Perish Forward, they calling it.
Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy the stream.
Multiple fake up Pokemon. You don't have Sinistcha. It's just very unique and special. I think Edu also someone to keep in mind with an execution-based tournament. There's only one trainer in the modern era who's won a world championship by going undefeated. That would be him with his world championship, right? We hadn't seen it since Ray Rizzo back in 2012, and I gotta tell you, I played in that tournament. We didn't play nearly as many rounds back then, so that's a little wonky in that stat. Edu is special.
Well, here is Alex Underhill, who was one of the primary architects of this Sun Rain team. You have the Mega Charizard and the Mega Swampert, dual Megas, and of course, like we mentioned, they can both come to be able to maintain weather control, which Pokemon he chooses to bring in, and actually keep an eye out on that Grimmsnarl, which is really the glue that keeps this team together.
Yeah, that was kind of what clicked for me when I was like, oh, I get why I'm not playing this team.
Yep.
Where you want to use Grimmsnarl at a pretty high rate with this team. It leads well with almost everyone. It can do a lot of fun tricks. You can kind of just play it straightforward a little bit, where it's like, hey, you know, like I'm going to lead with like Charizard or something. I'm going to protect. I'm going to get the screens up. I'm going to make my already great Pokemon even bulkier. It's also very cool with these two weather-based Pokemon where you can click a parting shot. Your opponent has to switch first. You have that first in the turn order, and then the Grimmsnarl with boosted priority will parting shot, and you can choose to bring in a weather Pokemon. Or if perhaps you predicted incorrectly, you can bring in a different Pokemon instead. Kind of keep your options.
Let's see, anything cool on this Charizard? Oh, Hurricane, because then you can use Rain. I like it.
Not something that we've always seen with it, where I think one thing trainers lamented with the Pokemon Champions game is that no longer
Spirit Break, Parting Shot, Reflect. That's a pretty normal Grimmsnarl. Pretty normal Venusaur. Pretty normal Archildon.
If you can take a few weak physical attacks, it gets
pretty normal Swampert. Yeah, I guess the Rain Charizard are the only thing that's relatively interesting here.
It makes this team really powerful, where it's just like a great Pokemon that is a little too
Vivillon is good. That is a good Pokemon. It's like the only accurate sleep user in the format.
Song is like, hey, I would like it if you did not ramp against my team, actually, and it's a pretty hard stop.
Yeah, I'm giving you 3 turns to ramp maximum. Otherwise, your Pokemon is done. But that is part of why Grimmsnarl is going to be so important here. Having that priority parting shot does give Alex a way to break the trap if Edu decides to go for the Shadow Tag version with the Mega Gengar. And here it is. This is a team that really
Vivillon normally runs Focus Sash or Choice Scarf.
Players that I've seen with a Perish-style team here in the tournament entirely, and it's that mode centers around that Gengar. It centers around
either or.
And the
Choice Scarf for obviously faster sleeps.
Of the Perish core.
Cool.
Sash to survive a hit, obviously. With redirection and sleep. And this is a true Perish Trap team.
Clearly not.
But Perish Trap that you have to play against a Mega Swampert as well.
Politoed instead of the Pelipper, not something we see very frequently, but it's sort of like a Perish Song specific tech here where it gives you a second.
Oh, Venusaur? Oh. Yeah, Venusaur normally runs Sash. That one's also one that's normally Sash or... no, it's normally not Scarfed. Yeah, it's normally just Sash.
Any ability to stall out turns, and one of the best ways to do that is sleep powder.
Yes, this is a genuinely interesting team.
Vivillon here. That means
I like
that
it.
those sleep powders are going to be much more accurate than usual, and if Edu is able to
it's like traditional parts of like 2 different teams. Actually, kind of 3. I don't know. Dude, the Vivillon there is like throwing me off.
Synergy there, right? Because you can do it that way, or hey, you know, his own Archildon doesn't have to worry about Perish Song because he can just not click the button, right? So if he's the one ramping, or his swap
Rain Perish. Ooh, is he going for Perish immediately?
See those trademark Pokemon, the Gengar and the Vivillon, against a more common lead on the other side with that powerful Charizard Venusaur combination that just drives that offense right from turn 1.
Yeah, one of my favorite titles as well, Gengar, the historic.
Now, if the Charizard Mega Evolves, Venusaur will have the quicker sleep, but Vivillon would be...
Side is able to, with the chlorophyll ability, outspeed all of the Pokemon out on the field, ignore Rage
Vivillon might actually Rage Powder here. Gengar Perish.
He has chosen the lead that gives him the opportunity to stop that in its tracks.
One thing is important to keep in mind here too, if you've played against Vivillon a little bit on the last
although Venusaur doesn't get affected by Rage Powder, so probably not.
Feeling version of this build versus just like, you know, clicking the sleep powder and hoping for the best.
Well, there is Mega Gengar, a Pokemon that typically gets slept on up until the World Championships, now out on the field, piloted by...
Mega from both, but I feel like both the Megas should protect here. You Mega on the Charizard so you can get the increased speed on your Venusaur. And then you hope for your sleep to hit in your other... Oh, no.
Will also protect just to scout out what Alex is trying to get away with here. Sleep Powder into the Vivillon and not the Gengar, so calling out that the Gengar was being threatened.
Was a double hit. Okay.
Sure that there is no risk of any damage or any wasted turns.
Yeah, so double protect great for a lot of reasons there. I mean, you kind of always love to get that protect Mega Evolution and Mega Gengar where you can, where now if it does switch out of battle, you can immediately threaten a trap when you switch it back in versus the switching in the regular Gengar, which is both very frail and also like not immediately providing any value. Also very fun this matchup where the Charizard did Mega Evolve. I think whether Alex chose to commit that or not was very interesting on the first turn.
So do you swatch the Vivillon here
own Drizzle Pokemon and change the weather, which would then slow
for Politoed to reset weather?
Yep, well, there is the Vivillon going to switch out for Politoed, immediately remove the Sun. It's not going to be Alex's own Pelipper. Instead, Edu bringing out the Rain with Politoed. Sludge Bomb deals good damage to the Venusaur, brings it down to about a third health.
Okay, red into next year. Ooh, the Confuse is rough.
Going for a fire type attack. Instead, the flying type Hurricane. Perfect accuracy. Connects onto Gengar. Gets the Confusion, and Politoed falls asleep on the switch in.
Hey, Sunrain, baby. That's it right there.
Good read.
Normally, that situation
I think the slowing down the Venusaur was probably the best option there, but it's tough.
Damage to Gengar, as well as critically causing that confusion where maybe in another scenario, Edu here is going to go for the protect, but potentially game losing if you get that confusion roll on.
Yeah, all it takes is one bad confusion roll, and you can lose the game in an instant. No self-hit here on this turn. Gengar will be able to protect itself.
I actually don't know what the odds of
that's going to deal good damage
of hitting yourself with confusion are.
Even as a resisted hit, like you mentioned.
I would be surprised if this wasn't Sleep Powder again. Wow, I'm really surprised that wasn't Sleep Powder again.
These two hits, the ineffective, mostly ineffective, 4 times ineffective Leaf Storm on to the Archaludon, which now has +2 defense against these 2 special attacks.
Sorry, everyone. I had my PTSD moment there. I've experienced Leaf Storming Archaludon that way a few too many times. But yeah, it's sort of an interesting play for both trainers there, right? Where,
do you take out the Venusaur here? I think Venusaur is definitely the thing that sucks the most, but this Gengar is most likely dead here.
Could still be in the back, as we mentioned. You do have that option here, but otherwise not such a big deal. Also, Hurricane, I mean, because of that, catching Archaludon, like I don't know whose catch was this, but it does do a little bit more damage to Edu's Archaludon.
Interesting.
Like Alex's are probably more physically invested, though. It depends how they're trained as well. They only know each other's natures, not each other's training.
Absolutely. Venusaur will protect itself this turn, while Gengar is able to snap out of confusion, trying to pick up the KO onto Venusaur, but Alex will not allow that to happen.
I would have considered swapping out Gengar there.
Gengar, but that does open up the Charizard to a huge Electro Shot coming out from this Archaludon.
To Politoed and Electro Shotted Charizard.
And this bridge is angry. Edu would like to pick up a KO here.
Yeah, I've never seen a bridge do this in real life, but it's really going to hurt Charizard, and both trainers are going to change their Mega, or trade their Mega Evolve Pokemon on this turn. So, it felt like in a lot of ways Alex had a nice advantage there, but kind of still having to take that trade, and now all of a sudden things don't look so bad for Edu there. He does have, the potentially irrelevant 2 levels of boosted defense, but a definitely relevant level.
And I don't think there's any way for them to get Sun back?
Or nothing once it expires, which is probably to his advantage as well. Still waiting to see some of Alex's unrevealed
Who's in back? Grim and Arch?
Edu, although,
Arch and Pelipper probably.
Politoed as well as Vivian, who's kind of running out of things to
just read them like a book.
Will come out here while it still has one big attacker and face down in Archaludon on the opposing side as well.
Yeah, that Archaludon on Alex's side is going to be in.
Surely you sleep into the Arch.
Head on the boost, so already has +1 special attack.
And then your other Arch just attacks the Venusaur slot. I high-key, low-key think you would want to Electro Shot into the Venusaur slot.
Also, critical to keep in mind here. Vivian started the battle, but still has that focus on attack. And it's going to survive at least one more turn as it puts the opposing Archaludon to sleep.
Yep, the fastest thing on the field and has the compound eyes, but it puts the Archaludon to sleep.
I thought that, man, I really thought the Arch on his side was going to be faster than the Venusaur, but
go ahead and use the first
Guess not.
turn of mandatory sleep on his own Archaladon, as Eduardo will pick up the KO onto Venusaur. So no more sleep powders on Alex's side. It is going to be
Would
all
plus
down
2
to the Archaladon and whatever the
Electro
final
Shot
Pokemon
not
in the back is for
hit?
Alex to break
Not
through this
take out
Archaladon.
30% of Venusaur's HP there? I feel like it would have.
Effective damage. Edu did get
Oh.
2 boosts to the physical defense.
It's a really
Interesting.
awkward
It is
position for Alex,
Swampert.
because not only that, but of course the Swampert can't Mega Evolve. We saw that from Charizard as well. And the Archaladon on Alex's side can't protect an Earthquake.
I guess you click Dragon Pulse there just in case they do have Swampert in the back.
The top start for Edu, and we see Palito coming in here. We'll talk about it in just a second.
Archaladon does not wake up here, takes a Dragon Pulse. With that +1 special attack, brings it down to half health. Swampert trying to pick up damage onto the Pavilion will instead hit the Politoed on the switch-in with the Ice Punch, and now the rain has ended. Edu switched in Politoed, the perfect timing.
Yeah, awesome sequencing. I love everything about what Edu did here. I got a little too excited when I realized what was about to happen, but Politoed comes in here, doesn't set the rain again, which at this point, I think
You swap in Politoed early so the other Arch doesn't get an Electro Shot. That's sick.
Still 3 Pokemon remaining on Edu's side to
What a
allow him
play.
to cycle here, and it's going to be very difficult for Alex to do enough damage quickly enough. He does not have any special attack boost, and then Archaladon it no longer has the option of an Electro Shot unless you want to like try and charge it up where there simply isn't time to do. And this Swampert just in a tough spot, right? Even with Earthquake, I think it's going to struggle to damage the opposing Archaladon. Politoed's feeling pretty great too. It's just so naturally bulky. It's going to resist Swampert's other moves. There just doesn't seem like there's a ton of options left here for Alex, and even though the beginning of the game seems like it went so well for him, there just doesn't have a lot of pieces left.
Yet the one benefit is that Alex's Pokemon have taken their sleep turn, so Archaladon will wake up for Alex.
Is this Swampert Earthquake or high horsepower?
With another Dragon Pulse, not enough to pick up the KO. We saw how much damage it did the turn before. Now Swampert firing off the Ice Punch into Edu's Archaladon gives it another stamina boost.
Must be
pushing for a
Earthquake?
crit or maybe even
And it doesn't
a
want to take out their
freeze
own
on
Arch?
that Pokemon.
Perhaps?
Politoed, I believe that is its first turn of mandatory sleep. So now Politoed is going to be able to wake up and set the Perish Song. The Pavilion also has not taken its turn of sleep yet either, but Edu doesn't need those Pokemon awake.
Yeah, I mean, you love Politoed, maybe just wake up for just a second, get a little song off, then you can snooze.
Perhaps it was Ice Punch there, fishing for a freeze?
Geez, at this point, Politoed could probably maybe just get mad and go on the offense, and that could be a path to win too. Also, worth keeping in mind, Vivian doesn't need the rain to use its Hurricane. It does have that Compound Eyes.
Yeah.
Normally talk about, the accuracy boost on the sleep-inducing sleep powder, but it also makes Hurricane pretty reliable. And the Dragon Ball's not going to be reliable enough, going to miss the knockout by enough that Swampert probably can't finish it off.
Yeah, 10% health remaining on Edu's Archaladon as it picks up the KO onto Alex's. Archaladon goes down for Alex. This Swampert needs to be able to pick up a KO onto Archaladon, but Politoed takes the one turn, sets the Perish Song, and now all Pokemon on the field will faint in 3 turns. And Edu doesn't mind. He doesn't care.
And I think this game is over.
It still has its Focus Sash. The Freeze, I don't care.
I still think this game is over.
With the Focus Sash, and you only have 1 Pokemon left, and you're already out of time.
Yeah, bad news here. I think Politoed probably...
Perish Trap, is that Wolfie? It's not even Perish Trap. It's just Perish Song at the end of game.
Going to be game 1 to Edu there, and we see the power of this team matchup, right? This team composition, rather. I mean, maybe the matchup too, but...
Honestly, that was a sick game.
Right? Again, this is a team that's only him. Well, he has posted some...
Oh, I forgot to move my...
People should have paid more attention to that. It's really impressive play, and really just kind of showing off the power of this composition there, where even though...
How far has Vibe gotten into rankings?
Very well. The Gengar wasn't the only
Not far.
team, and,
Not to be a downer about VGC, but would anyone other than me rather have singles as a sponsored format rather than doubles? I think singles is awesome, especially 6v6 singles. But the games take so much longer. Legitimately, in 6v6 singles, you could have a game that lasts like 50 minutes. And that's just not good for like competitive play.
It's just terrible in this matchup once the sun goes down and the rain comes up there, where he was able to get a hold of the opposing Swampert.
And I don't think Battle Spot singles is
Swampert is nearly so pivotal to Edu's side of the field as to Alex's. Where likely on this sort of team is more of a backup that goes like, hey, Gengar really isn't going to work here, so I'm just going to play kind of a rain mode where Swampert a little more important on Alex's side. So Venusaur just not having a ton to do, and like even Politoed, it's not a Swampert, right?
I also don't. I just think it's different strategies for both.
Survive the first one, eat up, and then the.
I used to like singles way more than doubles, but I have now warmed up to doubles. I think it's good.
One Pokemon to keep in mind, which I think is actually very difficult to bring this matchup.
I kind of wish it was 6v6 doubles, not like VGC where you select 4 from your 6. But whatever.
Well, speaking of the Perish, this is a classic Perish lead with the Incineroar alongside of Gengar. Again, Alex will be opting into the Sun mode to lead, at least with Charizard and Venusaur out on the field. But this time, Vivillon is not on the field. Eduardo has gone for the more consistent fake out, which definitely will block that Venusaur from going on the offensive with the Sleep Powder.
I assume we'll see a fairly passive turn here, but maybe one of the two sides will try to make a big read. Of course, the option for Alex.
Yeah, I mean, huh?
Protect the fake out. Also could switch here if maybe you feel like after the first game letting Charizard get trapped is not such a good idea. To try to delay the Mega, that would be one switch up option. And then, on
fake out Venusaur,
like we mentioned in the previous game.
Perish Song, easy peasy.
Pivoting back in later to catch something if you need to.
Well, that is going to be a Mega Evolution onto Gengar right away. Alex again opting to Mega Evolve Charizard on that first turn as well.
Charizard
is now trapped on the field alongside of the Mega Gengar. As well, the Venusaur also trapped out on the field, but no protects. Instead, fake out connects onto Charizard this time. No protect onto Gengar either.
Wow.
Which means that Alex is able
was
to
predicting a protect on the Venusaur, but
Gengar uses its first turn of mandatory sleep here, but that is kind of a move for Alex to at least get that Gengar away from being able to do any kind of Perish.
That's crazy. I can't believe it. Even if the Venusaur protects, I feel like you have to fake out the Venusaur every single time.
If it's not, then maybe something big happens the other direction where this Gengar not able to do too much. And Incineroar, sort of an awkward spot here too, where it's a support Pokemon, but usually you want to pivot with a parting shot, which will allow.
Are you just going for the miss?
To act first, and I don't know if Gengar has that much time.
Yeah, it's super aggressive play there from Alex to not go for a protect onto the Venusaur. That is something you have to do against these Perish teams, like you mentioned. Doing any kind of passive play can just result in Eduardo getting a Perish Song off, and now you're just sort of out of luck here. Venusaur goes for the Sleep Powder onto the Incineroar, which does go for a Protect this turn. Gengar wakes up immediately.
Turn 1 wake up? Oh my gosh.
Fires back with a Sludge Bomb into Venusaur. That is a critical hit this time, brings it down to only 13% health. But now, Charizard is able to fire back with a Fireball into the Gengar. Also able to hold on with just a sliver of health this turn.
Makes this next turn for Venusaur really important. He's going to have to hit a read right. You go for a Sleep Powder and then Incineroar slot, which also could still miss, and then go poorly that way, or do you catch Gengar perhaps, try and get a little too cheeky here, and try to pick up a knockout in that slot, because leaving it unpunished would really hurt. Interesting situation.
The Perish trap was a bluff the entire time.
Again, if you're going
this Gengar is just here to throw hands.
Here, so it's still a difficult position. I think probably see protecting a pivot here on Edu's side, but lots of damage both ways. We're so close to something impactful. Gengar going to protect, so likely a parting shot from the Incineroar.
Yeah, at least an attempted parting shot, but not going to happen. With the Sleep Powder, not going to happen. Venusaur is going to be able to connect with its Sleep Powders throughout this entire game so far. Heat Wave, though, will be able to connect onto the Incineroar, so getting a little bit of chip damage onto that Pokemon. But this Sleep really crucially preventing Politoed from being able to switch in this turn. And Gengar is now...
How many turns? Oh, he got 2 more turns of Sun? Dude, weather lasts so long in double.
Spot for Edu than anything we saw in the first game, right? Where this time because Gengar's so weakened, if it leaves either Charizard or Venusaur unchecked here, it could be knocked out, which really creates some problems here. Perhaps
I feel like they've been in Sun for like forever.
Politoed will come in. Will we see a Hurricane call we saw like in the previous game, or even a Weather Ball, which is now water type into that? No, it's Heat Wave, so worst possible option.
Well, Politoed dodges the Heat Wave, a little bit of damage onto the Incineroar. There is the option for Alex to cover with a Leaf Storm on the switch in, but a Sleep Powder, and Politoed is dodging everything. Good news for Alex is Incineroar
Finally a
stays
sleep powder
for a
miss.
turn here, which means that Eduardo still is
That is
having
the
trouble
4th sleep
pivoting
powder that
Pokemon
he's
up,
clicked, right?
getting the momentum, but that is a
That
huge
could have
turn
hit.
for Eduardo to get that Pokemon in for
Oh my gosh, it really is 75% accurate.
For Alex, where, that last turn was not great, right? Where miss an attack, kind of make the wrong call, and another
Politoed.
one, and an opportunity there is kind of wasted. But the advantage of not picking up a knockout there is that Gengar is off the field. This is a free turn to switch as he'd like if he wants to, before potentially getting trapped again with a likely wake-up parting shot here, probably 50-50 for the Incineroar at the end of his turn. So, hey, what Pokemon do you want to allow to potentially be trapped here? Conversely, you could try to go for a big knockout on something, but I think that that's probably pretty risky, and Charizard going to come out this time, going to at least create some option for a drought later in the game.
Yeah, if you get an opportunity to switch against a Parish team, you kind of want to switch.
And he gets the knockout too.
Yeah, gets best
Wow.
of both worlds. Leaf Storm connects onto Politoed.
A
picks up
one-shot
one-hit KO.
into the
That Pokemon
Politoed.
goes down. Archaludon now gets in, but will be taking a parting shot for its trouble. Eduardo now will be able to choose which Pokemon he wants to bring out onto the field. Most likely that Gengar to set the trap once again, or at least to prevent the Sun from coming out to allow that Venusaur to get the speed advantage again.
You ended up taking Taylor at round 1.
Because this is a really
9?
difficult
Okay.
position now. Gengar has
9th pick,
so
okay.
again, Politoed now been one shot.
Rain?
That really limits any potential endgame here where you win through Parasong, right? Only one Pokemon capable of using it left, and very likely that it's going to get knocked out before that sort of win condition. So probably going to need.
I mean, if you take out the Venusaur here, Arch doesn't want to be in Sun.
Still don't know the final Pokemon, I believe, on that side of the field. You can assume it's not Vivian just because of the way this is going out. So either his own Archaludon or with a Swampert.
Well, with the fake out onto Archaludon, that means that there will be a stamina boost, but crucially, Archaludon does not get an opportunity to move. That means that
Dude,
Alex
this
is not
Gengar
going to
really
be able
is just here to throw
this
hands.
turn as Gengar picks up the KO onto Venusaur. And if you are playing a Parish team, it is so critical that you don't fall behind in the Pokemon count. Both of these two players are now even on the Pokemon count, but Alex definitely with a huge momentum.
I wonder what his last
right now.
Mon
I
is.
think it's just too late for the Parasong, right? This is not just
Is it
a team, there's no
Pavilion
longer a Parasong,
again, or is it
it's a
Arch?
team. Swampert, the formerly buff going answer, another fantastic title. These trainers have done some farming. But Swampert looks great here, right? Where we do some of the awkward situation of the previous game where it's like, oops, sorry, Archaludon, but let's do some Earthquake in here. How you feeling about that? This time it can protect, it's not asleep, and also it has a defense boost it didn't have in the previous game. So here if you're feeling really crazy, but there's also the opportunity to play this a little bit more slowly. Of course, there's no Swift Swim on the regular Swampert, so Gengar is the fastest Pokemon in the field, but probably not threatening a one-hit KO on either of these Pokemon. So you could try to Electroshock and scale if you think that Edu's going to try to play this a little bit more passively, but you're kind of like one big play from sending this to a Game 3 if you're Alex.
Yeah, there is the Protect coming out from Incineroar on Eduardo's side. Gengar
I was
is
thinking
going to go
maybe a
for
Parasong might come out here.
just to at least try to keep that Archaludon from getting too far ahead with these Electro shots. Puts a timer on it so that Alex at least has to really hit the gas here and start picking up some KOs. That is going to be a special attack boost onto the Archaludon, and it fires off that into the Gengar. So Gengar,
Yeah, this is a lost round. I'm almost positive.
With a Shadow Ball, instead going for the Parasong to at least hopefully try to get some momentum back when one of these Pokemon has to switch out.
We'll have to see what this final Pokemon is here. It's going to be pretty critical.
It has to be Arch, right?
Yeah, I think so. And in that scenario, you're feeling really good about this Swampert. Alex has some great options now. While these Pokemon are perished, you could try to switch this Archaludon out now, even with the boost if you wanted to, get that Drought active again. I think there's a good chance Swampert kind of just wins on its own.
Yeah, I think you give up your boost and just swap in, set the Sun.
Got some great tools there, and at this point, hey, there are no special attack boosts for this Archaludon.
And then also your Swampert can just click Earthquake.
So if you don't immediately want to pivot your Pokemon, maybe you're willing to let one of them go down to Parasong. You could try to get some damage on first, but it's not like a huge threat of the opposing Archaludon scaling, but it is Charizard's immediately coming in. It's like, hey, no special attack boost. If you click that button, it is over.
Yep, it is over if you click that button. Incineroar is continuing to protect itself just to dodge the damage coming out from Swampert. Eduardo will be able to get the special attack boost from this Electro
I think it's fair to click Electro Shot there just in case he doesn't swap out.
To fire that attack off, and that just means it is going to have to tank this Earthquake, and Alex will be safe and free to just protect next turn to ensure.
I think you just have to play for them misplaying by this point. So I don't mind the Electro Shot.
I know how I can pick my Pokemon, and it's knocking him out. I think, yeah, Weather Ball into that slot's going to be a real bad for the Archelodon, and that pretty much will close it. I think Swampert likely they come out of the battle here, so they can come back later and finish off Incineroar if it needs to. But really well played by Alex, and I think I just played this right too. We're like, hey, like maybe he'll make a mistake and let me have this Electro Shot boost. Like, I don't think I'm going to win this playing it straight, but Alex gets the Charizard out at the right time, and I think it's going to catch it. But no, it won't protect. He disagrees. Like, hey, let's not risk anything here.
Yeah, well, who knows? Who knows? Maybe
Could
this
be
is
faster. Depends on the Pokemon are trained.
Go ahead and get the 100% opportunity to win here. The Throat Chop connects onto Archelodon from Alex, just giving over another stamina boost. So this Incineroar is not going to be able to do basically anything. Alex has completely removed the Perish Song threat from
his team.
From his team, but Edu still has one.
I believe this is probably a fourth, although you can, I guess you could get more information. But the more information you get, the...
No threat of an Electro Shot. You know, Charizard's special defense is pretty strong here, so, you know, eventually probably going to catch it, though not this turn.
Not this turn, but eventually most likely. And Eduardo taking his time here, just trying to see what opportunities he has for a game.
Got a forfeit.
Potentially trying to learn some information about the damage coming out from Alex's Pokemon. The parting shot will allow
I mean, gosh, you know you won, but you still have to play.
Safely, but it's also gaining, and it's also gaining health from the leftovers, but with Incineroar's Perish count falling to 0, that Pokemon is now off the field. And
unironically, I think he might have gone for a parting shot there just to see if there was a glitch in Pokemon Champions to see if his Incineroar, for some odd reason, swapped out.
Plus Swampert, who, by the time it comes in, maybe a little unhappy with the amount of defense boost that his friends have given the
Unironically, think he might have gone for that. Because you never know. The game's still relatively new. The Glitch Gambit, yes.
It's modest nature, so perhaps that's why both players playing this way they are. They don't know for sure how quick it is relative to the Archelodon. And I do, using the Protect there doesn't reveal it. I'm curious if that was important. Or, they still don't know for sure which of these are faster. I think really the confusion at Alex's side here. But he will get the knockout, and hey, you know, I think he'll handle that mystery being unsolved for one more battle just fine if it sends into a game 3.
Yeah, I'm happy to trade a little bit of information.
See, I always wondered what they use as like screens here. It's like, where are the switches?
Complete control and able to find the path out of the Perish Trap this time around. Makes you wonder, is Eduardo going to try to ditch the Perish this time around? But I don't know if I like the
in the white boxes, I think,
into the Sunrain team. So I think he's probably stuck with it.
Yeah, I think both sides are probably.
I think it's just strange that they don't let you just. I'm surprised they don't just have your switch, like the switches are mobile. Like you just put them on top.
Wants to maybe play that a little bit more forward the way we saw it in the first game, but unfortunately,
and they have like
where sleep powder is going to be very important, right?
Freaking what is it called? I understood before for like Scarlet and Violet, because I don't think Scarlet and Violet necessarily had like a a spectator mode. But this game has a spectator mode.
Venusaur probably still the MVP of game 2.
Could be an anti-cheat measure.
The game open, as well as controlling the early game with sleep pattern.
Yeah, and that is one of the risks of this Sunrain team, is sometimes you do have to rely on Venusaur having one of those games. And if Alex wants to advance as an undefeated player into our 3rd round of Swiss, he is going to need something out of that Venusaur. Venusaur is going to need to land those sleep powders, and Edu's Pokemon
I'm rooting for the Gengar team. There's too many Charizards around.
He needs to go back to what worked in game 1 and maintain control of.
We need to knock them all out.
What really happened in that game 2, losing the Politoed was a huge moment, and definitely the moment where the game turned on its head.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what the trainers lead here, because I think the first turn of the previous game was also hugely impactful. It is that Vivian coming back down. It's like, hey, Incineroar, get out of here.
You didn't do anything, Incineroar. You fainted to our own Perish Song. We know who the real star here is, and it's Vivian.
Yeah, keep protecting your Pokeball. But I think it really does change things up here, because, yeah, it wasn't just whatever it was Incineroar was doing at the end of the game, but there's critically that.
Do you go for, gosh, are they going to have the same exact turn 1 from the first game? Surely they just don't go for the same thing. Which would be, I think, Gengar protects, Charizard, he actually double protect on the Pavilion and Gengar.
It's
And then Mega Charizard, Heat Wave, and Sleep Powder.
Like you mentioned, we are running back game 1 here, and like in game 1, going to see Gengar immediately going for the Mega Evolution, locking both Pokemon on the field right now and preserving the option to switch out and lock in another Pokemon. Alex also doing the same thing as he did in games 1 and 2. Wants Mega Charizard for this matchup and doesn't care that it opens up the opportunity for Politoed to switch in eventually. There is the Drought. Venusaur goes on the offensive.
Oh, neither one of them protected this time.
No protects from any Pokemon on this turn, though. Sleep Powder connects onto the Vivillon and goes ahead and puts that Pokemon to sleep, as Edu will go ahead and launch a Perish Song immediately. All Pokemon now are affected by the Perish, and Charizard goes for a Heat Wave. That's going to break Vivillon's Focus Sash, bring it down to 1 hit point remaining, and put Gengar over 50% damage. That is a lot of damage and a big change up from game 1, where Vivillon had its Focus Sash the entire game.
Yeah, this is a really scary turn now in a lot of different reasons, right? If the Vivillon is able to wake up and do something here, I think it'd be
I mean, Gengar just protects. Do you sack the Pavilion here? Because I'm assuming that you could just protect. Pavilion might get sacked here? Maybe you keep it in if you're, what's his faces? Because you would want to sack the Pavilion, and maybe Incin is in the back and you swap that in, and then you could do your swap Gengar out for safety.
Well, Gengar is going to retreat. Eduardo brings in the Politoed instead. That does at least
interesting.
Lift the trap here as
very, very interesting. Because if I would avoid the Pavilion personally and keep him on the field. It could wake up, it could put something to sleep, but now you just give like a free swap back into the Gengar. He eliminates its own Perish Song. That's a great turn.
Still a little bit awkward where you don't really want to give up that Pokemon if you can avoid it. Gengar's HP could still matter, but we finally see the pure Perish Trap approach to this game, right? Where, hey, you know, had to sacrifice a Pokemon, that's a bummer, but that's its job, right? It's just there to slow things down. Going to need to make a lot of value out of it last turn, and Politoed going to switch out here. I'll have to see what comes in. It is the Archaludon. So, very interesting final Pokemon here, going to try to sneak in on a turn where maybe he thinks that attack is either
Gengar do protect.
Weaker attacks that will help boost that defensive ability.
Yeah, at minimum, Edu needs to have some kind of offensive pressure coming out on this next turn. Catches the Leaf Storm on the switch in, so only deals a little bit of damage.
Wait, that's really bad for the Venusaur.
Gets the stamina boost for presumably the Swampert.
Because I would just not even attack the. Well, maybe, I don't know. I'm surprised he didn't go for a Sleep Powder there, actually.
There's a lot of bad things there, right? The boosted defense on the Archaludon, I mean, that's a bummer and all, but I mean, the play here on Edu's side is you're probably going to switch this Gengar back out for the Politoed, right? Where suddenly if that Leaf Storm not doing so much, you're no longer threatening that one-hit KO on the Politoed that you were in the previous game, or stick around a little while longer, maybe create some more power.
Because I feel like Politoed doesn't even, like, Politoed's not that scary, it just resets the weather for you, but you're like, you're a rain Charizard.
I think I really like that.
You thrive in this.
Where you're going for that Leaf Storm instead of a Sleep Powder could really wind up causing some problems.
Absolutely, and Archaludon doesn't even need to go on the offensive here to pick
It's
up
always easy to hindsight stuff, but this guy's so much better than me.
Has the opportunity to just go for a protect, but instead,
Are they just going to double the Politoed? Politoed.
Hurricane on the switch in, going to be able to heal back up with its Citrus Berry, brings it back over 50%, and the Sleep Powder connects onto the Politoed as well. That means that Archaludon gets a turn to go for a boost with this Electro Shot. Both of these Pokemon are fainting at the end of this turn regardless, but Eduardo gets away with everything. A stamina boost and a special attack boost, both of which are going to be critical at breaking through, presumably, the Swampert and Archaludon in the back for Alex.
A really interesting choice from Alex's side of the field. So I think he, like me, got exactly what he expected there. So I think the bet if you're Alex and it's like, hey, like, Sucks that I'm probably going to have to give up this Electroshock boost to the Archelodon, but the advantage of this is I have a very high chance of putting the Pokemon next to Archelodon to sleep. It didn't get to use any sleep turns there, so it will not wake up on the following turn. By not knocking out Palatoad, I don't give a free switch to Gengar, which potentially I don't want to do as well. Instead, Archelodon going to come in and watch some Cloud. Swampert going to come in here, do its spells to help out as well. And, maybe things are reversed here a little bit, right? Where the defense boost, again, potentially being impactful. Edu has one, Alex does not. And being ahead here with that Swampert, maybe wanting to Earthquake all of the Archelodon, going to make a big difference. Also kind of makes a situation here where nearly impossible for Edu to try to switch to
Earthquake all the Arch.
So risky where now Alex is an interesting decision, right? Like, do you try to target this Archelodon? Do you maybe hope that you get a long sleep on the Palatoad so you can isolate that slot? You're definitely going to Electroshot something. Maybe picking up the knock on the Palatoad, we'll have to see.
Well, that's the Electroshot, so Alex can start catching up to Eduardo's Archelodon's special attack boost. The Electroshot is going to fire off into the Politoed.
I feel like
clean KO there as Politoed goes
maybe
down.
no, you just Dragon Pulse here, surely, right? So then when Gengar gets swapped in, you can one-shot it. All right, never mind. You get another boost.
Getting a second special attack boost from the Electroshot. That's only going to deal a little bit of damage to the Archelodon, which does resist this attack. It doesn't have the best special defense, though, so after 2 boosts, dealing not insignificant damage and making the Swampert have to go for the Ice Punch, which is way weaker than an Earthquake.
It really needed that freeze there, doesn't get it, going to make it even more tanky.
Yeah.
Also, that Electroshot boost is big, right? Wasn't at a point where it could knock out either of these Pokemon Dragon Pulse anyway. So get a little chip damage, which could be great. Maybe you need one, fewer boosts to knock out that, one less boost to knock out that.
Gengar, the historic genius, huh?
So you need the boost anyway, right? Or Swampert.
Where are these tags?
The non-mega is so powerful, so that ramping going to be important. And while Gengar's Shadow Tag not going to make such a big difference anymore, it is the quickest Pokemon on the field, right? Could do some significant damage to either of these Pokemon. I already saw that the Archelodon, despite the full nature, didn't take the Electroshock from the opposing Archelodon super well. So a double up on these Pokemon could be enough.
Yeah, a double up onto either of these 2 Pokemon should be enough to pick up a KO. So either Archelodon or Swampert, both are in threat right now, and there's really no way to get around it other than making a call here. Edu is going to try to stall that out by going for a Protect on the Gengar, but not a double Protect. Archelodon is going to try to go on the offensive here, tanks that Dragon Pulse for good damage, and another Electroshot. Eduardo is trying to just get as many boosts as possible here. That gives Alex another opportunity to potentially get a freeze on that Pokemon with an Ice Punch, or maybe even just try to pick up the damage with an Earthquake.
Yeah, because if they use Earthquake, Gengar doesn't one-shot a Swampert.
Another Electroshot this time around, as the Wave Crash is a choice into the Gengar, and the Protect preventing that from having any effect here. And now Eduardo is in the perfect position to clean this up and go undefeated into round 3.
Yeah, it's definitely still a throwable game, or if you could find a way to get your own Gengar knocked out here by the Swampert, maybe you like double into Arch and miss it or something. Swampert knocks out Gengar, the Archelodon and Alex side maybe can pull it off, but it's really tense now. Edu's done a great job of pulling this one back from an awkward-looking beginning of the game, and game 2 didn't go the way you wanted, but both trainers are close now. We're right on the edge of this one.
Absolutely, both of these trainers.
I mean, it's definitely losable on both sides.
Winning game 3, it's going to come down to if Edu is able to make the correct targets, or if Alex is able to sneak in a KO
I'm
here.
thinking you
getting a third Electroshot boost. That might be enough to make Archelodon able to pick up the KO onto Swampert.
If you're Eduardo, I feel like you could just split your targets. Okay.
The KO here. If Dragon Pulse is enough to KO the Swampert here, there will be no opportunity for Alex to have one here. Not quite enough. 14% hit points. An Earthquake would be enough to potentially pick up the Gengar and potentially get a crit, but instead, just going for the Wave Crash onto Gengar, knocking that Pokemon out, and now Edu should be able to lock this one up.
Locked in now. Almost got a little exciting there. With protecting that Arch, it could have been a little bit different, but Edu getting that right read to close this one out, and what an exciting match between both of these creators. Seems like it could easily have gone either way. Really interesting matchup. I don't think I've seen these teams play against each other before, so really a treat to get to see the masters of these archetypes facing off.
Dang, that was crazy. That was a good match.
I'm stressed watching these four guys. Like, it's only round 2. They're going to have a long day.
Yeah, it could never be me piloting, especially Edu's team, having to think so far ahead in each of those games. You know, this is why most players have opted
Dude,
not
that is
to
a
bring
crazy
a team
team
in this style. It does take a lot of mental energy, but if any
All right, back to the tier list. What are Mega Extra Drill? You're not showing up. I put regular Extra Drill in what might make the finals. Yes. Audino, I don't think anyone's showing up with you. I feel like Audino would be so good if it got Follow Me. I think it actually would be such a good Pokemon. Watch it have Follow Me, and it's still garbage. Conkeldurr, I feel like no one's really using you either. I would love to believe in Scolipede and Mega Scolipede, but I don't. The Sword Stance speed boost into like making yourself super tanky is kind of cool, but I just don't think it's good. Whimsicott might make it to finals. Honestly, will it be in finals? This one's really close. I feel like it's... Sure, it'll be in finals. Crocodile, you're not making it. Scrafty and Mega Scrafty, I think you're a gimmick. Double Intimidate. Under Trick Room, I think it's still good. I think it's actually kind of a slept-on Mega, but I also still don't think it's great. Kaffa Grig, I don't think anyone's bringing you. Garbodor, I don't think anyone's bringing you. Regular Zoroark, I don't think anyone's bringing you. His Sway Zoroark, I think you're a gimmick. But I'm sure people that play with his Sway and Zoroark love his Sway and Zoroark and just bring it. Reniclus, I wish you were better. Vanillix, I actually don't think you're bad. I could see a singular person using it. There's better ice setters, aka Alolan Ninetales and Mega Frost. Emolga, didn't even know it was in the game. Electros, sorry, you're garbage. So is your Mega. What NFL team would you convince others you were on to scam them? I'm on the Atlanta Falcons. It would have to be like a relatively like unknown team that people kind of always forget about. I feel like the Falcons and the Titans are like a NFL teams that you could say that you're on that people might believe that it's like, I mean, I guess. Jacksonville Jaguars are kind of up there as well. Because although to like NFL fans, you're like, oh, the Jaguars are like going to be pretty good this year. To like non-football fans, dog, where's Jacksonville? Chandelure Enjoyer? Bring Chandelure? It does have Flash Fire and it's pretty good. I don't think Mega Chandelure gets brought. I think regular Chandelure is better than Mega. It's better to just have a different Mega than Mega Chandelure. You haven't heard of this guy who pretended to be on the Niners? No, I have not heard of this guy who pretended to be on the Niners. When was this? The Bears. Beartic. I know you have Slush Rush and oh, what is it? Swiss Swim, but I don't think you're good. Both of the Stunfisks, get out of here. Golurk, I don't think you're good either. I can't believe they nerfed Unseen Fist into the motherfucking ground. So Golurk didn't even have the chance to be decent. He scammed over 20 women out of over $1 million. You think it was through dating apps? What? I mean, I think football players, I mean, everyone's on dating apps because I'm pretty sure that's how, like, Jason Kelsey found his wife, was on a dating app. Hydreigon? I kind of want to say probably day 2. I mean, Hydreigon's a good Mon. It just don't like Fairy, but most of the other stuff in the format don't mind Fairy. Because it's not a really gimmicky Pokemon. It's more than, I could see more than just a person using it. Also, how did the women get scammed out of money? Conservatives love Hydreigon. No fairies. They said they were no draft, undrafted. Legit, you get no guaranteed upfront money? Yeah, I don't understand. Oh, when you get undrafted, so you're just like, I'm going to the NFL, but I'm poor. Will you support me on my NFL journey and give me all this money? Volcarona also is a good Pokemon, but thanks to Charizard Y, rocks are everywhere, and Volcarona really hates rocks. Women pay to be with a celebrity? Well, I'm sure there were like a lot of duds that he ran into as well. God, I love your Mega, but you're not useful at all. Volk is kind of also just worse Charizard. Yeah. I think in perhaps later metas it's going to be good. A celebrity. Try an Enterprise Rent-A-Car sales associate. God, that sounds hot. Chestnut didn't show up. Delphox don't show up, but Mega Delphox, I mean, I could see it in finals. That Pokemon is really good. Welcome back, frat boy. Gren, sorry, you're just probably not good enough. Maybe one person brought it. Maybe. But would it even be a Mega if one person brought it? No, I don't think anyone brought it. That Pokemon's kind of bad for doubles. Was it right there? They shoulda, coulda Googled the roster. Dude, imagine he got in head of the Google and like made his own web page that was like official 49ers roster and just like had his name on it. All the UDFA are on our lads. Mother trucking Diggersby also not showing up. Talonflame, you're good. You make it a day 2 for sure. For sure, for sure. Pavilion, we just saw it. Kind of a sleeper. I actually don't even think it's that much of a sleeper pick, but in general, it's just good. That's updated with the second with cuts, trades, etc. Yeah, but imagine you're a woman that don't care about sport, but you care about that your man is successful in something that a lot of other men aren't successful in. Well, it does put them to sleep. Oh, true. It is a sleeper. It stays there. Regular Pyroar isn't coming. Mega Pyroar, I could see a person bringing it. Mega Pyroar it actually does a ton of damage. It does so much damage. Put it in the same tier as Mega Houndoom. I feel like they are incredibly similar Pokemon, except for Pyroar doesn't slowly kill itself in the sun. Frames? I lost a whole 1,381 frames. Darn. Regular Floette didn't show up because the Mega one did. Is it showing up in finals? Or it might be in finals. Nah, it's probably showing up in finals. Florges, absolutely not. Pangoro, absolutely not. Furfuru, absolutely not. Male Meowstic, dude, this is my motherfucking cat. I can see a person using it. Dude, Prankster Gravity, and if there is a singular person using Psychic Terrain Expanding Force, they're gonna need this Pokemon. However, female Meowstic and Mega Meowstic is not showing up. Dude, why'd they give Mega Meowstic Trace? That ability blows. Give it a real ability. Giving like a regular Pokemon Trance, like, or Trace, not Trance, Trace, fine, because there's always another ability that you can select besides it. Giving your Mega Trace? Come on. Aegislash I actually think is kind of good, but it's also a gimmick. Where's my boy Greninja? He didn't show up to the party. He's right here. Aromatisse? I can see one person using it. It's like one of the few Trick Room setters that are not weak to dark. Also, it does decent fairy damage. Also, its ability is pretty good. What is it? Flower Veil? Is it Flower Veil? Misty Veil? Aroma Veil. Maybe. But it, like, protects your Pokemon from taunt. Both your Pokemon on your side. Slurpuff is in the game? I didn't know that. It's not showing up, though. Malamar, I don't think it's showing up. I mean, there's some skill swap contrary stuff that you can do, but that's definitely, like, best of one gimmick stuff. I don't think Malamar is showing up, because if you really wanted contrary, there's a much better contrary user. Yeah, just run Staraptor. Barbardical, I actually think the Mega is not complete garbage, but there's just better ones. Regular Dragalge, probably not showing up. Mega Dragalge, I could see a person using it. Super specially tanky, kind of good into Mega Charizard Y as well. Regenerator, so you can get health back. I can see a person building a team around it. Clauncher, sorry, I don't think you're making it. Heliolisk? This is the I feel like this Pokemon always randomly just shows up. Solar Power and Dry Skin, both pretty good abilities. Also, electric damage is kind of hard to come across. So I could see someone just adding it. Tyrantrum, I'm sorry, no one's bringing you. Aurorus, I don't think anyone's bringing. You're 4 times weak to fighting and steel. Sylveon. I feel like that's going to be in finals. It could be in the might make it to finals, but Sylveon's like... Besides Mega Floette, Sylveon is the best fairy attacker. The best non-mega fairy attacker. It is top 12 Pokemon. Hawlucha and Mega Hawlucha? I mean, maybe a person brought this, but I don't think so. You just don't do enough damage. Dedenne did not show up. I don't think Goodra or Hisuian Goodra also showed up. If one of these came, it would be Hisuian Goodra, but I don't think so. Klefki, I also don't think showed up. Same with Trevenant, Gourgeist. Neither one of the Avalugs. Noivern didn't show up. Decidueye, Hisuian Decidueye, I could see someone using. Are legendaries allowed? Legendaries are not allowed. Actually, let me move that up to Gimmick. Actually, this is also Gimmick, but... Oh, Ensign. Well, I know exactly where you go. Right to the top. Primarina? Man, I feel like this Pokemon like kind of fell off. It's kind of a sleeper. It's a sleeper agent now. I feel like people forgot that it's in the game. But I think it's a good... I think this is a good mon. Especially with like rainish going around. Have we seen weather in every single one of the games? Wait, Wolf didn't bring weather, did he? Toucannon, not showing up. Crabdominal, not showing up. Mega Crabdominal, also a gimmick. I mean, it's a good Trick Room attacker. I could see a person using it. Oh, right, he has T-Tar, that's right. Right. I was like... Okay, Lycanroc, but this is... Lycanroc... I know this is evening. This one's the good one. That's all I know. And... I'm gonna put it in probably day 2. It is a gimmick, but it... I think enough people probably are using it. Toxapex is also a gimmick, but I think this makes it to day 2 for sure. Someone did bring it. I know. What? Mega Crabdominal? Gimmick but good? Yeah. Mudsdale, I don't think is coming. Toxapex is annoying as fuck. Yeah. And now it's annoying in doubles as well, which is great. It was always like a singles demon, but... Araquanid is like... good. I do think it's gimmicky, but... Yeah, let's put it in gimmick. Salazzle, I don't think you're showing up. Zarina, I think a person's probably bringing you. Actually, I'll put you in the gimmick as well, because Queen's Majesty is a really, really good ability, especially if you want, like, more damage from your Pokemon that stops priority than like the giraffe. Toxapex is my go-to every battle. Dang. Every battle? I would never want to face you. Oranguru is gimmicky. I didn't even know that, what, Pissimian was in the game. Mimikyu's actually kind of good. Like, I feel like Mimikyu might actually make it. There's a good chance that there's a Mimikyu in day 2. I don't think either one of the Drampas makes it. I think Kamoo's good. Let's have that in probably day 2. Corv is also another probably day 2. Corviknight is kind of just pretty decent. Aren't you like, yeah, you're like there. Flapple, you're not showing up. Appleton, I know there's some Trick Room stuff with you. I mean, there's Gravity stuff with Apple, Flapple as well. Sandspit, do we think someone brought that minimize Sandspit shenanigans to Pokemon World Championship? I think not. Sinistea, get that out of here. I could see a person bringing, gosh, why can't I remember her name? Hatterene. Grimmsnarl might make it the finals. It's definitely day 2 for sure. I'll put it in might make it the finals. Mr. Rhyme. Sorry. Mr. Rhyme kind of sucks. Rediclus also kind of sucks. Alcremie? The cream is in the game. Sorry, Phalanx. You don't come either. Morpeko. It does a surprising amount of damage. Surely someone brought Dragapult. Dragapult. There we go. Dragcloak is the middle evolution. Oh my gosh, guys. Zachary Weed is up. Oh, there's Wolf. He was in the second batch of Okay, Wolf won his second round. Let's go. It's round 2. Dude, Marco Silva has a crazy 2 middle names. What a coincidence, Mr. Weed. For I have just consumed a gummy. Did he win his first? He did win his first. He's 2-0 right now, currently. He was the first person on stream. But of course. Wydeer has some, like, skill swap stuff. Oh my god, wait, we're actually getting in there?
And take that
UIC title for himself. Now on an even bigger stage, can Zachary get his getbacks and take that win? A player that has certainly had a
I believe is this
season.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think if we look back at the UIC, that was.
I do think this Mega Frostlass team is like really good.
There, but now we move
but we are going up against
and Mega's taking center stage. Some really interesting
Toxapex.
Paul known for how well
Mega Charizard wide Toxapex.
Charizard, Venusaur, Toxapex.
I hope Zachary wins. Same.
Another very familiar team from the MA format, where that was originally conceived at the Turin Regional Championship, something that Zachary has really enjoyed playing. I believe ran at NAIC as well, playing that Mega Frostlass, Mega Scovillain team.
Yeah, looking back at NAIC, we got to make that phase 2 of
that's a Mega Scovillain team.
So certainly well.
Then why is the Frostlass first?
A team that was designed to help beat some of the biggest teams that we have in the format. When you look like Pokemon like this, like Lycanroc, like this Frostlass, this can offer just so much offensive pressure. And of course, you always have to be careful when there's a Scovillain around.
Yeah, this team extremely strong, potent.
Oh yeah, you use Lycanroc Dust because it has Tough Claws, surely.
Really good answer to Charizard Y, and that's something that's
come on, Tox. I'm rooting against every Mega Charizard Y team.
Polka Sash there, it's got a little bit of a security, it can take at least one attack, keep around on the
I'm rooting against every single one of them.
It supports that Frostlass so well.
Alphabetical order for Megas.
If you can time your Mega well enough, if Charizard's out
okay.
of the field, you
sure.
get that set up, and then maybe end the game with something like that King Gambit that is the main set of Pokemon on this team with that Sword Stance. Once that gets that powered up under its belt, it is going to be hitting extremely hard with those priority attacks.
For Zachary here, and when I look at this team in general, though, of course, when you have a team that was designed to be...
I don't know if any of these Pokemon necessarily stand out to me. They're all like it's a cool combination of Pokemon. I don't, but there's like, it doesn't really feel like there's any cool tech.
How it kind of got picked off along the way. But of course, with months of practice since that opportunity, time to see if he can now take down Paul. Paul didn't compete at NAIC. We did see him compete at Indy, where he had a nice run. But of course, a little bit of a different variation of the team now. But of course, the most common variation, look at so many of these strong meta picks, things like the Toxapex, to really be able to stop the opponent in their tracks.
Yeah, you've got the fast defensive mode, you've got the choice
anything cool. Anything particular? No protect on the Garch. Oh, it's Sash, not Sash. Scarf Garchomp. Interesting.
Got a way to disrupt the weather and set up that Venusaur if it can get it in place.
Ooh, Life Orb Venusaur. I like that. Life Orb Venusaur, no sleep powder. All damage.
That's going to give Zachary a big headache because you don't got really any direct answers to removing that quickly, right? So Paul can play.
Wow, interesting. He's just here to take people out.
Overcoming everything on Zachary's side of the field. And you think Zachary...
I'm assuming all the Incineroars are running Throat Chop to stop hyper voices on Sylveons,
kind of overwhelm it at the end of the
which is cool.
Won't allow that to happen easily, and we know Paul is so good with the standard calls.
I mean, Paul is such an accomplished trainer with international titles.
Wide Guard and Baneful Bunker seems redundant. No, because sometimes you do just want to protect just the Toxapex and get and lock in leftovers recovery.
Yeah, the immediate fake out support that you've got from this
running Wide Guard and Protect, or Wide Guard and a protecting move, is pretty common.
But Paul does have a little.
I like to be taken out for dinner.
Has got Yawn on the Sylveon here, where it can potentially fire that off into the King Gambit, but it can't be too careful here because you have to worry about the sneeze left, maybe not going for the fake out, going for
I gotta move. I gotta move.
KO into that Sylveon, and then Paul loses a piece very early on. And that
Charizard Mega Evolves. I mean, I'm just throwing hands. There's a King Gambit in front of you. If you want to...
It's whether you call it Sneasler is going to go all out offensive or try and stop a Pokemon, but with the Mega,
just
Charizard
stop the Charizard. Fair.
Zach will opt to fake out instead. Hyper Voice from Sylveon.
Dude, that does so much damage. That does so much damage.
In return, though, Charizard will take a hefty amount of damage.
Yeah, now Zachary's put themselves in a great spot, right? That Kowtow clean.
I mean, you have your Sucker Punch into the Charizard. Sylveon is looking real healthy. Sneeze does move faster than the Sylve.
Well, the Sneasler is still active on the field, and that gunshot, well, not 100% accurate. It is a bit shaky.
This King Gambit not getting two-shot by Hyper Voice is a prob.
On this turn, so much momentum could swing into Zach's favor. So for Paul, do you call out that Zach would maybe, it's just too telegraphed, right? Or do you try and swap out? It will be the swap with a lot of pressure on to that Charizard just to switch around and it detects Sylveon. No damage will
Just
be
a
done to
pivoting
one
turn.
And if it was a sucker punch,
Oh my
Charizard
gosh,
would
it's Gong
stay
Shot?
safe, but it will be a different move instead.
I did not see that on the team preview.
To bring the Garchomp down to about 40% damage.
That's a really great play here from Zachary. You know, it is risky going for that kowtow.
Yeah, now Hyper Voice will take out the King Gambit. Sneasler. Oh, it is Scarf Garchomp. So Scarf Garchomp is the fastest here. I don't know if at 41 Garchomp goes down to Sucker. Zach watching Zach. Yes, sir.
Both Pokemon on Zachary's side are going to be susceptible to super effective damage. Go down to that fast Scarf Earthquake.
It will just be
it will take it does take it out. However, if this Gong Shot misses, it do not. This thing's croaked.
Wow, what a play from Zachary. You know, it shows how important that kowtow cleave onto the Garchomp switch was before, and you can stay locked up now. Paul knowing that there's no way back. The lead for Zachary was enough.
What a quick game!
With that King Gambit, and
that was crazy.
So well played, so much overwhelming power.
To have such a dominant first showing on this world stage over an opponent that has bested you in the past is absolutely incredible. I mean, we talk about Paul being just such a dominant player, and that is still true, right? But for Zach to constantly get those turns right and just take so much momentum from the get-go, no choice, but the forfeit after 3 turns?
Yeah, I mean, Zachary got every move right along every iteration of that first match and made it extremely difficult for Paul to get in that position where they could stop
Zach's goated
for themselves. And I think if
the next goat of Pokemon, Zachary Weed.
Story, right? But Zachary knowing Charizard was so pressured in that one moment, and then being confident.
Also spelt the correct way.
Going for the sucker punch into the Garchomp, knowing that the kowtow, the sucker punch combination is going to be enough to close it up. Then they were in the driving seat, and I think all for Paul to do going into this game too.
That's a wake-up call of a game 1 if I have ever seen one. So a switch desperately needed in this game number 2, and we will see it. Charizard again in the lead next to the Garchomp, but a big
oh my gosh, what a lead from Zach! Insane! I mean, this is Scarf Garchomp, but like.
And that's exactly what's happening here. The Frostlass as well is in that position where it can maybe stagger its Mega Evolution to guarantee an override of the Sun, if that's what appears here. But I'm going to see a little bit of a switch.
Didn't Paul Chu win a Masters one time? Yeah, I think he did win a.
Mega Evolution come into play as Frostlass, of course, will Mega Evolve. And with that, this could be a go button, as you will get the snow on your side as well. But Charizard not looking to repeat any mistakes and take a lot of damage on this first turn. Will protect. Blizzard, Lycanroc.
Just freeze the Incineroar, you know?
That will certainly not mind that hit with just minimal amount of damage. But it's time to see what the Lycanroc has done on the turn. Do you keep the Charizard honest, or do you try and make a call? It will be a Rock Slide, so Charizard will stay safe, but Incineroar will take some damage, so probably mitigated thanks to that previous Intimidate.
Yeah, nice play from Paul here. Just
do you do just like a Shadow Ball and Accelerock into the Charizard slot here?
Mega Evolve with Charizard, and you've got access to going for a Heat Wave. Why we're seeing the Frostlass switch out, so that Sun, if it comes out, this turn can be overwritten in turn.
That's one of the things with these matches, when you have these weather Pokemon, you want to make sure your weather is the weather of choice. So with Mega Evolution on the Charizard.
Maybe a bit funny when you're introduced as Mr. Weed. Yeah.
For this Incineroar, we do have the option of Fake Out, and with that pressure, Lycanroc will protect on this turn, keeping the Pokemon honest. Fake Out from Incineroar, and it will just be the Charizard left to attack. Heat Wave, nothing into Lycanroc. The Basque Legion that had just swapped in, though.
Oh, I guess Fake Out has a higher priority than Accelerock.
Not very effective.
Yeah, it's a nice switch in. It's probably the best one you've got there, but the main thing is you preserve that Focus Sash on the Lycanroc, and now you're still in that position where you're threatening the Charizard. You can also maybe just get that Basque Legion.
I mean, don't you just double? I would just double the Incineroar here. Because you could Rock Slide, double up the Incineroar.
Or you could keep it in and just attack into the Incineroar slot. Maybe prolong your weather a little bit later down the line.
Also looking to preserve this Incineroar, swapped out, and he missed from the Rock Slide onto the Garchomp, but you kind of wish that was the Charizard instead, because that's still a lot of damage, though it will hold on.
Oh, what a flinch.
So Charizard, no attack, and Basque Legion with the follow-up will bring Garchomp down to about half health, so no momentum.
And Charizard is definitely in range of Accelerock and Aqua Jet, I'm assuming.
The Choice Scarf, you can go for the Earthquake now, but the Lycanroc still got that Focus Sash, and Charizard in no way, shape or form going to be able to take another attack. You've also got the Accelerock to think about as well. Do you maybe, if you're Paul, try and preserve the Charizard, switch
Screw the Accelerock
to drop another Intimidate onto the Lycanroc, and then give it a little bit of help to that Garchomp after this turn once it does enter the field, but it is the Sylveon.
Yeah, it will be a swap, but with no Intimidate, just instead of Sylveon to soak up some damage. But Lycanroc with the Protect on the turn as well, as Basque Legion with an Aqua Jet into the Garchomp.
Is he just trying to sack his Basque Legion here?
Really low, thanks to the Life Orb and Rough Skin Recoil. Stomping Tantrum Garchomp will deal off that remaining
Shining Basque is cool.
So Paul to be able to take KO in this game too.
Yeah,
I like the purple and green.
The Lycanroc still safe and sound though, and that's the thing. I think what you would want to do with the Lycanroc against these Charizard teams is preserve it, and that's exactly what we're seeing Zachary do. And now bringing in the King Gambit, we saw the Sucker Punch
Big Cat Gambino.
We know it has to attack if it stays on the field. Zachary has the choice here. Do you go for a Sucker Punch at the Garchomp, remove that, or do you go for Kowtow Cleave, which would pick up the knockout onto the Garchomp, and it would also get the Charizard, which is the only option if Paul wants to switch around and preserve it for later.
It will be just a Lycanroc that swaps out, though, as Frostlass will re-hit the field. And, of course, coming back out will be the Snow Warning once again to get your weather of choice. Sucker Punch and Garchomp low enough will be enough for that KO to get closer for Zach to try and close out this game.
Okay.
But Sylveon, this is the opportunity to go on the offensive, and we'll deal a respectable amount to each one, but still just not quite enough with these remaining pieces, because again, this Charizard has just taken so much damage.
Yeah, and that's the problem here. You've not got the leverage now to be able to deal with this King Gambit effectively. And yes, the Sylveon's doing good, consistent damage each turn, but can it 1v4 the remaining Pokemon?
I mean, you could just, what, Shadow Ball and
probably just out of range from another Hyper Voice here. So you could imagine you could go for that. You could double protect, see if the Charizard protects here. But things not looking great for Paul. Zachary's so commanding and showing how well they know this team inside out.
And King Gambit with Protect, if you do just try and, if you were just trying to wait it out, that's not even going to be enough. So it will just be a hit into the Sylveon. Special defense dropped as well, and a Heat Wave.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if the Frostlass is necessarily needed here.
Already at half will be enough to take another KO.
I guess they could have, man, they could have suckered.
If you're taking down all the other pieces, you might have a way back into this.
Yeah, and I think the thing is here, I think you just want to get a little bit.
But Lycanroc still has its sash, right? And it's got to be the fastest thing on the field. I mean, you just Rock Slide and Iron Head the Sylveon, right?
Decent damage to that Sylveon as well, while you've got the King Gambit to kind of back up and help out with that extra damage here. It does feel very difficult for Paul to come back into this, but remember they do have that Incineroar still in the back that they can cycle in at any point. It's really difficult though in front of this King Gambit that has a Defiant ability, so will boost its attack rather than lowering it like you normally see.
It's difficult. The path is a difficult one. But you got to try and see if you can bring out any of the stops and catch Zachary slipping. Rock Slide on the turn to deal a lot of damage to both of these Pokemon, but it will knock it
How do you get better at knowing when to switch? I feel like you just have to feel it out.
Your Pokemon have to attack and flinch from the Sylveon. That That's just devastating. It was a difficult one anyways, but no.
Oh, dude, there's been so many flinches on stage.
But again,
The flinch chance way higher than 30%.
There was so important for Zachary to get pretty much locks this game up for them, because I think the Hyper Voice coming out there with that extra Pokemon advantage that Paul currently has, it gets him a little bit step closer.
I actually think, like, I think Paul might have had it. I'm going to be honest. Because I think Hyper Voice this turn, a high roll, I think takes out King Gambit. And you just needed to break Lycanroc. Lycanroc Sash. Because I think Incineroar would be able to 1v1. Well, not necessarily 1v1, but...
There's always the opportunity of a miss up along the way. And Sylveon
because it had Throat Chop, right?
So hoping that Incineroar can make a play to do something here. Lycanroc instead opting for the Accel Rock to make sure that you can pick up that Sylveon fast. Sucker Punch into the Incineroar will bring it down to 25%. What does this Incineroar do though? Flare Blitz, you do have the Sun. You have a King Gambit that was low health. So that does bring it down actually into just this Lycanroc again.
So now you just...
So focused on this Incineroar not actually being in.
So now you just spam Rock Slide.
If there is a Rock Slide miss here, this Lycanroc just picks up both KOs.
Yeah, that's all Zachary needs now. In the position, preserve this Lycanroc so well to the end game. Everything in Rock Slide range. So you just need
Rock Slide. Lycanroc goated.
Does hit, taking both down, leaving that Charizard in the back.
When in doubt, slide it out. I mean, if you have Rock Slide, you just gotta click it 1,000 times.
It's just a 1v1. And when you look again at the moveset on this Lycanroc and the Accel Rock, it will be enough. Zachary Reed to take the victory 2-0 over Paul Chua. A run back of EUIC, but Zach the victor in the end will put him undefeated.
Dude,
so far here in day one.
That sweater is sick. That Toad School sweater.
Really dominating the game and not giving Paul an inch to get back into it.
I want to be one of the staff dudes. Like, what do you even do? You're just like sitting there, like, trying to make sure that the players aren't cheating. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't even know how you would cheat. Like, if they get up from their seat and try to like screen look at the other person, I don't understand.
The way that he was able to preserve the Lycanroc as well, to not just have the
yeah, you legitimately get paid to do nothing. Maybe you're supposed to write down what happens every single turn to make sure that like everything is possible. I don't know.
You essentially have those two lives, right? And along the way, the flinches, you know, in that game one, the flinch in the Sylveon.
Insane.
But it still was just a Paul that was in a tricky spot and still would have had to then, okay, see a Rock Slide.
All right. Time to finish up this tier list. I think one person brought Cleaver. One singular person. Basque Legion. It's got to be in the finals. Come on. That Pokemon's absurd. I used to be a Roblox YouTuber. My most popular vid had 56 views. What am I doing wrong? You have to make sure that your videos actually have a topic about them. It can't just be, I'm playing this. Like, who are you? And if you are, like, if you want people, especially if you don't have a platform, you can't just expect people to just watch you play a game. There has to be a reason for the people to click on a video. It has to either intrigue the person, or it needs to be a video that people were looking to watch. That's why, like, I don't know, like back in the day, there used to be a bunch of Let's Play YouTube channels. But that was only because there wasn't that much, like, quote-unquote good content on YouTube. So people could literally just upload themselves playing a game, and some people would blow up doing that. You can't do that these days. Unless you have, like, the absolute most electric personality in the world. But most likely you don't. And let me be clear, I don't think I have the most electric personality in the world either. Female Basculegion? There's like actually a use for her, but I could see a person bringing it, but I just don't understand, like, if you just needed a water special attacker instead of the physical one. But Last Resort is not Last Resort. Freaking Last Respects is so good. I made my boyfriend watch a Let's Play of Kingdom Hearts 1 and then he decided to just play the game himself. Yeah. Sneasler! Like, I don't think this is a good stream, by the way. Like, this is a bad stream. I think my last stream was also just like shiny hunting. I just don't think that's a good stream either. Like, this isn't particularly interesting. If you want to watch the Pokemon World Championships, why would you click on my stream to watch it? Yeah, this stream is for real viewers. This is like this stream is for like my viewers, not necessarily like to gain viewers. Sneasler, obviously, will be in the finals. That mon's so good. Someone brought Quillfish in that really cheesy minimize strategy. One person did. Meowscarada? I actually think... I'll put that in the gimmick tier. Top tier slop is peak? Yeah. But also, if you don't enjoy streaming it, then hey, why not? No, I like streaming this. But I think some people need to... some people have like the expectation when you stream, and I had this too, at one point. But like, some people have the expectation that like every time you stream, it's a winner. And it should be a winner, and like, since the numbers aren't as good as previous streams or other things, you're like, I've done falled off. But in reality, it's like, even if you're one of my viewers but don't like the Pokemon World Championships or VGC, you're like, I'll pass on this stream. Oh, dude. Skeledirge? That's this Pokemon's name, right? Skeledirge? Dude, I feel like it's an actual good Pokemon that no one uses. A genuine good Pokemon. Quackleval, maybe not so much. That's why I let the stream play in the back and go do something else. Yeah. Dude, that sweater is awesome. Man, I wonder if that was at the Pokemon Center there. This reminds me of the one trucking stream you did at like 11 a.m. on a Saturday. Yeah, I just wanted to truck and stream it, okay? Oh, truck. Oh, there it is. There's the full sweatshirt. That thing's so sick. Way to go, Mr. Weed. What a sick last name as well. Wait, Palmont's in the game? There's no way. I don't think Palmont's in the game. I don't think Palmont's in the game. Surely not. Yeah, he's not. What the fwig? He's not in the Fweakn game. Hello, Max's Potion. The thing with Skeledirge is that if you want a special attacking fire type, use Charizard Y. If you want a special attacking ghost type, use Mega Gengar. Yeah, but it doesn't take up a Mega slot. Yeah, like, if someone else, if you decided to not bring Mega Charizard Y, and to be fair, there is like 58% of the people at Pokemon World Championships did not bring Mega Charizard Y. And you still wanted a special fire attacker, you could bring Skeledirge. Trying to think, is there like a better one that you would rather just bring instead, or no? Probably not. I think Armarouge might be better, actually. Did I do Embar yet? I did. I put Embar in, didn't show up. Don't tell me someone brought Embar / Mega Embar. Mousehold, the mother freaking goat? Where'd I accidentally drop him? I don't see him. I let go of my mouse, like, real quick. Oh, never mind. Didn't drop anywhere. I'm putting him in my sleeper. He's a sleeper agent. I think Mousehold's so good. I can't believe no one uses him. I doubt it. Yeah, I don't think even one person brought Embar. Dude, look at these people stressed. Oh, dang it. They went away from it. Dude, they were the most stressed looking individuals I've ever seen playing Pokemon Go. Technician Mousehold with helping hand and wide lens. Follow me. Taunt. I think there's a... After you as well. Family doesn't know I'm a YouTuber, so I can't speak very loudly, so most of my videos have no dialogue. Yeah. I mean, that's normally, I mean, that's also one of those things, like, I don't know if your family doesn't want you to have a YouTube, but most of the time you need to get over being shy or, like, not wanting people to know that you're doing it. But doing it in general is the most important thing, honestly. Garganackle didn't show up. Armarouge might have. Like, one person might have used Armarouge. Cerulege is an actual good Pokemon. I think it's probably... someone's going to show up on day 2 with it. Belly Bolt. I could see a person using it, maybe. Like, I know it's good with Raichu Y or Raichu X. I love how Giraffe's waiting at the end. Oh, Giraffe. It just went by Pokemon number. Ooh, wait, this isn't... Is Mega Scoville in here? Yeah, Mega Scoville is here. Regular Scoville not being used, except for maybe one turn of Protect to get a Moody boost. Even that, I don't know if that's happening. I think Mega Scoville is so good. The ability to just burn anything that hit you. Good golly, Miss Molly. What team would I have brought to Worlds? I know I probably bring Giraffe because I'm really comfortable with using Giraffe. I probably would have brought Trick Room, to be honest. Trick Room is the strategy that I feel the most comfortable with playing in this regulation, at least right now. Houndstone? Oh, actually, let's put it in the gimmick tier. Houndstone is kind of a gimmick, but it's also really good. This was Sand Rush, and once again, Last Respects is a busted move. Probably Gambit, yeah. Giraffe Mega Stoys, yeah. Mega Blastoise is so good. Espathra, I think this Pokemon's kind of slept on. But it's definitely gimmick tier. Tinkaton, I see someone bringing it. Mold Breaker Fake Out is fun. And Gigaton Hammer Go Boom. Palafin? Surely one person has tried to make this Pokemon work. It is incredible that Palafin is not doing well. The power level is like really low compared to how powerful Palafin can get. Surely someone tried to figure out how to make it work at Worlds. Orthworm, I do like the steel type with Earth Eater, but I don't think he was brought. What round are we up to? I believe we're going to round 4. Who's getting hammered? Glamora. Day 2 for sure. I know we haven't seen a Glamora yet, which is interesting, but I do think that is a good Pokemon. Plus, it's also a good Pokemon into Charizard and also into Fairies. I feel like that is a rare combo. Mega Glamora, though? Let's put it in gimmick tier. Mega is but regular Glamora with like a Focus Sash is amazing. Yeah, Sash Glamora is definitely better. Annihilate, probably day 2. Maybe day 2 for sure. I also haven't seen one of these yet. But Annihilate is just a good Pokemon. It did fell off, but like I think Defiant user in like Incineroar meta has to be pretty good. Or am I just singles pilled? You might just be singles pilled, but no, it also fell off in doubles. The Giraffe? I'm putting it might make it to finals. I don't think it's a true like guaranteed finals contender. Hey, yo, Justin Tang is undefeated? Also, Alex Underhill? He lost 2-1-1? Are these right? Are these right? Are these right? Shout out Justin Tang. I watch his YouTube channel sometimes. Low key think it's guaranteed. Guaranteed that Farigiraf makes it to finals? Not enough people run it. I like watching Cybertron as well. Aaron Cybertron saying. Yeah, it is in Wolfie tier because Wolf did bring his Giraffe. Marco Silva is still undefeated, for the people who are wondering. Big King Gambino. This is the Pokemon that I have the most faith making it into the finals. By far. If I was a betting man, I'd be like, yeah, King Gambit definitely is going to be on one of the teams in the finals. Yeah, #1 most used. It's just so good. Golden Go, also a good Pokemon. Probably makes it to might make it to finals. Also on Wolf's team. Wolf legitimately made a team with all the Pokemon that I think are like really good, just not the top of meta. It's like your Charizard Ys, your Garchomps, your like Insins, Sylveons, and then you have like your T-Tars, your Farigirafs, Golden Go. I would put like Raichu Y here as well. Sinistcha is also really good. Might make it to finals. High key, low key will be in finals. I think Sinistcha is more likely to be in finals than the Giraffe, personally. Arch is really good. Might make it to finals. Actually, could be. It could be in. Will be in finals. Bridge is good, man. Bridge is really good. But he's with the Rain Core, and this Pokemon sucks. All right, solid. I like the list. I might need to move Lycanroc up to day 2 for sure. Good list. Now time for the real show. Time to lock in. Are you guys locked? Highly respected list. Also, not much controversy on the list, to be honest. Should I go for high score or speed? Weird how this isn't Suika. Weird, right? Can't wait for GTA 6 release? I can. I mean, I never really liked the GTA games. I don't know why. Alrighty, alright. Dude, I'm so freaking locked. I thought I accidentally screwed myself there. More like Suika's stepfather. This was... I deleted it off my phone because I got up to like 16,000 whatever. And I was like, alright, I'm probably never going to beat that score, so I'm never playing this game again, and I deleted it off my phone. And I haven't played it in years. Neglected Suika's stepfather. I do remember in college, some girl just like showed me this game. And I was like, oh, that seems like a fun thing to play. Just to kill some time while you're waiting for something to happen. I got it. And I think like literally in like maybe first hour I played it, I got my first like 2048. I was like, frick yeah, dude. I'm so freaking sick at this game. They also added like a multiplayer portion to the game. And I was basically undefeated on multiplayer. Because I used to play a lot faster than this, but right now I'm being careful to make sure that I don't screw it up. Because I really just want to get 2048 on my first game and call myself the GOAT. You would be good at this game? I mean, all you have to do is get everything into the corner, you know? And make like a little snaking path. I keep on getting fours in the wrong spot. There we go. I'm so freaking locked in, dude. We're halfway there, baby. That taxes in 2048. Yes, sir. The 2048 World Champ difference. Bang. Bang. Oh, no. Whew, that was close. I had a 1 in 4 chance of the game being completely ruined right there. No. Okay, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. We can come back from this. Oh, we could so totally come back from this. This is so comebackable. Nailed it. Let's freaking go, baby. Mm-hmm. A true master at his craft. Yes, sir. This is a master at work. Bang, and we're so back, dude. We are so back. Freaking nailed it, dude. Kim K also comebackable. I know the joke. This is a family-friendly Pokemon stream, okay? No jokes like that. Is this math? Ew? No. This is not math at all. Oh no. Huh. That was a great spot. Oh gosh. Anytime you need to move your top right, or at least my top right, out. 5, it's definitely a friend stream, but if you had to rate the joke 1 out of 10, I would probably rate the joke a 2 out of 10 because it's a little too common now. Anyone who hasn't seen the Parks and Recreation clip from Chris Pratt about that joke are uncultured swine, and since you've already heard the joke, it's just not that funny anymore. It is what it is. Sorry. I'm making this more difficult on myself than it probably has to be, but I mean, I think it's fine. Oh, now I don't know if it's fine. Yeah, let's just work on the other side. It's getting a little claustrophobic. Oh no. No, that's the worst possible outcome. Okay. This is really bad. This is really, really bad. Ah! Hold on. Let's do it. We'll get right back there real quick. Don't mind me. Fastest figures this side of the easy Mississippi. Mother trucker. I hate this game, man. Why'd you spawn that there? What the fwig? This is why I stopped playing it. And you might be like, oh my gosh, she's so frigged already. But like, this is fine. Everything is fine. And if you're wondering if there's a game going on the live stream, we are literally looking at just the venue while there's commentary going on in the corner. So there's plenty of time for me to log in. Wait, why am I working on this side? I should be working on the other side because I have more space over there. I'm such a freaking Maureen. Aaron Cybertron saying, ladies and gentlemen, he's on screen. Let's do this. Is the tournament on break? Yeah, it is. They're filling time right now. So don't mind me. I'm trying to relive my glory days when I was the world's greatest 2048 player. Probably not actually, but like I was at least top 1,000 in the world. I would probably even put myself as high as probably top 100 easy. Oh yeah, oh dude, we're actually in such a good spot now, as I almost murder myself. All right, we're playing top left this time around. Kaizo Ironman onto late night Suika was peak vibe streaming. Really? I just can't believe we're not playing Voltorb Flip. Wait, we can play Voltorb Flip. That 2 at the top for like that split second was actually in such a terrible position for us. And I saved it almost immediately. And to like the lesser or like the less experienced 2048 player, they would have never realized that, but I immediately realized it on the dot and avoided potentially catastrophe. Pokemon Pinball. I don't think I have Pokemon Pinball on La Computer Door. Hold on, they're back in there.
Whimsicott, Staraptor, Golden Go, maybe Pokemon Lab. A little bit more mainstream. A key thing to call out here is the Whimsicott does not have the Protect.
Right? Ooh, Hydreigon!
To, of course, self-boost.
Also Golden Goal.
You've also got Choice Scarf, Hydreigon, and Ceruledge. These are Pokemon that actually did have
and Ceruledge. Wow.
North American International Championships, getting top 4 and top 8 respectively. But there's
still this is just default Swampert. It is a super unique team.
Immediate offensive burst power. Actually, look at the opposing team with a Metagross and a Raichu, and hey, Choice Scarf Hydreigon can outspeed both of those, threatening them with of super effective damage. Of course, Cyrilege was a Pokemon that really started picking up.
Super unique team. Nice.
Although coming into this world's metagame, Ancient Power.
I think like the only like real meta stuff is probably the Golden Go, Staraptor, and the Whimsicott. Everything else is pretty non-meta. Yeah, no, dude, bulk up Ceruledge is so good. You basically only need one bulk up, and your Ceruledge is like absurdly tanky, and also every time you use Bitter Blade, it just gets you back up to 100, like 100% HP. Love Megas being back in the format. Yeah, they just need to add more of them.
Exactly, and I think that's a really good point.
Or like more good ones, I guess I should say.
Right, and so well, if you're both going to set up Tailwind, then it kind of just neutralizes the playing field.
Bye, Gamma. Have fun at work. Yeah, I'll probably still be. This goes till I believe 9. No, this goes till 7 p.m. Pacific, aka 10 p.m. Eastern. So I mean, I'm streaming for at least another 6 hours. Hey, Mega Metagross! Nice. Dude, 2 of the most unique teams on stream and they're facing each other? Come on. I think they purposely do this. Oh, let me move out of the way. So you can see the Cleavor. Where did I put Cleavor in the tier list? I'm curious. Did I put it in one person would bring it? I could see a person using it. I put it in that tier. One person would bring him. We found the one person. Maybe it's a little bit higher. Maybe it's someone found a gimmick. But who knows? Maybe it's... Imagine Cleavor winner? Axeman on top.
Metagross has really good offensive coverage as well, right? Being able to hit many things for super effective. For example, here you've got Raichu Metagross. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Chloe bring both because you get Fake Out into Whimsicott, then Metagross can follow up, get an Iron Head, knock out the opposing Whimsicott. There's no Farigiraf.
Oh man!
The other side, and so if you can deny Tailwind,
very cool teams.
Tailwind up, they can give you a pretty big edge.
One problem, that's Swampert. Looking at both of those Megas and, you know, rubbing its hands together. Cannot wait to see them on the other side.
I mean, Swampert is so common that surely Chloe has figured out a way to face Swampert and win. When is your tournament? Are you prepared? My tournament is like mid-September. And I am prepared.
Wow, super stylish though, with all of the shiny Pokemon on the field, but that is going to be Intimidate drop, not mattering for either of these special attackers for Chloe.
So Swampert here, of course, is exerting a ton of.
What team am I bringing? I don't know. I'll figure it out. I think I'm bringing Mega Meganium though. For funsies. Full shiny team? Are they both all full shiny? Oh, I don't think so.
Or you know, double protect, potentially switch out afterwards. You do, of course, have the risk of just taking a lot of damage.
I don't think their Ceruledge and their Golden Go is shiny. I don't know if you can get a shiny Golden Go actually. Hopefully someone recognizes you there. I mean, I don't really care if someone recognizes me there. Oh, my team full shiny? No, I don't have the patience for that.
You know, Chloe did not Mega Evolve there, so it makes me think, well, maybe there's a Mega Metagross in the back. We're using the Raichu here mainly for Fake Out support. Now, Staraptor is threatened by that Encore, right? So, of course, you can swap it out if you're worried about Encore. The big question is, how will you deal enough damage to Swampert throughout the course of this game, right? I think the number
it's not even a Mega Swampert, it's regular Swampert.
Just get a huge wave crash off, and so Staraptor, recognizing the threat of that Encore, is going to switch into Whimsicott. Does Chloe potentially call it?
Oh, it's going to be a switch out of the Raichu as well, so we are going to see that Basculegion. No powered up last respects just yet, as the Whimsicott did try to Encore that Staraptor into the Protect. But Swampert's going to go for the Earthquake, even harming its own partner Whimsicott on the switch-in.
Yeah,
That is
great
Sash
focus
Whimsicott, so breaking your own Sash does feel bad.
Crucially here, Chloe has been able to position Basket Legion in against Swampert, right? This is your #1 answer into Swampert. It can take damage decently well, right? Earthquake is basically the strongest attack you can have into Basket Legion, only with 37% from that. So I think Chloe's done a pretty good job of dancing around.
I mean, do they have like an electro? I don't understand why they didn't Mega Raichu. I guess maybe if they have the Metagross in the back, which is shiny.
Also has Charm, so you can use Charm, as you see here, to drop Basket Legion's attack. Suddenly, that Wave Crush is going to do way less damage.
Nice when you can use it on the side for your own Staraptor, but it can still be that defensive option.
Wow.
So close being able to knock out that Whimsicott, but it's alive.
Or did they double into it? They did.
Take the Wave Crash. Kind of nice, though, that you're going to be taking less recoil, but you would have actually really liked that to have been a clean KO onto the Whimsicott so that the Wave Crash got redirected into the spot.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Basket Legion at this point actually has lost a considerable amount of HP. Ice Punch comes out, and Whimsicott!
Wow. Oh, that's Fairy Feather Whimsicott. I was thinking that Moonblast did a crap ton of damage.
Now Basket Legion kind of caught in an awkward position where it has, lost a good bit of its health. It's almost at 50% at this point. Swampert's still just looking so threatening, though, right? And I think people normally see Whimsicott as a charm, user into Staraptor, but using it to drop your opponent's damage output is really crucial as well. So definitely has a lot of offense. But
That's Shiny Golden Go?
Chloe now can set up a tail.
I thought you can't even get Shiny Golden Go. Well, I guess maybe you can.
The latter half of this game.
But as you were saying, with Basket Legion having less HP to leverage, you have to pick your target because you're going to get knocked out to either the Swampert or the Golden Go on this turn. We are going to see Chloe preserve that Basket Legion for later and actually bring out the King Gambit. I like this decision. When the Swampert is protecting, it's not going to be on the receiving end of a super effective ground type attack. And if it's a Shadow Ball going into that King Gambit slot, then it's going to take that much better as well. Just to make it rain. So that is also going to be something that King Gambit
that's a great turn by Chloe.
To bring back in that Basket
To re-pivot your King Gambit. And now you're lowering the special attack of their Golden Go.
Target that slot. Bring Raichu or Basket Legion back in. I think Basket Legion probably a little bit more consistent.
Oh, move to middle. True. My window.
I was talking about Metagross potentially being in the back, but I think King Gambit actually even better here, threatening Golden Go for super effective damage. And so
I forgot Basket Legion is at 52. Our matches 2 out of 3 are single elim. They're 2 out of 3 open team sheet. So that means each person knows what Pokemon you have on your team, what moves they have, and what nature your Pokemon is as well. You do not know the EVs, but you do know the nature. You also know the items.
Staraptor hangs on as the Kowtow Cleat follows it up. That is going to be a confirmed KO onto the Staraptor.
It's a KO, but Golden Go now can respond. It was not targeted, and this means a Shadow Ball to knock out Basket Legion, and suddenly the #1 tool to deal with Swampert has been eliminated, right? If that was just a Kowtow Cleave and a Golden Go, well then Staraptor's so low, right? You could finish it off with an Aqua Jet or a Sucker Punch, but now Chloe has lost what has been, I think, the primary win condition against Swampert, so Rosemary, even
I mean, yeah, I mean, you only got...
offense for Swampert at this point in the game.
I mean, you only got Raichu left?
Chloe was hoping that maybe playing around like a Golden Go Protect, you want to make sure you're guaranteeing damage in that slot, because if you do get the
There is a Pokemon ROM hack where you play as Team Rocket. There is.
Then you are able to get that move redirected, but now it is going to be a final 2v2. Swampert
I do know of it.
And King Gambit Raichu for Chloe.
And this Golden Go, of course, has dropped its special attack, so it's not going to do the most amount of damage, but King Gambit, crucially, also can't boost up its damage on the opposing team. So I think double protect here is always really safe. Just ensure that you don't take any unnecessary damage, as we see the fake out plus Kowtow Cleave. But yeah, once again, the Swampert's like, okay,
last turn of Tailwind.
I haven't taken any damage. I think
so do you...
really effectively.
I feel like you might... I mean, you just have to double the... You gotta double the Swampert.
Just do so much damage to the opposing side here. So I feel like if you're Chloe, you might need some critical hits right now.
Yeah, how beefy can this Raichu really be? It's not known for its defenses, but maybe it can surprise us when it comes to an offensive option. We finally see the Mega Evolution as Chloe.
Dog, that's just a Pikachu.
To Mega Evolve that Raichu. It is the Focus Blast. So let's see just how much this is going to end up doing to the Swampert. It actually doesn't even proc the Citrus Berry.
So beefy. Kowtow Cleave comes out.
That's crazy.
Critical hit here. So that Citrus Berry coming out on Swampert.
That's crazy.
Shadow Ball here
I mean, a double into Raichu definitely murders it. I think it just earthquakes because you don't care about your own Golden Go anymore. That thing doesn't do no damage.
King Gambit does hang on.
Okay, I mean, it hangs on through that, and we've seen it be faster than this Swampert.
I mean, that was only because Tailwind was up. That's why it was faster. I don't believe it's actually faster.
Tailwind has expired, so the
I think you need a crit Sucker Punch, and you win.
Could have been a Make It Rain, right? Because the Make It Rain. Okay, here's the Kowtow.
It's still
Oh my gosh, it's still faster. Oh my gosh.
3% left for this Swampert to retaliate with the Earthquake and seal up this
Dang.
first game for Chunman.
3% of health.
To see a Citrus Berry
Difference between a win and a loss. That's crazy.
Just clicking Earthquake, clicking Ice Punch, and the Mega Staraptor didn't do anything in that game, right? It wasn't about the Mega Evolution. It was about Swampert just consistently getting blow after blow after blow. And I think the recognition to say,
Dude,
this is my
Swampert the GOAT?
switch it out and nailing that Basculegion,
I mean,
getting the knockout onto
what?
it, attacking with the Golden Go.
I mean, surely they planned for Mega Swampert, so why
Yeah, I mean,
regular
Chloe, as you
Swampert should
mentioned,
be
did such a great job of
easy to
playing
deal with?
around the Swampert to try to mitigate its damage output in the first couple of turns, utilizing very smart defensive switches. But then I think there were just a couple of turns right in the middle where you
There
could
has
see
to be
the
a
thought process, hoping that one attack
I guess
would be
they
enough
just
to
like
actually get the knockout,
Basculegion
and
just
have that
deal with
second
it,
attack
maybe?
get redirected into the partner, where it didn't happen either time because this Pokemon survived on such a sliver of HP on Chunman's side.
Yeah, so cool to see. And fun fact, he actually brought Excadrill to the Korean National Championships where he finished in the top 4. And it was also an Excadrill not on
What
the
item for
same team. It was
Swampert if no
Excadrill
Mega?
Rain.
It's really
So
bulky
he's really
with
kind of the master of finding
Citrus
unique
Berry.
ground-type Pokemon to use in the format. And I think, yeah,
So you just have like max survivability on your Swampert.
stage, just dishing out so much damage. I think if you're Chloe, first thing you're probably thinking is, okay, I probably want to still get a Basculegion Wave Crash into Swampert. Never ended up seeing one of those, right? That is kind of the
I don't think he
primary.
has any weather control.
Raichu
Because I don't think his Whimsicott even has like some type of weather on it. It's just ignoring weather.
And of course, a lot of people are training Raichu.
Both of them are ignoring weather. That's crazy.
It's still just not got the best stats. So I think if you're Chloe, you might want to consider, bringing Metagross. Like I said, I think there's a world where you can bring both and use Raichu. Just
I feel like you kind of have to dedicate it like a. I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I feel like you have to dedicate a slot to being able to change the weather, whether that's a move slot or a Pokemon slot.
And for Chunman, it's going to be the Golden Go and Swampert.
So the King Gambit here obviously exerting offensive pressure into Golden Go, got Kowtow Cleave into it, Whimsicott can set up a Tailwind. Still the fundamental problem of how are we going to deal enough damage to a regular Swampert here, right? And so Golden Go could very easily protect. I think the King Gambit lead here would have punished the Staraptor lead, right? And you
If this Whimsicott had an Energy Ball, but they never run Energy Ball.
And should you do that, like the awkward thing I think is it's quite actually difficult to click Earthquake if Staraptor's not on the field, right? You're going to consistently damage yourself, so that's one thing like Chloe can potentially take advantage of as well. No protects, no switches here on turn 1.
It's going to be a fast Tailwind from this Whimsicott to allow this King Gambit to get the Kowtow Cleave off immediately into the Swampert.
Dude, it's 30 damage on the dot. That's how much they needed for the last turn.
One-hit knock out this Whimsicott as the Golden Go gives up a -2 special attack drop for its troubles.
I wonder if they wanted to just get a Tailwind up, sack that as quick as possible so they could get a power up on their last respects.
Really powerful. We haven't seen it use it yet in this set. And that does so much damage still. Swampert this time does take a hefty amount. I think Chloe's probably hoping for Golden Go to protect there, expecting Golden Go, to not get an attack off there. Hoping to probably, leverage the Whimsicott a little bit more. But once again, you've got Tailwind up, you've got Basculegion in. Things could be worse.
And now this actually looks like a pretty good position.
Yeah.
Bastion Legion, King Gambit, both faster than the opponent. You could have Bastion Legion now go for the Wave Crash into the Swamper, and you've got the pin of the Kowtow Cleave into the Golden Go.
Exactly, and so the response would be, well, let's swap Golden Go out into Staraptor. Yeah, I give a Defiant boost over to King Gambit, but if you're not going to click that Sucker Punch, I can survive Wave Crash on Swamper and get an Earthquake off potentially. And so, yeah, I think this is a big turn where if Chloe gets it wrong, it could be really scary. It's actually going to be the Swamper pivoting out instead into the Hydreigon. We've seen an adjustment here.
Yeah, that Hydreigon comes out. That's going to have a pretty good matchup into both the King Gambit and the Bastion Legion. As the Wave Crash comes out, see, that actually does a good chunk to this.
Holy crap, that did a lot of damage. Oh, it was a crit. Okay.
That's going to make things a lot easier now.
86% from a non-resisted attack, or a resisted attack, I should say, just does not feel right. Yeah, once again, like the tailwind is up, so the offensive pressure, like Bastion Legion is happy to.
Does this Golden Go go down to a Kowtow?
Have is how the Hydreigon and the Bastion Legion are trained.
I'd also be surprised if this Bastion Legion gets outsped under Trick Room by this Hydreigon. And this Hydreigon is Scarf with 4 attacks, so it doesn't really, it can't protect.
Aquajet into Hydreigon, finish it off, Kowtow Cleave into Golden Go. But Chloe does have a lot of offensive pressure right now, and it is because she has managed to set up Tailwind, whereas there's no Tailwind on the opposing side.
I think that you're right. Like the speed order of the Hydreigon versus the Bastion Legion is going to be really important. And if you are worried about that, maybe you
I think there's, yeah, I was going to say, there's no chance that that Hydreigon is faster.
If you were worried about the damage output, but Bastion Legion is still faster in Tailwind. It's able to get the knockout onto the Hydreigon.
I do wonder what staff does. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the staff there? I don't know what the heck they do. They're always there, though.
A double knockout for Chloe.
Yeah, I think Chloe just getting Tailwind up and saying, I'm just going to use these really powerful attackers, right? Hasn't even revealed what.
I wonder if they're like, say like a player likes listening to like,
complete mix up here.
I guess they don't, I don't think they allow you to listen to music, but like, say you want like audio cues or something, or like something like that, and they're like tapped into the same audio channel as the other person. I have no idea. He's just staring. I have no idea what they do.
We'll see. It's going to be a double protect here, just stalling out that Tailwind. That Bastion Legion on the opposing end still.
Wow, they straight up was just like, I want to use my other Pokemon.
You see a good matchup here into the Sarah
Sweet gig, yeah.
Gambit and the Bastion Legion. And the fact
like, I don't even know how you would be able to cheat in this game.
Chloe is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. The Sarah Lich now does exert pressure with Shadow Sneak into Bastion Legion. So the question is,
do they not allow like previous notes? Like if I bring like a notepad with like a bunch of calcs in it.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Hangs on like a champ as it's going to be able to fire off another Wave Crash. Might knock itself out for its troubles.
Like they allow a notebook, but do the pages have to be blank beforehand? I actually don't know what the rules are on that.
Final situation. Kowtow Cleave, though, from the King Gambit is going to soften this Swampert up to 30%, as it's going to take more recoil now from the Wave Crash it dishes out. Now it's a 1v1.
It is a 1v1, yeah, but I think regardless, either Mega Raichu or Mega Metagross should be able to close it out. You just need to do 25% of damage here, and so it is going to be the Raichu once again. So Metagross actually not brought here, but this time around, you got the damage you needed.
Well, do you just bring the Raichu because of Mega Star? I guess.
Will finish it off. So I think the main thing here is Bastion Legion plus King Gambit just had the perfect positioning for Chloe in this match. Found a great angle for it, and yeah, got enough damage onto the Swampert early enough. So now we should, of course, go to a game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a protect just to give you some time to actually think about what that game 3 might look like. Because Tunlin actually did make a pretty significant adjustment in the Pokemon brought. Ceruledge as well as Hydreigon, both making appearances in the second game. And
oh, please. He just wanted to use the rest of his team.
Yeah, to me,
and now he's got to swap back to the part of his team that actually works. Am I still looking for a job? Maybe Pokemon has some remote data stuff? Oh, they probably do. I mean, almost everyone has some type of remote data job.
Like, yes, the Wave Crush got a critical hit on Hydreigon, but I think it would have been a 2-hit KO anyway, right? And so the reality is, like, it is a Pokemon that is actually very ineffective outside of Tailwind if your opponent has Tailwind up on the opposing side. So I think like Swampert is still such a key Pokemon in this matchup, right? But I like the idea of
Being a Pokemon in play would be sick.
Even though Staraptor didn't do very much in game one, I think it like getting the Intimidate alone into Basculegion.
I don't want to see the mismanagement with my own eyes.
Basculegion is one of those tools, but if you intimidate it, suddenly it actually becomes a lot less effective. So I think I'd probably like to see a return to Swampert plus Whimsicott have that.
Unless I went on like the competitive side, I actually do think the like play Pokemon is actually run quite well.
The opposing side trying to catch it, and then Metagross didn't end up coming out, right? Like Cyrilege and the Hydreigon both can threaten Metagross a good bit, so I think that was maybe the adjustment that he was expecting to see.
I like the Cyrilege in theory, but I
think this is the first game 3 that they've shown.
That came out. The fact that it did almost
right? No, second game 3.
Makes it feel like there just wasn't enough damage down on the board. Thought process being like Cyrilege can come in, and even if your opponent does have Tailwind, you've got that priority to actually just help to clean up some of those pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think. So the question is, you know, what leads do you consider from both players' end? And I think like Swampert Staraptor, which we saw, is pretty decent,
I think
right?
that guy's actually just his translator.
Try to get a Define boost from it, and so I think like that's the fear in leading Staraptor once again. I also am curious if you're Chloe, like
I don't know what the Pokemon guys in the middle do, but I'm pretty sure the guy in the orange shirt is a translator.
Do we potentially see an adjustment game 3 to Metagross?
They could hire you as a Kaizo/2048 expert.
Fast-paced set, but really fun to get to see some unique Pokemon.
Yeah, the guys in the middle are stats. That guy is, I think, a translator.
That is an awesome Pokemon to see hit the field. As you called it, Aaron, it's going to be back to form here for Chunmin with that Staraptor Whimsicott. But Cleavor, how exciting.
Yeah. I don't know if it's in the best position here, truthfully. It can Stone Axe, right? I will say, actually, one thing that's interesting is you do have to respect the Whimsicott on the opposing side.
I wonder if it's sharpness.
It's actually really scary. I like Chunmin's position.
I forget what the other abilities for Cleavor are, so it probably is sharpness.
Yeah, like the Cleavor being intimidated just means it can't do very much. This moveset is Stone Axe, X Scissor, Feint, right? Like, you could Feint into the Staraptor, try to, you know, break through its Protect, Feint into Whimsicott, or just go for Stone Axe and, like, get the Stealth Rocks up. But the reality is, this turn, I don't expect it to do that much damage.
And I do wonder how much the Pointed Stone damage will actually add up if we do end up seeing pivots in this game. It's already off to a very quick start here as both Whimsicotts are going to set Tailwind for
This is the most Whimsicott game.
The moves to follow up. Staraptor
The bird is brave.
right away for the Brave Bird, knowing that the damage output from this Cleavor is going to be mitigated. A one-hit knockout into the Whimsicott is going to be the first KO that this Staraptor takes. Let's see what this Cleavor's damage can look like. Stone Axe is still going to do about 50% to this Whimsicott, so it's good damage.
Yeah, that Whimsicott is Sash, so breaking the Sash there is pretty good. I mean, do you bring in your...
They'll force the Tailwind, and Chunmin really doesn't want the opposing Whimsicott to...
Oh, it's a Metagross game!
Metagross here, okay, so that actually I think is a pretty good response. The point I wanted to make though is that like you want to eat a...
I think you would have rather had the Raichu here. No?
Chloe also Tailwinds, but yeah, the Cleavor once again, I think because of that Intimidate just caught in a little bit of a tricky position. Stone Axe will still do decent damage here, but Metagross at least does exert a lot of offensive pressure into both Pokemon. However, you are staring down the Charm once again from Whimsicott. One thing you could do, by the way, is you could Charm Metagross, like saying, yeah, I know you got you have to Mega Evolve, and if you get that off, oof, that would be really tough to come back from.
It would, so let's see what happens. Just going to be a Feint here from the Cleavor to ensure that the Staraptor can't actually go for a Protect on this turn, and it's a Side Charm. Just wants to boost up the
Ooh, Metagross is faster though, right? Yeah.
Before it can get off another attack.
And that is what I was saying, yeah, being able to potentially charm that Metagross would be a big
that is a surprising turn.
Obviously, very, very, very close to
a throw?
So Metagross being able to move first is a huge deal there. Gets the knockout.
That does feel like a throw. I don't understand what they thought the Metagross was going to do.
Get an immediate one-hit knockout there. Instead, Whimsicott doesn't get to accomplish
Chloe's going crazy.
Which, of course, does exert good offensive pressure here into the Metagross, but not sure a Dark Pulse will get a one-hit knockout. Like, I would think we need to get a double up into it. If Metagross protects, the Cleaver can now X-Scissor into a Hydreigon. Like,
were they thinking of a protect there? I mean, I guess, like...
It's actually done a lot better than I expected it to coming into this one.
Yeah. And even a second Stone Axe would actually finish off the Whimsicott, so you don't even have to go after this Hydreigon if you are worried. Maybe you could even go for a double protect here just to scout out what the Hydreigon's going to lock into with that Choice Scarf. But we do end up seeing an Encore into the opposing Cleavor, so it is going to have to go for Feint again. Just stacks up a little bit more damage into the Hydreigon, not being able to put any more damage out on the board as the Dark Pulse comes down. Look at the Metagross!
Holy crap!
Just 3% remaining, but can the Metagross actually break through it? It does. Ironhead to finish off the Whimsicott does not get flinched this time.
No flinch, and you'd have to imagine like the Metagross.
How'd that survive? Have you ever seen the stats on Metagross? That thing's absurd. The stats on Mega Metagross are unbelievable.
It is quite bulky. Cleaver does have its Focus Action pack. Hydreigon here, of course, is now locked into Dark Pulse. It's a pretty good move to have. You probably want to clear it before the Basculegion, which is presumably in the back, hits the field. But this has been a really, really tense game. But I honestly think I prefer Chloe's position right now.
Yeah, I just wonder what's going to happen. Since
I was going to say, don't you swap out the Cleavor so it's max damage?
That is going to give the advantage over to that Hydreigon later. As the Dark Pulse comes back out, this Metagross has to sacrifice itself in order for the Cleavor to come back in and change up its move now that the Encore is on.
That turn was really scary. I think if it was Dark Pulse into the Basculegion switch, and you might just throw away kind of the big answer into the Swampert, right? But I think Chloe's saying you really need to respect the Metagross. It does manage to get Basculegion in. Tailwind now is going to expire on both ends as well. Cleaver is able to come back in, and with Cleaver, I think what you can do is protect Basculegion, X-Scissor into the Hydreigon, and Chloe might just have done it here. The main thing here in response is Hydreigon could go through Dark Pulse into Cleaver, expecting Basculegion.
I mean, doesn't... Oh, no, because it still has Sash. Can't you just double into the Swampert? I guess you could go for a Dark Pulse flinch on Cleavor.
Oh, it's so tense. In a Game 3 situation with an undefeated record on the line heading into the second half of Day 1 of the World Championships. It's all going to come down.
Yeah, this is probably just the best option.
Can this Cleavor actually get a move off? Hydreigon ends up going to the Dark Pulse in that direction.
If it flinches...
Hydreigon goes down for the count, and now the Swampert.
And that's probably Wave Crash, but it doesn't matter. The Basculegion's faster, and it has full power last respects.
Damage output as well, so Earthquake coming out makes the correct call, but no flinch coming out. Cleaver feints, but honestly, it was incredible in this game. I thought when it came out on the lead that it wouldn't be able to do very much, but being able to knock out the Hydreigon, such a big deal. Basculegion now Life Orb. It's got 3 stacks boosting that last respects. Here we go into Swampert. Can it clutch it out here? It cannot!
Wow, another.
Wow.
Chloe Burke wins game
Sick team.
to be 4-0 on Day 1.
Undefeated with Cleavor.
When we saw the teams and the matchups, I was like, they've got a lot of cool Pokemon. I don't know if we're going to get to see all of them. We got to see all of them.
Every single one.
Literally.
Wow, eyes were feasting today.
Incredible. And the people thought that there was going to be... And here I was looking at the amount of Charizards that showed up to the venue, thinking, dang, the meta really hasn't changed. Oh, thank goodness. Now it's time to lock back in everybody. Uh-oh. I almost... That was a throw, almost. But the game didn't punish me, thank goodness. Now for something that actually matters. Exactly. Now time for a real man's game. Uh-huh. technically speaking, I could just ignore this corner up here, but I'm not gonna do that. Also, banger. I love Donkey Kong music. Even though I don't know if I've ever actually really played a Donkey Kong game. I know, like, way back in the day, I definitely played Donkey Kong Country. But, like, I was wee child then. And I don't remember anything about the game. Oh! Folks. Folks, I have done it. 2048. Anyways, now watch this drive. I done fricked up. Gosh, I need to get that back into the corner. We're so fricked. The only thing that might help me out right now is that all the numbers on here are like pretty Fweakn low. But dude, they keep on giving me like the worst possible spawns, man. Dude, why'd you spawn that there? That's absurd. Unbelievable.
Piloting like tailwind offense.
Let's listen to the interview.
And I wanted to make Metagross work because it seems like a good mon, but the meta doesn't really favor it a lot. So, yeah, I don't know. The ability.
I can't believe it. They were just like, yeah, it's not part of the meta, but I just want to make it work because it's a good move.
That's why I chose Cleaver over Lycanroc.
And it certainly has a lot more style,
Good mon.
let me say. It is so cool. Now, tell me a little bit about yourself, too, because, of course, now you've...
Oh, my gosh. Oh, Voltorb flip. Duh. All right. Six points with one Voltorb here. No Voltorbs. Open up that entire line, dude. Okay. Give me this entire line. Give me this entire line. I need something in here, and I need something in this row too, right? Yeah, no, yes. I might have two things in this line. Okay, I can't go there anymore. This row doesn't matter. This row doesn't matter anymore. Surely it's that. Oh, thank goodness. I got 48 coins. Thank goodness. Free row. Love a free row in this economy. Okay. Okay. I don't want these rows. These two rows will never have anything useful in them. This row only has a 2. This could be 2 2s or a 3 and a 1. But this is a dangerous row. Big danger. This row only has a 2 in it, and then 3 1s. Bang. Open it up. That's right. I knew it. Now this row has another 2 in it. Oh my gosh, they're already starting another match. Crazy.
And I really hope that we get a chance to see some trick room action and see that.
Oh, it's a featured match.
It's actually regular Kangaskhan, which is even crazier.
Yes.
Oh, it's not Silk Scarf. It is Life Orb.
Life Orb. Yeah.
So,
wow.
really crazy. Now the main thing, if you look at
I think this is just like a replay.
Right, so Justin says, well, hey, I have Swampert. I can water spot everything. So
Yeah.
Aerodactyl pivoting out here immediately. It's going to be Farigiraf. It's a dual mega team with Aerodactyl and Camerupt, actually, and it blocks the fake out here immediately. And Blastoise also does not mega evolve, so much going on here just to start off the game, getting a water spout off. But honestly,
did I win Worlds? Yeah, this is the replay.
You know, when you've got
Giraffe mentioned.
With no water resist, Water Spout looks very good until the Sylveon wakes up. Sylveon is absolutely ready for business here. Hyper-Beam just picking up that KO.
Insane.
Rose would be here, and we're like, let's just give Sylveon a highlight reel right away.
Oh my gosh, that was wild. Okay, so now I know though why the
Speaking of Worlds, what about Power Worlds?
didn't happen. It's because there's a Delphox in the back.
Sorry, I'm locked in. I need to play Voltor Flip after watching this featured match.
Around on the stream, right? It's like Delphox wasn't the mega of choice. Instead, Blastoise was. Now we're flipping things around. We're Justin just playing this a slightly different way. Now that the Sylveon has to take a turn recharging, so you know, great job knocking out the Blastoise, but now you're vulnerable to taking another attack.
That's true, but Sylveon is one of those Pokemon that I feel like just has surprising special defense bulk. So the fact that it was able to hold on through that water spout, even the Delphox on the other side, doesn't really scare me too much. But this Delphox does get that.
Oh, they don't even have the items up for these teams.
Yeah, I think with this team,
that is Pixelate Hyper Beam Sylveon.
Going for Parting Shot makes sense as well, because I think you really want to make sure that you can bring it back out for Aerodactyl. I think what's scary right now for Justin is you don't know which direction this game is going to go down. Is there going to be Trick Room set up, or is there potentially going to be a Tailwind with Aerodactyl in the back? Sylveon recharges here, and it's not going to be the Trick Room because I think recognizing, hey, if I just get Aerodactyl out, I can actually Mega Evolve this Pokemon and just start clicking Rock Slide.
Yes, and I think this is the really important part of the way that Nikolai has built the team, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's floors and ceilings. You can go right down as slow as Mega Camera Ups and start attacking that way. But if you
Put
see the
Wolf back on
opportunity,
screen.
Pokemon like Mega Delphox,
They can't just
you really
make
don't
the
want to be hitting
Pokemon
with
World
your
Champions the
Camera Ups,
Wolf
and
show.
instead You want to be hitting with that Mega
Although they
Aerodactyl
probably would
to
want to
get
do that.
ability to set that up too.
Very cool.
I totally agree. I think that's such a unique call out in that when you see his team, I think if you like removed Aerodactyl, you're like, well, it's clearly a hard Trick Room team, right? Like everything else is super slow, but the Aerodactyl alone actually just induces just a completely different play style.
And you also wonder, like, with the training, like, are they slow?
Right, yeah,
like,
yeah, exactly.
Is he slow? There's Tailwind on this team as well,
That's right.
So you can definitely play, like, in this, like, middling speed tier. You have got the top and the bottom, but actually the stuff in the middle can be a little bit squidgy and, like, middling speed tier.
I like when we call these types of teams Tail Room because they have both the Tailwind and the Trick Room. And it is just really cool to be able to see that.
Wow.
Survival. It was a nasty plot on the Delphox.
Rose, you've come into the perfect match. This is exactly right for you.
A 1% Sylveon survival just so I can dish out a hyper voice.
And a critical.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Shiny Delphox, is that pretty?
Championship for Rose. This is peaked at this match here.
Absolute peak.
Delphox is probably in range of Sylveon Quick Attack, I'm assuming. A cool, are though, Sinistra could just Rage Powder here?
There is sort of this weird option where, you know, if Justin takes a couple of KOs and then sets up the Trick Room against the Mega Aerodactyl, there's a world in which, like, yeah, Justin can actually use that middling speed tier that he's got, but also, like, well, Delphox isn't a middling speed tier, but compared to Mega Aerodactyl, it kind of is.
I do wonder if
Yeah, I don't know what item they have on. Justin has on his
Aerodactyl is in the back.
Yeah.
And if you are confident
Sinistra.
that maybe something else is in the back there,
Interesting.
like Kangaskhan might be slower than you. We do see the Incineroar come in, and it's not going to be the Trick Room setup here.
Yeah, what's so awkward, I think, for this turn is that Justin wants to get the healing with Sinistra, but now by putting Incineroar on the field, well, then Aerodactyl can come out next turn, doesn't get intimidated. However, crucially, there is no Protect on the Aerodactyl, right? Part of these teams is that you rely on Farigiraf to block those fake outs. And so while you didn't get the Intimidate, now Nikolai
Okay, so Aerodactyl comes out, you can fake it out.
Attack, right? So might actually want to go into your fourth Pokemon here. So Justin capitalizing off the fact, like I think if Aerodactyl, had Protect, then the Fake Out is a lot less threatening. Aerodactyl can come in and just start spamming Rock Slide, right? Even with an Intimidate, the Delphox actually will likely still go down to a Rock Slide, or with healing as well. But the thing is, you need to weave find the position for Aerodactyl, because if it gets intimidated, or if Trick Room is up and you have Instant plus Sinistra, well, suddenly Matcha Gotcha spam makes it so hard for the Aerodactyl.
And it's sort of telegraphing maybe the King Gambit is the final Pokemon in the back for Nikolai.
It is Arrow.
You also kind of want to get your Incin into a position where it's on the field and not intimidating.
I do think you just fake out Aerodactyl, right? Well, you could actually just fake out Sylveon.
And getting it, like, redirecting Sucker Punches away so the Delphox can carry on just dishing out these big, powerful heat waves.
I think it's tough, though, too, when you mention the King Gambit. There's no Protect on that either. So you have two different options there, the Aerodactyl or the King Gambit. You can't bring in either and expect them to not get faked out. So we do see the Mega Evolution committed onto the Aerodactyl, but do we see the Fake Out?
Yeah, is it just a double up, right, with Fake Out plus the Psychic from the Delphox? Fake Out does come out here, so I think that, that much was pretty obvious. Aerodactyl flinches. This is a really big interaction. It is just going to be Psychic here, so if there was King Gambit in the back, that would have been a free switch in. And that, Aerodactyl looked like it was the win condition. That's why I was saying it feels kind of awkward to position it out right now. But Sylveon still gets a Hyper Voice off.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, I was literally queuing up, and Sylveon is now the win condition, and then it just misses the KO.
No.
That is what? How high is Delphox's special defense? That is crazy. I don't think that was Quick Attack range. The thing is, Mega Delphox doesn't have good physical bulk.
Access to Quick Attack, right? Because
it does.
I mean, now it definitely isn't Quick Attack range.
It forces Justin to have to think about bringing in the Sinistra. Otherwise, the Quick Attack starts going crazy.
That feels really bad, though, to lose Mega Aerodactyl and get nothing off with it, because it kind of just
125 special defense.
Right? And
I mean,
like,
that is absurd.
The nuance here is because neither King Gambit
I
or
guess he also resists Fairy, I guess.
And I think Nikolai there might have been trying to go for a call, thinking, oh, the fake out psychic is so obvious. I'm going to switch in King Gambit. You're going to Heat Wave instead. And if you Heat Wave, well, then that's probably winning for me. But the Aerodactyl, yeah, this goes to show why fake out is such a good move. And Fweakn normally allows these teams to say, well, you can drop your protect because I'll protect you from fake outs. But when Fweakn goes down, suddenly the fake out becomes that much stronger. And yeah, now with no Aerodactyl, it is still really scary.
We're going to see Sylveon protect itself, so maybe that's going to be a sucker punch. So King Gambit is successful at securing another knockout. And now this is kind of awkward,
I'm assuming
right?
this is just Flare Blitz into the King Gambit.
Sinishka as the final two, and Incineroar actually went after the Sylveon.
Okay, so this
interesting.
is
What's the final mon? Is it Sneasler?
On the field is quite a big deal for this.
Is the final mon Sneasler? So like this King Gambit actually has absolutely zero chance. No, he doesn't have a final mon. This is his final two.
Hyper Voice is so strong.
Right.
Like, hey, I need to knock out this Incineroar as quickly as possible. If you're Nikolai, like, this could be the opportunity to get that Hyper Beam, and it also obviously depends as well on the training between the.
Have I played the new Star Wars game? No, my brother got it though.
We haven't seen that interaction yet.
I didn't even know it existed, to be honest. I'm not a Star Wars fan.
Really dicey with no Flare Blitz going down into the King Gambit, getting that last.
Hey, did you watch the Star Wars movie on YouTube though? I made Star Wars with $10.
Opportunity to go like protect Delphox, switch instant into Sinistcha, and then just rage powder.
I did watch that.
That's such an easy call out that you'll double into that slot. Just gonna be throat chop here, so Incineroar moves first. Sylveon doesn't get a Hyper Voice or Hyper Beam off here. The speed interaction playing a really big deal. I think then.
Ooh, but King Gambit gets the low kick.
Probably better than episode 9.
It's not bad.
I mean, it's just a.
It's good damage.
But then
gotcha.
I was gonna say, kind of to go back though, then a couple
it's just a parody.
About some changes that either player could have made.
Star Wars Renegade Squadron was the best.
Well, Incineroar actually, the hospitality healing from the Sinistcha brought that Incineroar out of KO range from the low kick. So was there an opportunity there instead to quick attack the Delphox for that 1% and then go low kick into the Incineroar instead?
But then also, like, there's a question of how this Incineroar is trained. Does it knock out the King Gambit? And if it does, like, or gets close but doesn't quite get there, does it manage to...
Imagine if they had $50 instead of 10. I mean, if you...
Okay, getting the KO there, that's going to take game 1 for Justin. But such a close set all the way through.
If you watch it, you're like, they spent way more than $10. Their cardboard budget, at least, was like
not getting an attack off, because once that
$2,000.
taken care of,
so much cardboard.
Kind of just sweeps. We're going right into game 2, and regular Kangaskhan makes an appearance here with that Fweakn. And of course, Fweakn blocks that fake out. So are we going to see a
game 2?
Trick Room, and
if only Disney had more money, they could make good movies.
Really quick,
if only.
Blastoise is a nightmare for Mega Camera to deal with.
Yeah, and also there's this question of like, how is Nikolai going to use this Kangaskhan to be able to try to put some pressure down? Like Incineroar was
Han shot first. He did shoot first.
In game 1 for Nikolai.
Preemptive.
Now, this hammer arm that's on the Life Orb Kangaskhan, setting up the Trick Room and then maybe getting itself into a place where it can attack first, but also put that big damage down onto the Incineroar.
Wow. 25%.
Holy crap.
That's a fake
out and Life Orb. Oh my goodness.
I really like a lot of the points you were talking about there, because I think that, you know, one key thing is normally Incineroar on this team doesn't seem like a huge offensive threat, but it kind of carried in that end game of game 1, right? And a big reason is because of those speed interactions. And so I think realizing that, saying, look, it is still a pretty good tool, let me switch it out. The Sinistcha, one thing that I love about this
they do actually set up the Trick Room immediately.
Right? So
wow.
my expectation is that there is still a Delphox in the back here, but it's kind of scary right now, right? You got the attack.
The Empire was right.
Sinistcha can just go for a Rage Powder, and even though Blastoise
I don't know about that one.
Damage that you do from it is still non-trivial. Sinistcha, of course, could even potentially reverse Trick Room if it wanted. One crazy play, I was like, what if you Shell Smash and reverse Trick Room? Sorry, I stole your thunder. wonder, man.
You've got the Sinister there. You're in Trick Room. You shell smash. Take all the attacks away. Mega Blastoise or not. Like,
okay.
There is definitely. I think you know what.
You and I both would have clicked it there.
Yeah, 100% right there with Jared. Like it would have been so cool.
I'm like really surprised that they didn't.
Nikolai to start going on the offensive and like, play this sort of like aggressive Trick Room.
Oh, that's a huge burn on the Kangaskhan. That sucks.
On the Kangaskhan.
Okay, we would have lost because he doubled up into Blastoise, so you would have taken too much. Well, actually, it might have still been fine. It might have still been fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
Especially with the burn, actually, the Blastoise would have been like, all right, time for me to get going.
Well, now, well, you wouldn't have burned because you would have been reverse Trick Rooming. You silly goose. Come on, Aaron Cybertron Zang. Lock in. This is Worlds. Imagine hacking into Worlds broadcast and doing like jump scare.
Don't have that much damage. You're wasting your own Trick Room turns. Sinistra now just content to go for a Rage Powder, but...
Come on, do the Shell Smash. You got this.
I'm waiting. I'm excited. Okay, so
damage.
Good damage. Double edge. Scrappy, of course, bypassing.
Oh my gosh, that did nothing.
Absolutely nothing after the burn. And the Life Orb ticking away the burn as well. Come on.
Okay, but now the Sinistra has a tough job. It's got to survive the next turn, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's in a good...
Only 2 turns of Trick Room, right? So you go Rage Powder, Water Spout, protect Blastoise on the last turn of Trick Room, and then you could probably even just Mega Evolve it at this point.
That's a good point.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
you don't even have to reverse.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Yeah, really like...
Blastoise going crazy.
Like, I think that's worth calling out there is like the patience to not go for it straight away. Like you see that line, but you don't necessarily want to risk it. And getting the Matcha out, giving yourself the opportunity to do a little bit of damage, but maybe get the burn, slow down the pace of the game, and then sort of commit to it when you know that Nikolai isn't going to be able to pivot is really influential in the way that Justin is playing this.
All right, well, the Rage Powder is going to redirect away the Psychic, and it's going to be the double edge to finish off the Sinistra, but let's see, Blastoise, what you got? Come on, show us that big Water Spout.
Here we go. Yeah,
Phrasing.
What I was thinking is if you ever intentionally don't knock out Kangaskhan to deny a free switch in, just KO Fweakn and say now.
Can you turn off the background music for battles? This is the stream music. I'm not playing any music right now.
Kind of accomplishes the same thing of not giving a free switch in. Yeah.
I think they're playing it because they don't have the sound to the actual battle. This is a replay.
Over and over again that Delphox is the mega of choice at the back, right? And your point earlier, Ara, is like there's no water resist on this team.
I think there should be turn it off. Got it.
Do that extra bit of water. And then now
I think there should be a mechanic where if you're burned and get hit with a water move, you don't take burn damage at the end of the turn. I think that would be cool. Or like there was if you get hit by like a water move, if you're burned, there's a chance for you to get unburned. I think that would be kind of cool too.
Could take the water spout.
I want results, not excuses. Okay.
Knock out the Mega Aerodactyl, but you kind of got to get on the front foot if you're Nikolai and get that position set up. While there's this last turn of Trick Room, this defensive incentive for Justin to just like not attack this turn.
Totally agreed. Yeah, and I was gonna say this game actually doesn't feel over because of the King Gambit. Like the Sucker Punch from it is actually so immensely threatening to both Delphox and Blastoise. And you can see
but it can
really
only threaten one.
Justin's like, I can Mega either Pokemon right now. You still don't know which one I am going to pick is a big deal. And so Trick Room expires now, but this is I think the really
Did Pokemon Anime fall off after Journeys? I think it's just a different era. I think Pokemon Horizons in general, to the people that actually watch it, is considered a good anime.
Okay, like I'm just gonna Water Spout you, but if you Sucker Punch the Blastoise and it still goes for Water Spout anyway, then Delphox can hit you with a Heat Wave.
Exactly, yeah. And the big question I have here is like how the Delphox and King Gambit are trained, because I think like you can train Delphox to survive Sucker Punch, and then you can also, I would expect King Gambit to actually survive Heat Wave, especially because often on these teams the Delphoxes don't have that much offense. But it is gonna be Delphox. I think Heat Wave Water Spout here works, right? Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, it's like, well,
but then not with the helping hand. Yeah, hold on.
Helping hand Sucker Punch.
Hold the phone. This is, I mean, either knockout would be really, really great in this play, right?
Doesn't even
hanging
KO.
on. Does the Water Spout do enough to take that King Gambit into Heat Wave range, though?
I think it might.
Oh, that looks really close.
Oh, big critical hit on Fweakn.
Actually going to help out a little bit here, but the Heat Wave does double connect onto both Pokemon.
Oh,
Double knockout. Wow. Delphox Blastoise.
What's the final mon?
This was a really cool game. Like, I have played a lot of Blastoise Delphox. I've seen a lot of Blastoise Delphox. I haven't seen a setup like this before, and I think Ben, like you mentioned,
and it is camera up in the back.
Hold on to it, right? Because he saw the line, but didn't go for the exact.
Ooh, yeah, that sucks. These might be the worst two megas to go up against as a running camera ups. Because Delphox having levitate and just water in general, the worst.
If not, like you could protect Delphox Water Spout if camera up knocks out Blastoise. It's what? Incineroar.
This is the opportunity for another Shell Smash, just to start slagging.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, you might be cooking with that. I actually think you're right.
No, but
Bait the protect that. Okay, it's actually just dark. I wanted to see the Water Spout. Come on.
Do it.
Give us the 11% Water
Get
Spout.
us some rain here in San Francisco. We've been screaming out for it. Okay, hanging on.
The double up. I think that's wild. Yeah, you're right, though. The heat wave there. I was really hoping that maybe, I don't know why I was thinking like
let's go Justin Tang.
Justin had the opportunity to show us the strongest 11% water spout of our life, but he didn't go for it. I'm very sad about that.
100%, like, you know, we're running the numbers in our heads, but our heads are pretty good. So I think that water spout probably would have done more damage than the...
All right. Very nice. So anyways, back to Voltorb flip. What do I got? What do I got? Gotta lock in. This row only has a 2 in it. I think this spot is fine to open. All right. All right, I don't need that. I don't need those anymore. I don't need any of these anymore. This is... Either one of these are like this kind of the same-ish to open, so maybe I go here. Sick. So that means this is... So it has to be this. Nice. Very good, very good, very good. Actually, it had to be this one. They really love big water spouts. I also like big water spouts, to be fair. Who doesn't like big spout? What was that stupid game that you like morphed shapes together? Reminds me of Minesweeper. This is kind of like Minesweeper. Just lost $50 ripping $12 Huff and Puff grand bonus buys. Sounds like gambling. Oh, this whole thing is free row. Let's go. That free row makes it so these do not need to be opened at all. There's a 2 in this row. This row needs a 3 in it. Well, it could be 2, 2, 1. Mother trucker. But hey, you can win. Oh, true. Love Huff and Puff. Ultimate Fire Link is your favorite? Dude, those two are like so basic. Oh, hold on. They got the they got who's undefeated still on the beginning of round 5. I don't see Wolf. Aussie. Oh, shout out Liam. Oh, and Chloe. We did see Chloe win. He might just not be on this page, to be honest, but Lightning Link, that one's a little basic as well. I think they're all kind of basic though. Like the ones that are popular, they're everywhere. So maybe he lost. He might have lost. I mean, his team is relatively kind of normal this time around. Okay. Everybody locked back. Everyone locked back in. Hold on. They showed a new page. I don't see him. I guess maybe they just changed the page to show what match we're seeing. Yeah, they just changed the page to see what match we're seeing. Maybe he lost. Maybe he lost 2. No, he would have only lost 1 by this point. I'm pretty sure he was 3-0. I think they showed him being 3-0. He can't lose. He's on the thumbnail. Here, he's on the thumbnail for their official stream. Maybe he exploded. He's the world champ. Although he totally cheesed out that first one. They have 2 people that are 3-1 on this on this page though. Wolf is 2-2 according to official standings. Dang. My goat? My goat done felled off? Back to a serious game. This one has to be a 2 as well. I'm ripping this one. Call me crazy, I'm ripping it. Okay. Traumatizing. I don't need anything in this row. Don't need anything in this row. Don't need anything in this row. Nothing in this row. Bang. Let's go, dude. Need one more thing in this row. Let's go here. Let's go here. I don't need anything else in this row. Bang. Let's Fweakn go, dude. Bang, 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 bang. Whoa. 10 points in here? Sheesh. Here you go. What the fwig, guy? Oh, hold on. We're so back.
Twist here. That is Naoto on the left and Adam on the right. Just saw the Blastoise and Delphox in our featured match from the last round. Looked incredibly strong.
Blastoise, Delphox, new meta? What?
And now Naoto
if you work out, everyone can call you Jacked Zach.
It looks like kind of an amalgamation
yeah.
of all the different types of Charizard teams we've seen so far.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, right? Where this is why
you jinxed him when you said he was always good on day 1. Yeah, me. I was the one that jinxed him.
To me, like the core I would most look at is like, Charizard, Garchomp, and like Charizard, Incineroar, and Venusaur, which to me is like kind of like the identifier there. But like the way the team is finished, like,
this kind of makes me want to play Champions. I mean, that is the whole point of like esports. I feel like because like you look at this and then you're like naivete goes into your mind. And you're like, I could do this easy.
Interesting book with this matchup as well. Typically this sort of team is Whimsicott if you want without the Farigiraf.
Surely I'm the better Pokemon player of all these pros.
I'm curious to see what his lines are in his team because unlike his team, certainly he's got a plan into Adams, which I think has proven to be one of the most popular teams at this tournament.
Absolutely, and dropping the
I mean, this is the most basic Mega Charizard team.
With the rest of these other Pokemon.
When it's regionals, gosh, I think that's like I want to say it's like September 18th or something like that.
For Adam to get free turns into
nah, I'd win. See you in next Worlds.
What
yep.
You absolutely cannot do against this Delphox Blastoise team is give either.
How many Kaizo Ironbond wins do they have?
Yeah, I think they're
Dude,
both kind of scary.
probably zero.
Both of them could feasibly kind of be the Pokemon sweeps here, which I think is going to make Nato's team preview a little bit challenging. There's no wide guard in the Aerodactyl, which is kind of the one thing I think that might really be helpful with that Pokemon, but doesn't have that trick available to him. There's just like not a ton of resist really to those Pokemon across the team. Really, Delphox doesn't have to worry about the two opposing Fire-type Pokemon, but and Aerodactyl too. Blastoise offensively doesn't have to worry so much, but obviously a little bit trickier where Blastoise is naturally slower, so
I just in order to, like how does Blastoise do well in Sun though?
Kind of watch these teams match up, right? Where even though it feels familiar, I think Nato's team is just different enough that the solutions both players are going to need is a little bit different than what we've seen with similar matchups in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. The Venusaur is maybe the only saving grace against the Blastoise mode for Adam. In addition to being able to resist Water Spout, being able to hit it with super effective damage with the Leaf Storm, and also critically being Grass type to avoid Rage Powder from Sinistcha. If Adam goes Blastoise mode, Naoto seems like to me.
Oh, he's going Blastoise mode.
Be a really critical piece for him.
I think so too. I think.
Big Pelipper.
No matter what mode my opponent picks, it's probably going to be at least pretty valuable to me. You can get weather control, which allow Venusaur to hop over the speed of some of the other Pokemon. I do think the item choice of the Venusaur could be pretty integral in this matchup as well. Typically, we see one of two items: either Focus Sash. To be
I'm in the right spot. All right, cool.
Tends not to be so great against this.
Hyper Beam. Anything else to keep a track of? This Garchomp does have Rock Slide.
Not as important this match as some others where you'd like to go on the offense with Leaf Storm. But hey,
dude, double Rock Slide.
Either we've all lost games to whiffing that one, and especially against the Blastoise, where you may not get to try again if you miss the first time after a Shell Smash. So, maybe appropriately built to battle it out with its fellow Kanto region first partner Pokemon as we get the whole trio and two Incineroar in this one and Delphox. So, basically half of the Pokemon in this match are first partner Pokemon from one region or another.
Yeah, all of
Wolf might have one. Nah, he would have recorded it, and that probably would have turned into a video.
With here as Naoto using this Charizard version of the team.
I know he played Ironmon at one point,
a combo. Like these were the two Pokemon,
but I don't think he liked it.
Which at the start of regulation MA. This is really kind of a throwback, especially going with the Focus Sash on the Aerodactyl instead of the Aerodactylite.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a neat trend for the tournament in general, where Aerodactyl's pretty present here. I think more of it I would have expected from the latter, but there are kind of several teams that are like, oh, it seems like there should be an Aerodactyl like here, but instead it's the Focus Sash. So a number of trainers may be feeling, hey, either Mega Aerodactyls that feel so great, or Mega Charizard.
Delphox get nasty.
You know what? The rest
Dude,
of the Pokemon, you got to figure it out.
Shell Smash Blastoise? This is the third one on stream.
Out that there is a third boosting option here for Adam. In addition to the Blastoise and Delphox as Megas,
he has Swords Dance, King Gambit. Wow, with only dark moves. Interesting.
After a Defiant, Sucker Punch, or Kowtow Cleave, just wait until it's +2 and the Life Orb. That picks up so many important KOs into
Macher Gotcher?
Like this Charizard-based team that Naoto is running.
Yeah, I think it could be really important.
Everything else, ooh, Quick Guard on Sneasler, that's fun.
Even going back to regulation MA, where
dude, no one's been using their Sneasler.
At that point, it was the Mega Floette instead. But it's a very important secondary sweeper because it gives this team kind of two additional options where either you could opt to go for King Gambit early, maybe you're expecting your opponent to lead with Intimidate, and kind of start blowing a hole in the team to make make it easier for your Mega Evolved Pokemon to come in and sweep, or you can do the reverse, right? Hey, you know, if my opponent has wasted all the resources to take down my Mega Evolved Pokemon, I've got a secondary sweeper in the
Is
back.
Blastoise a lock for finals? A lot of Blastoise is showing up. Ironically, Wolf beat a Blastoise. That was the very first match of the day.
Again, I think one was the junior division NAIC there, so I was pretty strong there already, but that Life Orb on King Gambit just kind of sends it to another level, and very few Pokemon can comfortably take a Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch with that Life Orb.
Quick.
Absolutely.
Change the tier list.
Doing enough damage already.
What do you mean? My tier list is fine.
Firepower of the Life Orb, it really changes.
I put it in sleepers.
Who are facing down the
I put it in sleepers.
Just about ready for our game to begin here, as our players are choosing.
In reality,
they will be sending into battle.
It might make it to finals.
Not to mention the speed control options here, as the Sinistcha does have the ability to set up the Trick Room, while Naoto has been focusing much more on the Tailwind with this team and Chlorophyll on Venusaur. So that's maybe something that we end up seeing as we
Rip Peter Colin, yeah.
Our Swiss
Rip.
round 5, game 1. Charizard and Venusaur being the lead for Naoto, and Adam will be leading with Delphox and King Gambit.
What a lame start.
It's a lot of fun here, right? Where, hey, who needs support? We can all go on the offense. This is kind of the lead I was expecting from Naoto's side of the field, so I'm kind of curious if this is what Adam thought he was going to get or not. It's really sort of an awkward feeling pairing. It's like, oh, we have both the Pokemon who are supposed to go on the offense and nothing to support it, but there is some need to kind of focus down both slots, right? Venusaur can't Sleep Powder both of them at the same time. Well, I think Sleep Powder is very
do this King Gambit. Do this King Gambit survive a heat wave?
An option, but it's a little bit scary here, especially there's no safety
no.
to make Incineroar the safe combination, or the answer as it used to be, but it is going to come into battle anyway.
Yeah, Incineroar now out on the field. Adam would like to have that fake out pressure instead of just offensive pressure into Naoto. Maybe hoping to bait out some protects or some other slow play from this Charizard or Venusaur before bringing in the Incineroar. Just going to start off with a couple of
why wouldn't you just
getting the power
Heat Wave Sleep Powder on the first turn?
Here. Delphox has Mega evolved into the Mega Delphox, and now Charizard Y on the field, setting the sun for Venusaur. Gets to fire off this wide lens boosted Sleep Powder that will connect on.
Oh, it's wide lens? Oh, that's kind of sick, actually. That boosts Sleep Powder's accuracy to like 82%.
Will dodge that. Not a huge amount of damage lost there. Decent amount of chunk into that Delphox, however, with that sun boosted Heat Wave.
Yeah, it's not nothing, right? Where it does matter. Incineroar going to come in relatively safely here. Maybe wishing he left the King Gambit out now. Like, hey, if he would have dodged that Heat Wave too. Yeah, but still not such a big deal. Threatening the fake out. Delphox does take some damage there, but has an opportunity to wake up on this next turn. And at that point, hey, maybe it's not super threatened. Get a nasty plot out. You can kind of start getting into the mode you want to be in with this team.
I agree. I think you just fake out the Charizard and just spam Nasty Plot and hope you get one. Even if the Venusaur hits another one. I mean, you got a Nasty Plot up. You're so fricked. Oh, big damage. Oh.
Firing off a Heat Wave of its own.
I guess maybe if the sun's out, you really don't need the boost.
To pick up the KO onto Venusaur and a critical hit just for good measure there.
I don't think the crit mattered.
Charizard takes a little bit of damage as well from the Heat Wave and from the fake out, and that means that Adam just gets to pick up that KO for free.
Yeah, the Hell Item really making a big difference in that Venusaur there. With Focus Sash there instead, you've got that 1 HP Venusaur sitting there threatening a knockout in the Delphox. Instead with wide lines, hey, great that you hit the...
See, I wouldn't even brought the Delphox.
Anyway, and now the cost is Venusaur has been knocked out here, and Aerodactyl...
Also, is it Psychic or Psyshock? If it's Psyshock, I guess that makes a little bit more sense into a Charizard.
Right? Like, he's Tailwind, it's like kind of the same thing. Eventually threatening a knockout on the Delphox, as well as a bunch of damage in the Incineroar. He's not going to go down to a single Rock Slide or anything, but Aerodactyl representing a lot of good things for Naoto on this turn.
Yeah, Aerodactyl giving Naoto so many different options to continue throughout the rest of this game. Either just go on the offensive with damage for Rock Slide or set up the Tailwind for the future here. Of course, Aerodactyl doesn't have the wide lens, so you do have to worry about those Rock Slides hitting as well.
Yeah, famously, we're known for its accuracy, that Rock Slide and that Aerodactyl, but still very threatening here. Charizard also feeling a little bit scared, going to protect and trust its friend Aerodactyl. Maybe he'll get a Tailwind up to flip the speed conditions.
Okay, Delphox, though, is going to move faster than the Aerodactyl.
Dang.
This is the Heat Wave. That means that this Focus Sash is still intact for the Aerodactyl. Delphox will go down, connects
Ripperoni.
both of the rock slides. So Delphox is down. Incineroar takes a little bit of damage as well. And flinches. Disaster
Pokemon's great.
Adam,
what a good game.
The Mega Pokemon and flinches on the Incineroar, preventing Adam from going for any kind of positioning or getting damage down.
So we know one of the remaining Pokemon on Adam's side is that Gambit, which I think was kind of expected anyway. Most likely then Sneasler or Sinistra in that last slot. Very important to find out which here. You know, if it's not Sneasler, then hey, you didn't need the Tailwind anyway, so it looked really good to protect the Charizard. But it will be important on Naoto's side of the field. You want to conserve that Charizard a while if you can to help deal with the King Gambit later. It's probably just out of Sucker Punch range, but Sneasler's going to come out here and cause some problems for both these Pokemon. Going to threaten another Fake Out, which Charizard's going to be a little leery of after protecting on the previous turn, and potentially an option too, just to try to slow this Aerodactyl down if maybe you think, hey, you know, I can't afford for Incineroar to take another one of those rock slides.
Yeah, at minimum, you would be able to break the Focus Ash on that Aerodactyl, which does get a little
Yeah, wouldn't you just fake out
scary.
Charizard, swapping King Gambit so you could swap Incineroar back in to get an Intimidate off on Arrow?
With dual Wing Beat, or just continue to fish for flinches and damage onto the Incineroar with Rock Slide otherwise.
Yeah, and it's impactful here too, right? You know, we saw the impact of Venusaur not having the Focus Sash. You know, you really want to get the value out of having the Pokemon that you do.
Well, here is
Ooh,
the
rough skin to break Focus Sash. I like it.
Switch in there, tanks that Fake Out from Sneasler, breaks the Focus Sash with the rough skin, and Incineroar just barely hangs on after that Rock Slide. Super effective damage.
Vibe is a VGC commentator. Nice. I was a little bit more active
no flinch this
before.
Time around, so the parting shot now actually connects onto the Aerodactyl.
Where's Aaron? That nerd would love this.
Taking control of this game
oh my gosh.
from that Incineroar.
I mean, maybe.
They keep talking over you, Vibe? That's rude. I'm talking louder than them, though.
We're talking about the Focus Sash break.
I should be a lot more loud than them, but I don't know how.
Great time here where a little leery of the damage still that Sneasler could potentially cause.
I'm only looking at the levels, though.
A double would probably pick it up here with the Sucker Punch.
He's busy watching Pokemon streams unlike us.
Aerodactyl not looking so effective in the field now, but Garchomp going to threaten all of the remaining Pokemon. So a lot of attention being.
Can you actually try to make a Worlds push next year? I mean, theoretically, yes.
Can I get away with one here?
Well, Sneasler switches out for Incineroar.
But then my channel completely turns into a VGC channel.
Naoto's two physical attacking Pokemon on the field. That's going to be a Tailwind coming out from the Aerodactyl to ensure that this Garchomp can outspeed a Sneasler in the future. The Earthquake fires off super effective damage into both of these Pokemon. Plenty to pick up the Incineroar, but King Gambit holds on over
theoretically.
Health here. This gives Adam an opportunity to either go for a Swords Dance and start sweeping, or potentially try to pick up damage immediately with Kowtow Cleave. Swords Dance is necessary to make sure that this King Gambit can actually pick up these KOs.
I think absolutely needs a Swords Dance. I think one of the things that we saw in Regulation MA that King Gambit tended to be trained for is like, with Black Blast, you usually just miss the knockout any full health Charizard, so it's hard to extrapolate exactly. Things are trained a little bit differently now too. But probably just would have missed the knockout on Charizard with Sucker Punch. Now probably just has it. Probably has the knockout on Garchomp where it wouldn't have before. Really needed that down. So if you get
3 turns of Tailwind. I forget if this Aerodactyl had Protect or it's just Wide Guard or something like that.
But got himself back into it now, but he was able to secure that Swords Dance.
This is the power of the Swords Dance King Gambit. It is now threatening to KO Pokemon with that priority Sucker Punch before they can get a chance to move here. And also, Sneasler back out on the field means that there is Fake Out pressure.
Vibe telling the wedding story at Worlds.
Naoto will retreat to the Aerodactyl to make sure that that Focus Sash stays intact, bringing back out the Charizard. That's going to be a switch and a protect. Naoto is trying to dodge Sucker Punches and gets it. No Pokemon were going for an attack, so the Sucker Punch does not work, but Sneasler gets to fire off a Poison Jab.
Huge, just a poison. Yes, it does. Oh, that's huge. So that was really important. So what Naoto was trying to do there is get Charizard and Garchomp on the field together so that, okay, King Gambit, you can Sucker Punch one of these Pokemon, but you can't get us both in the same turn. The other one will knock you out. Now
now you just double protect, right?
Just stall out this poison.
You double protect, Charizard, Croak to poison.
Really important there because the Tailwind would have quicker able to check the Sneasler.
And now you can sucker guard chomp the turn after that. And Aerodactyl don't do enough damage.
From Poison to get that a little bit.
I'm rooting for Vibe because that means he can pay the mods. True.
To increase the options.
Stream went in and out.
From Poison to get that a little bit extra damage.
I don't know if that was me or is that the Pokemon Company or Play Pokemon.
Will have to do something with this Charizard, or else it will just faint after the next turn it's on the field.
It's a really awkward turn, though, because it'd be really easy if Sneasler could protect, but because the Sneaslers on this version of Team have Quick Guard instead, it's not safe here. And if King Gambit's like, hey, bud, do your best, it's probably going to go down for this.
Yeah, good hustle, Sneasler. You got the poison down. That's exactly what I needed from you. But now I'm just going to protect myself this turn. You take this Earthquake for me.
This is like, bud?
Friend, team?
Sneasler may feint a hero here. Charizard going to feint a goat here as it goes down, and we're going to wind up in a situation where we have both Garchomp and an Aerodactyl facing down this King Gambit, which is a pretty funny situation here. So if Garchomp attacks and gets caught by a Sucker Punch, it's going to be all over for the Garchomp. However, Aerodactyl's still free to do whatever it can here. Unfortunately, this Aerodactyl is a very support-oriented set. It's not that Aerodactyl really has all that many coverage moves that would damage King Gambit anyway, but this Aerodactyl has Rock Slide, Dual Wing Beat, both of which are resisted by the King Gambit, Tailwind, which doesn't matter, and Protect. So likely to be mostly ignored here, but a rough spot.
At the same time, Life Orb King Gambit needs to swing 3 times to KO both of these Pokemon, one of which also means it has to swing into the rough skin of Garchomp. So even though Aerodactyl does not have a lot of damage, it doesn't need to deal a lot of damage to break through the King Gambit here.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's going to work.
I don't know.
Perfect holes maybe doesn't happen. Like, I feel like in this you almost have to Sucker Punch the Aerodactyl. Just assume he's not going to let me get Garchomp right here, but one mistake will get him, and even, again, one non-mistake is still pretty close. I think Aerodactyl even getting, 2 Rock Slides off is probably enough where there's just no win con.
Well, Garchomp will protect itself. There's a Sucker Punch King Gambit targeted down the Aerodactyl, like you mentioned, but Focus Sash is still intact. That means that Adam needs to get this right 2 more times, as the Life Orb recoil means that the King Gambit now loses.
How much do Dual Wing Beat do? Oh. Wait a second. That might be enough.
15% there. 2 more Life Orbs and a rough skin. King Gambit is out of
I think this is Croaks.
I think you have to knock out Aerodactyl first.
I think King Gambit goes down for sure.
I think if you feint to Life Orb, you win. If you feint to Rough Skin, Garchomp wins. So I think Garchomp's actually just free to attack here.
Yeah, Garchomp should just be free to attack here to make sure that King Gambit is not able to pick up the KO.
I think, yeah, or no, the other way around. Garchomp.
The other way around,
yeah.
Well, there's a Sucker Punch into Aerodactyl.
Nah, he win.
No damage coming, or no protect from the Garchomp. Because that Garchomp was left alone, King Gambit's Life Orb is going to take that as the Garchomp finally takes
he should have went for Dual Wing Beat miss.
Adam came really close to getting everything correct there, but just a little bit too much recoil damage put him in a tight spot.
Super close game.
I did my best to make it as convoluted as possible, so hopefully you didn't follow it at all. But yeah, I think it was almost a mathematical impossibility there. I mean, I've played that really well. I was like, hey, I just need to not do anything too crazy there. We're likely going to win almost every outcome. But how close is that, right? Again, the King Gambit is just 5% more HP. I think it's a more realistic win con. So really.
So anyways,
again, you see the power of.
Come on, we need the Charizard team to lose. We just need the Charizard team to lose every single time, please.
Absolutely, Adam came extremely close to taking that game 1, and if that is how game 1 is going to go, I hope we get a full 3-game set out of these 2 players, because that was extremely entertaining, and you can't ask for any closer of a game than that.
No, it's super fun, and I assume we're going to see similar stuff to what we saw in the previous game here in this game too. I think even though Blastoise's tight matchup,
the crowd in the background of Pokemon Champions is so funny. It's just there's just a girl in the corner just jumping up and down.
Is pretty difficult to deal with, so probably.
I'll see if I can point her out when next game. If it is shown.
With the way that game started out. Sleep Powder hit, which is more likely than normal with that held item on Venusaur. Delphox woke up in the minimum amount of turns. If it had not, I think that would be a much more Naruto-favored game state. Equal odds of both of those things happening.
She's hyped up. Let her be. It's specifically the way she's jumping. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh, she's not there. I do see some people in the crowd jumping, but she was like literally by herself in the corner.
Iconic Charizard leads. And the fun of this team, one of the reasons why you normally don't see this combination of Pokemon together is because, Focus Sash is...
Sure seems like a lot of the Asian players are playing 2v1. Not very fair. Maybe at the end of the games.
Absolutely not.
I was actually sitting here thinking that Japan wasn't doing so great. I mean, granted, you only need one person to win champions to get the dub. It's like every single person could be knocked out by this point, but the best player is from Japan, and he wins the whole thing. I mean,
might be able to start making something happen here.
It's better than if that slot was King Gambit like the previous game, but Garchomp's still looking pretty good here, and kind of just something to watch this set in general, right? If you're not going to bring Sinister or Blastoise, Garchomp is good.
I'm surprised he didn't lead Venusaur again.
Is going to be able to levitate away from the ground type attacks, but this Garchomp does still have Rock Slide, still able to hit that Pokemon for super effective damage. And
oh, you're just joking about their translators. Oh, right.
Right back to the Garchomp. That being said, both Pokemon are...
Dude, we were wondering for like a while why that person was even there. We're like, we want that job.
Poison Touch right away onto the Charizard.
Like, do you think the game is in English?
There is the Psychic onto Garchomp. That's a 2-hit KO without a nasty plot. Rock Slide connects onto
Dang, that did a lot.
And Delphox dealing good damage to the Delphox, but 2-hit KO onto Garchomp with Psychic, you're happy about that.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage going both directions in that turn. The poison big on the Charizard as well. Yeah, if you're watching this and wondering why
the Charizard eat that fox.
This is exactly it, right? So they're playing a
Eat the fox.
Team than it might in some others, where it's not here to sweep necessarily, although its individual damage could be.
Oh, another poison on Charizard from the Poison Touch. Wow.
Critically,
Poison Touch Sneasler going off. Unburdened Sneasler overhyped.
There is a Sinister or not. So it'll be a little scary to try to bring it out in front of a Charizard that's been motivated to try to attack quickly. But it'll be Incineroar coming out for now.
Yeah, Incineroar here will at least get the Intimidate down onto Sneasler, protecting either the Charizard or the Incineroar itself from
I think they're probably interface things that are forced English for the tournament that our Asian players use them being their native language. Seems like an oversight from the Pokemon Company. I agree.
This Heat Wave is going to connect onto Sneasler, and in the sun, that is an easy KO onto that Pokemon.
That's some great damage there by Sneasler, but only damage trading, right? No stat boosting occurring at Adam's side of the field, so now keeping enough of pressure of it is not allowing that. And with the Incineroar coming out for Adam, creating a pretty interesting situation here. The Intimidate on the opposing Incineroar is like nice and all.
Pokemon making an oversight? No way.
Charizard threatening a fake out, and with Charizard's HP being so low, these passive turns are really bad for him, right? Especially given that, not like a super great
I would think that their game wouldn't be in English though, because like Pokemon Champions actually has like a spectator mode, or at least in tournament they have a spectator mode.
That's going to be the Garchomp switching in for the Incineroar here. Again, Naoto catches the fake out onto the Rough Skin, so you get a little bit of extra damage down onto the Incineroar.
Okay, good turn. Delphox stays alive. Incin can come back out and have a fake out available.
Potentially bringing in the Incineroar again for fake out pressure.
Yeah, although, what happens then, right? Delphox goes for the protect, and you kind of wind up back in the same spot. Naoto hasn't really lost many Pokemon, but they're all kind of just being weakened enough that other than Incineroar, they're all kind of being checked now by this Delphox. Still missing a Pokemon as well on Naoto's side of the field. Venusaur was led last game.
Hold on, I need to drink the world's water supply.
Potentially be either it or Aerodactyl here, depending the situation. So that would influence things here a little bit too. Certainly, if it was Aerodactyl, I would kind of expect to see it. So this hesitation makes me think that maybe it isn't.
Yeah, and honestly, really scary Pokemon for...
What are you, AI? Joke's on you, Max's Potion. I turned off auto-translate. I have no idea what you said.
And King Gambit, all you need is your own Incineroar to check all three of those Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think that's really getting scary here too. That Delphox is 33% HP, very critical. Even though it only got hit once, it really isn't anything off. So it's theoretically checking the Garchomp, though again with the fake out threat, it can't right here. And hey, the Incineroar.
I said, do you remember to turn off auto translate?
Like maybe you try and I guess going for the damage.
Yeah, no, I died. It finally happened.
Even like a protect flare blitz might pick it up from Adam's side of the field. So awkward turn for both players.
Incineroar retreating for
Pokemon is the only company that hasn't stooped so low. Stooped so low for what?
Incineroar goes for the fake out, will connect.
I'm pretty sure the Pokemon company has stooped.
Locked into by Naoto. No damage in to Delphox, and King Gambit gets in for basically free there, just 9% chip damage from that rock slide. And now you have the King Gambit out on the field, but there is still a turn of harsh sunlight, and Incineroar can still deal big damage to that King Gambit.
That's the awkwardness of this turn, right? Both King Gambit and Delphox potentially threatening a knockout into this Garchomp slot, but where does it get you really?
Yeah.
Where I think great switch just to stop the rock slide, right? Now, hey, I guess like you can make 2 more defensive switches, Garchomp will take care of itself, but it's still not like a super safe situation where Incineroar not threatening a knockout probably on either of these Pokemon, so they both like the.
Don't you just swap in Incineroar again?
He probably needs to actually check the Garchomp, lest you risk just throwing the set here.
And that's really what it's about. You have to make sure that this Garchomp doesn't get to swing for free, and just the presence there of the King Gambit and Sucker Punch seems to be checking the Garchomp there.
Oh, Venusaur in the back?
King Gambit now protecting from this for this turn, not trying to get KO'd by a Flare Blitz, but Delphox firing off a Heat Wave. That's going to pick up the KO onto Venusaur on the switch-in. Like you mentioned, the way Naoto was playing meant that Aerodactyl was not
I think he was just trying to free up maybe a protect for this turn.
With the King Gambit. So Adam is getting these reads when he needs them.
Yeah, suddenly things looking pretty good for Adam, right? Gets that knockout for free. Doesn't have to worry about.
I think Heat Wave would have taken out 19% of Garchomp, especially in Sun. I mean, now you just swap in.
Knock Incineroar out, but so I think that's what the Garchomp's going to do, right? So as the option of.
I think you just swap in Incineroar. Why would you not?
How do you want to deal with this, right? Do you try and guess Garchomp protecting here, and then play defensively with your own Delphox, because neither of them use protect on the last turn. Have some options here, but Adam's very close to setting us.
Venusaur got blasted. Yeah, Venusaur did. That was a bad Pokemon to have in the back.
Make it even easier for that King Gambit to survive.
Because without Charizard there to set the Sun, Venusaur won't be able to move anywhere. I think it was just to like delay a turn for the Garchomp.
This Garchomp can only deal super effective damage to King Gambit by knocking out its partner Pokemon there. Heat Wave, though, connects onto both.
Yeah, no protect, calls it, picks up the knockout, and I don't think there's much left for now to do in this game. Great move by Adam to realize the knockout was going to be available, picks it up. The Flare Blitz on King Gambit going to do a lot of damage, but there's a lot of work left for Incineroar to do.
Yeah, and that's a lot of recoil damage right back. A lot of that will be healed up by the Citrus Berry, but that means you're going to have to take multiple hits from this Delphox if it can land its Heat Waves, and King Gambit just got that Sword Stance buff, so you're really relying on Delphox mixing those Heat Waves.
I mean, you just spam Sucker Punch, and honestly, if I was the Delphox, I might be clicking Nasty Plot here.
At this point, Adam can pretty much just click his button, going to bring Incineroar out here because, why not? Not really any advantage to not doing this, but pretty locked up here in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely safe play here from Adam to bring in the Incineroar and protect King Gambit. That means that Naoto is not able to pick up any KOs here. You have fake out pressure now for free damage onto Incineroar, and that will lock it up here for Adam. It's just about whether Naoto wants some extra time to think about Game 3 or needs some more information out of Adam.
Oh, right. I forgot this was Game 2.
Before we head into Game 3.
Yeah, might as well take your time, right? Just think a little bit. This is a crucial moment for both of these traders. They both had great 4-1 starts to this tournament. Wow, it's a knockout already. King Gambit's a little bit good. There's a reason a couple of trainers, I think, in the field have decided to use it. But going to a third game here, it's a critical moment for both trainers. One trainer going to move to 5-0, going to be at the point where they only need one more win to secure their place in our continued Swiss rounds tomorrow in the phase 2 of this tournament, which it gives a big mental edge, right?
Yeah.
Where going 4-1, especially I think after losing on stream, which tends to be a little bit more emotional, maybe sort of like, oh man,
oof, left-handed, I know. Immediate life nerf.
Paths through this tournament.
Absolutely. Again, like you mentioned, when you're undefeated here, this is the last round before locking in your ticket to day 2 and continuing on in the tournament. This is the worst round to lose and then go on tilt for the rest of your tournament because you would have come so close.
The bottom part of his hand's going to be so icky after writing notes.
To clutch this one out in Game 3, and I have to shout out out the Poison Jab and Poison Touch Sneasler. Getting the poison from the fake out was huge onto Charizard, just getting those ticks of damage, and Adam, showing the importance of those additional pieces of damage. Just like the Life Orb on King Gambit pushes some of those calcs over the edge, 1 extra tick of poison damage, 2 extra ticks of poison damage also push some of those calcs over the edge.
Yeah, and I think that's also something to keep in mind as we go into this third game. Is that,
dude, what do the workers do? I don't understand. They're always there too.
The first game, the sleep being minimum turns was pretty unfortunate for him. Poison Touches activated the first activation twice, in the 2 instances where it even had a chance to activate. So perfect so far. Sneasler's having itself a set where Nato avoiding that sort of thing could really change things for him. Not that he can do anything, right?
They just aura farm.
But
yeah.
it changes the way this matchup plays out, right? Where it kind of prevents him from playing defensively, where once you're poisoned, once a Pokemon like that, especially your Mega Evolved Pokemon, especially the Pokemon bringing Drought when you also have Venusaur,
I can't believe we haven't seen Blastoise.
Have that resource active, and we have limited turns. You can't switch as much. You have to start making reads. We see how aggressively that Garchomp has been using Rock Slide because Nato knows, hey, I can't play with Delphox. I can't afford to miss a read.
They're there for immersion, like how there
and in that game, Adam was able to,
are all the extra NPCs for battle facilities in Pokemon Emerald.
From Adam, choosing to go for
True.
a different fake out user in the lead here. This is going to be Incineroar next to the Delphox. Nato is going to go with the Charizard and Venusaur back to game 1.
Yeah, well, the good news is this time there won't be any poisons up the front for Nato, so sure, he may be excited to see that, but still a difficult matchup, right? One of the reasons why
is this one of those swap your Incineroar for Sneasler so you have a fake out turn 2?
Still can be put to sleep again.
And then you Mega Delphox and Nasty?
Some problems here where maybe,
or do you just do the level 1 play and just fake out Venusaur and maybe Psychic Charizard?
Full set sleep powder into Delphox. So interesting to see if that happens again. But this time Charizard going to switch out, maybe try to play a little more defensively, and get Garchomp out in the field to help fight these 2 fire type Pokemon.
Yeah, Garchomp needs.
I mean, if he just clicks Heat Wave here, doesn't that? I know the sun's not out, but doesn't that just murder a freaking Venusaur? Venusaur is not bulky if it's not the Mega variety.
Delphox will go ahead and Mega Evolve. Once more, the rough skin damage connects onto the fake out, but there is the Nasty Plot coming out from
Wow,
Delphox.
called out Nasty Plot. I mean, also the Venusaur did not protect, which is insane.
And it connects. Delphox now asleep, and so smart from Nato to switch out there. Now Delphox has to take its sleep turn.
Yeah, it's like everything is way better of it if Charizard was still in the field here because, yeah, not only do you not...
Venusaur might just die to a single target Psychic too. Oh yeah, that's true, because it's not Sash.
Isn't intimidated and threatening the damage of the Delphox, right? It's a great position by him.
Yeah.
Everything is just kind of wrong for Adam.
Rip Venusaur. I mean, dude, that was so aggressive. That's crazy.
Doing nothing, and it never took a sleep turn.
The worst feeling to switch out your Nasty Plotted Delphox as the moment you got it up. And
was that a crit on the Incineroar as well?
To Incineroar with no Intimidates down onto the Garchomp. Gambit, of course,
that wasn't a crit? It's just that strong? Oh my gosh.
Life Orb on Garchomp did so much work there. Incineroar forced to eat its Citrus Berry. At least Adam gets the King Gambit switched in on the
Oh my gosh, and the Incin flinched.
When things go right,
Rock Slide. Rock Slide is doing Rock Slide things.
Huge flinch where even just being stuck on the field is a huge problem for the Incineroar there. Most likely going for something like a parting shot, which would have allowed it to cycle back in, maybe slow this Garchomp down. Instead, we're in a situation once again where Garchomp, unintimidated, able to threaten a bunch of damage.
This match is almost over. Yeah.
This is a very important resource where maybe you can switch Delphox into a bunch of ground type attacks and start killing sleep turns somehow. But if you can't, it's really only King Gambit who's a viable win condition here. Now facing down both the damage from Garchomp and a potential sleep from the Venusaur. And worse yet, I think
man, that was a crazy call on the first turn.
If you want to, and that's going to make things very difficult to switch any Pokemon into battle.
Absolutely. Nato has figured out the way to get Garchomp next to Charizard. Both of these Pokemon able to start spamming their spread moves if they want to. There's the Earthquake from Garchomp that is going to be ineffective into the Delphox, which has just switched in for the Incineroar. Adam knows that he needs to get Intimidates down onto the Garchomp, but that is a huge Earthquake. King Gambit has 1 shot left, 10% health. We don't know the exact numbers, maybe King Gambit can swing twice, but only with that life orb at maximum 2 opportunities to hit any of Naoto's Pokemon.
Exactly. I got a riddle for you, Chet. When is 10% not 10%? Where there's no rounding in Pokemon that way. Typically, I mean, it always rounds down, I guess I should say. So it could be, it will exactly be knocked out by the life orb. Like, slightly more likely that unknown to us that it can survive 1 attack. Critically also unknown to Naoto, but not unknown to Adam. So we have one player working with some information that the rest of us don't have here on a very critical turn. Also worth thinking about this damage calculation, right? A Swords damage
Update, bought a 250 bonus and won $315.
Depends on how it's it's possible it could just barely survive.
Oh my gosh. Shout out gambling. Sometimes it really do work. Why is Charizard not a dragon type?
Indicate not so good on the defense.
There's the sucker punch into Garchomp, the rough skin.
Probably a little too strong. The $15 profit. Let's go. We're so back.
Exactly enough.
Huge, though, to get that Pokemon off the field. Delphox, still asleep, finally uses its first turn of sleep. Takes an
I was about to say, Ancient Power really doesn't do much damage unless you're 4 times weak to it. Risked so much. Yeah, I've seen my friend buy those $250 bonuses and only win like $100 off of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a one big problem dealt with where Garchomp's rock-type attacks is certainly the most threatening thing to the Delphox, should it ever awake. But again, this Delphox lost that nasty plot boost, so it's still got a long ways to go. Now that your Gambit has been defeated as well, I think very critical. Maybe like one more hit point really changes how this battle looks. You know, could have been.
It's so addictive and bad. It's almost like it's designed to be addictive.
Are going to come out here and continue to make things difficult. Sneasler, the remaining Pokemon on Adam's side, going to eat a relevant Intimidate here. But hey, you know, at least it's got the type advantage, but I don't know if Poison Touch is going to be enough this time. Definitely going to need to start applying some poisons in a hurry.
Absolutely needs to get the poison and just other damage down onto these Pokemon. And I love the Incineroar switch.
100%. Ooh, flashing lights and colors. I know.
For a protect this turn to waste the
Dragonite was the only dragon in Gen 1 and Gen 2? Oh, Gen 2 didn't have a dragon? I guess it's... Yeah, because Tyranitar was the only dragon that was...
There's the fake out from Sneasler, connects onto Charizard, gets the flinch, but does not get the poison. There is the throat chop, connects onto Incineroar on the switch, and negligible damage.
Oh, Kingdra! Everyone forget about Kingdra. Water Dragon. Also, great typing. I feel like there's not that many water dragons in Pokemon. In Pokemans.
You know, there's always the threat that you don't succeed there and take that damage on it instead. So forced to play defensively. I'm not out of this one yet, but the puzzle is getting more and more complicated.
Absolutely, it is more and more complicated here.
I would never forget about Queendra. I would.
Even into the Charizard outspeeding and being able to deal good damage back. We're going to see the Incineroar retreat for Venusaur as Charizard protects. Wants to dodge a fake out from the Incineroar on Adam's side, and it does. That being said, Venusaur is now out on the field. Poison Jab also into the Charizard, which means that Venusaur is out onto the field for free with 2 turns remaining of the Harsh Sunlight.
Excellent switch there. And again, Naoto kind of just realized, like, hey, you know, Charizard is very threatening to this opponent. Maybe he's got enough attention. I can kind of sneak Venusaur in here. But neither of the Incineroar are too threatening to one another, although you need to deal with the Incineroar eventually for Adam because of Delphox is a potential win condition here. However, completely free. And now Incineroar gets to be safely in the back or can switch back in and Intimidate and put Charizard in a safer position to get some more damage down and keep working toward this end game.
Absolutely. A second Intimidate down onto Sneasler is a big deal. You can see how much Charizard
Poison Touch again? Oh my gosh, Poison Touch keeps on working! That's crazy!
Means that Charizard will be poisoned here, and Heat Wave is going to miss the Sneasler. You wanted to hit that if you are cheering for Naoto Mizubuchi. Instead, Incineroar tanks the
he's been getting lucky enough in this match, let's be honest.
Onto the Charizard, and here comes the Flare Blitz trying to pick up damage onto the Venusaur. Instead, just starts chipping away at that Incineroar. That is a huge dodge from the Sneasler and gets the poison at the same time.
Missed the Sneasler.
Here where, you know, Charizard now on a timer only has a handful of turns remaining, and you know, it only takes, I guess, a couple of poison.
I mean, Sneasler still has the sash. At this point, I might swap out the Sneasler to see if I can reset its attack stat.
Sneasler's been intimidated repeatedly now, where like to switch it out of battle.
For the Delphox? The Delphox, I mean, it's screwed. It's still asleep. I think Sneasler is much more useful. I don't know if Sneasler can... How well does Sneasler do into Venusaur? There's a chance that they also swap Charizard into Venusaur so they can reset the sun. So
opportunity to wake up at any moment now. Sneasler retreats for the Delphox, resetting its attack stat. There is the fake out. It will connect onto the Delphox on the switch in. Heat Wave connects onto both Pokemon here. Incineroar goes down. Delphox hangs on with just 15% hit points remaining. That means Sneasler now gets to switch in here as the harsh sunlight fades. This Delphox is now the fastest thing on the field, but it's going to need to make sure that it can wake up and start dealing the damage.
It's a pretty interesting final, well, maybe not final turn, but kind of final climactic situation here where Sneasler potentially threatening a knockout Incineroar, Delphox potentially threatening a knockout in the Charizard. Charizard would really like to switch out in order to set up that Sun for Venusaur, but if you're firing a Psychic type attack into that slot anyway, that doesn't work because Venusaur doesn't have a sash, right? You just get it knocked up and then wind up right back in the same spot that you're in. So Adam, maybe by getting the Delphox in has a chance here, but it still has to wake up. It could go either way.
this is... I'm trying to work out what would be the...
Probably win the game, or one turn too late and probably lose the game.
Wake up this turn, you win the game, hit the snooze, and you lose. You've got to wake up right now if you are Adam's Delphox. Incineroar switches out. That is a way to get the Venusaur in without risking damage on the Venusaur on the switch, and Delphox spends another turn asleep. There's the close combat from Sneasler.
That's actually unbelievable.
Big damage there, 40% to the Venusaur, but not enough. Sneasler drops its defenses here, and the Ancient Power comes out from Charizard. That's going to pick up the Delphox, and with just the
unbelievable.
Sneasler, 3 Pokemon.
Dude, he was so sweepy.
Like he is about to be undefeated heading into round 6.
My divorced dad is a smoker and 2 of my brothers.
What a great set there. It was so close at the end there, but not able to work around missing that.
What does that even mean?
That'd get much more challenging for him than I think it needed to be. Even the game where he got lucky, it just seems like things just
wide guard sleep powder.
Exciting, but,
that's
really
insane.
There. And both players doing a great job of keeping themselves in the game, right? I think either of them could easily
that was a crazy match. I mean, that third game was a little cheesy. I feel like that one wasn't necessarily earned. I mean, it was earned after that first turn was insane. Yeah, wide lens sleep powder.
It would have been rough.
I mean,
it would have been real tense to make that happen. But wow, what a 3-game set here. If you are Adam, and if you are cheering on for him, you have to be proud of how he played across all. You
would have won that vibe? I know, because turn 1, I would have just been like, well, the Venusaur isn't in a great spot. I'm just going to, I would just like,
yeah, I mean, it's
I would probably just faked it out to not reward them for like them knowing that I should fake out the Venusaur, and then nasty plot with the Delphox.
I don't know if you're intimidated by anyone if you're that tier player, but like, I'd prefer to play that player.
Absolutely insane. So anyways, I get this row. Sick. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Top row, don't need any of it. This middle row, don't need any of it. This row is also free. Let's go. This row, don't need any of it. So it's only in this row. And I don't need that one. And this row is free. What the heck? And then these are 2 2s. Or not. Oh, I already got the 2 in this one. Easy peasy. Free row. Love to see it. I don't need this row. Don't need anything in this row. Don't need anything in this column. Bang. Upsetting. Nothing in these. Nothing in these. We're playing in here. We're playing in these 9 spots. So I don't even need to open that one. Oh, this row's done. And this row's done too, so I just need something. Easy peasy. Free row. Dude, 9 points? Sheesh. Dude, another free row? 11 points? Hey, yo, I need the game to be more like that. What am I going to spend all my coins on? Oh no, probably Ice Beam. Oh, I could use it. Oh, I could use it like this. Okay. One means I'm not opening it. Because I don't need anything there. I don't need anything on these rows. Oh, I can. Oh. Oh, wow. We're so good. Any other rows? I don't think so. Rip it. Do I need anything else from here? Before I need one more 2 in this row. Let's rip this one. Oh, let's rip this one. Nice. So I don't need anything else in this column. I don't need anything in this row. Voltorb flip is what I live for. Well, surely the 4-2, 4-2, I get, this is safe. I hate it here. Drop to game level 1? Ugh. Are you just gonna give it to me? I don't need anything there. I don't need anything here. That actually is a bomb. Genuine bomb. Wait, all 3 of these are guaranteed bombs. Which means this is safe. Oh, yeah. I don't need these. Don't need these as well. Don't need these columns either. Can we put on Backstreet's Back? Oh! They're doing a side game. Everyone lock in.
Gambit and Sneasel.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this match because I love this team that Stefan is running here with the Gengar that's not Perish. It's actually just substitute Gengar. And using the normal Swampert as well. More
Dragonites?
Yawn and Flip Turn. I think this is a really cool team.
Dragonite on Dragonite hate?
I was kind of worried we might not, right? Where I think him and Michael Kelch have very similar teams, if not exactly the same one. But I thought Michael was down to 2-2 before we went up to do this game. And like, oh man, like we've been talking about like the Mega Gengar like kind of like trap offense stuff for 2 regulations now. I was like, are we going to lose it again? But here it is, we found it.
After not seeing Sneasler at all, we've now seen Sneasler 3 times in a row.
In the day and like how those matches go for you. Yeah, it's a team that Michael DeBest was able to pilot to win a grassroots event, and it's like certainly came on a lot of people's radar. Like especially if a lot of trainers like not really necessarily played up against it too often, but like it's something that you definitely add to the list to make sure like do I have a matchup?
Dark types can't swap out from Gengar, right?
Gengar from Edu, which was just that like
it's only ghost types.
Talked about Gengar as this monster threat that exists
for Perish Trap,
we never really actually see
or
it
I guess really Shadow Tag
publicly before this tournament.
Yeah, I think one reason for that too is like, is that really something
they don't show you what sets they brought when they show when they're showing like a side game.
If they realize that's the board state that I need, they can either change their team or just like not give me that. I think this
Ooh, swapping in Ninetale.
Talk about this. It's kind of very much that Pokemon, right? Where typically given the choice Scarf item on this team, which is just not the way we used to play this Pokemon. Typically like Sash or Light Clay, and like you're playing very defensively. Where here you're just trying to get that's usually Garchomp, which
Gambit just goes Kowtow into Gengar.
A little bit against the Whimsicott instead.
Okay.
The match here, I feel like this is one of the things that Gengar actually does struggle with. Like the team is set up to be able to knock out King Gambit pretty well. You got the Sneasler, you got the Life Orb, Superpower, Inner Focus on Dragonite, so you can't slow it down with a Fake Out, you can't slow it down with an Intimidate as well. And Yuya's doing a great job in this early stage of the game of like positioning the King Gambit next to the Whimsicott, both getting the speed control pressure up there, but also like, hey, locking the Gengar into substitute and letting it knock itself out is also
Ninetales, I'm assuming, is Sash. Could be.
Yeah, that's certainly an option.
Well, I don't know. Sneasler could be Sash. I think it's most likely that the Ninetales is Sash, though.
Ninetales, you kind of love that you have the ability
because you could just click.
Lock out this King Gambit.
You could just click Blizzard here and break probably the Sash.
Look at Evan go. Again, it's a fun trick that this Pokemon has. Where
why haven't we seen a lemon? That's a great question.
Boosted with the item, pretty much everything is going to be stuck with this. And yeah, I mean, is Kowtow Cleave the ideal Pokemon or ideal move to lock in this situation? Maybe not, but Ninetales itself now is very safe. Although I guess it's got a bail too. So you get like the full reset here. Is like, hey, this board state is bad for everyone. I'll see you in 2 turns.
I think this is like one of the things that makes this team and Mega Gengar probably more broadly quite difficult to pilot in a format full of Basculegions and King Gambits and Charizards and etc. Like it's like when you get that nice easy game where you're up against a Mega Floette and you're thinking, I don't have to worry about getting knocked out in one.
You're picking daisies in the field.
Exactly. Like it's easy. They just get picked out so nicely. But Yu is doing a great job here of, I think, seeing how the threats from Stefan's side.
Regular Dragonite? Where did I put that in the tier list? I put regular Dragonite in day 2 for sure.
Substitute, but also just to be able to, even with Eddie Encore pressure, just keep on the offensive.
Where did I put Mega Dragonite?
Poor Dragonite.
Did I put him like low?
I guess Sneasler damage is somewhat negligible, but I mean that's a great turn. And I think it's a great point too, Ben. Where I hate playing against this sort of team. I think what makes it just so taxing is like, hey, anytime Gengar's in the field, whatever player has to handle.
I didn't put it in. Didn't show up, did I?
Because there's so many ways.
That makes no sense. That Pokemon's too good for that.
Totally hosed for the remainder of this, where it's going to take you most of what's left to recover. And I think Yuya so far playing really well into this, where
I literally can't find it.
Of a team that's supposed to be pushing the tempo against you.
That's the thing. Like I'm wondering I'm wondering if and/or when we're going to see the Swampert sort of like coming out, because I think it's one of the main tools that you have against just like putting some pressure on the King Gambit, and that's what this team is designed to do in a lot of ways. Like Gengar, Trap,
It's right there.
the field.
Oh, you're right. It's right there.
Pivot in the Pokemon that's good against those Pokemon, and then you start putting the damage down onto them.
Well, here's what you do, is you just fire off double, well, at least one fighting type attack into King Gambit here. Of course, blocking the extreme speed there. Tropical Berry just enough to keep the King Gambit up on the field here. But I think, you know, the Dragonite feels good to me, except that it got hit by the Moonblast on the switch in here. Other than that, this Dragonite would have been in a great spot, but the call out from Yuya just making it so that Stefan has really few options here.
Yeah, it's a tough
Why can I not find it? I'm so confused. Oh, there it is. I put it on probably day 2.
Probably expecting that knockout.
One tier below regular Dragonite.
Okay, well, I'm going to write that one in my notes. Maybe try to play that a little bit differently next time.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is one of the things that you
Doesn't exist
like,
category unlocked.
To understand playing into these sort of Gengar teams is like trying to keep on top of it with.
I mean, has he hit this Whimsicott yet?
At least some semblance of momentum over it, and seeing those turns where, oh, okay, Scarf Encore. That's not looking so threatening this turn. What's possibly going to be able to switch in? Ah, I figured it out. Like, I'm going to Moonblast this Dragonite on the switch in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, also then picking up the KO there on the Sneasler with Moonblast as well. Yuya is playing lights out here.
Yeah, it's tough to see like how Stefan can really come back to this match. I mean, there is speed control obviously on the Whimsicott that sort of gives the Ninetales a little bit of a hard time, because being Choice Scarf, it can't protect itself from any damage. It possibly won't go down in one to, like, say, a Dazzling Gleam.
It's Choice Scarf Ninetales?
Dragonite on the other side of the field, but, you know, that Dragonite is on pretty low HP, and really quite easy to find the opportunity to pick up a knockout here.
Yeah, the focus slash on Whimsicott's huge here too. Stefan does have to double into the Whimsicott in order to pick up the KO there, so you're committing Blizzard and Extreme Speed into that Pokemon to knock it out when you really want to be getting damage down onto that Floette that just Mega Evolved. Yes, yeah, that's damage. That's damage.
Yeah, but the Floette gets frozen here.
Right there. Yeah, Whimsicott going down to less than half of its HP. Like, it's easy to forget how strong Dragonite is. We haven't seen it as much in the format since it was next to Chen Pao doing all of the Terra Normal Choice Band Extreme Speeds.
Yeah, I feel like some of us kind of got lulled into like a false sense of security by the two. It's like, oh, like, you know, now that stuff's not here, Dragonite's not very good. Every once in a while, it'll come back and like, oh wait, that's still, his attack is very high.
Oh, hang on a second, yeah, especially like while you're kind of getting punched in the face. Oh,
interesting.
Getting that knockout and the knock into Icy Wind here, probably actually quite influential, right? Because after the 1-speed drop onto the Floette, now the Ninetales is going to outspeed it even in the Tailwind environment, and then the second Icy Wind takes it to slower the Mega Gengar, and the Mega Gengar can kind of put some pressure down onto that Pokemon too.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, right?
Interesting.
One of the more interesting uses of dynamic speed that we've seen, where it's like Icy Wind in general just got way better once things changed a few games ago. So you have your speed order like kind of changed in the middle of turns, but rarely matters with something like that. And you know, the Icy Wind also does a little bit of damage, right? I mean, not so great on the Floette there. It's pretty strong defensively on the special side, but there are some Pokemon at least, you know, I mean, it's not quite that extreme speed on Whimsicott, but it's not completely irrelevant damage like the Cresselia was Icy Winding you or something.
Yeah, but the Sneasler has the ability to just pick up that KO. There's still Tailwind up here. The KO onto the Ninetales, and I don't know that Gengar has enough into both of these Pokemon.
It's hard to imagine that it does. I mean, this Moonblast is going to do a big, big chunk, even though Mega Gengar is resisting that attack. And, of course, Stefan following up with the Sludge Bomb, trying to get the knockout on the Floette.
Poison?
I was about to say was gonna get the knockout on the Floette.
Dang.
Managed to catch herself short. But yeah, living on free.
Very close.
3% there, actually quite big, because if the Floette goes down on that turn, there's a world where you can see.
Dude, I'm hungry. I'm gonna grab myself something to eat.
The Tailwind gets run out
real quick,
and then a couple of Shadow Balls is enough to pick up the Sneasler if it isn't able
Sneasler
to
has
one-shot it from this range with a dive.
Rock slide.
Out of missing rock slides.
Rock slide Sneasler.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I feel like this is like a really interesting.
Someone knew how many
Stefan,
Charizards
not
were coming.
Game, right? He's lost. But like kind of like transitioning to game 2 here.
For
where,
game 2.
Because I think that's the second time in this game where he went for an attack, probably expected to get a knockout, played as if he was going to get it, like just missed it. Not that there was like an alternative play this time, but at that point I'm probably like, oh man, like either math is just not on my side. I was like, oh man, how is my opponent trained his Pokemon, right? I think it's still a very interesting element of the open team sheet format where the one thing you don't have is training, and I'm assuming here this is much more kind of a defensively oriented training on this team, which can still be deceptive, right? Because I think like people tend to leave their Pokemon open when they're expecting knockouts. It's a great chance to counterattack.
Sorry, we got Dragonite on the field. I'm so happy.
We've got another Dragonite on the wrong side of the field, or the other side of the field, as we say. Now, you'll have noticed that this game has been sped up. We're just trying to make sure we give our players their props in going through this match and managing to get it where our trainers are getting set up for our next round of Swiss. So here we go, Mega Dragonite coming out here for Yuya.
Yeah, dropping the Charizard on this team for the Mega Dragonite instead. Takes a little bit of damage from that Sludge Bomb, and look at the Dragon Pulse coming out from Dragonite, dealing good damage to that Gengar.
And looking better here than Charizard would have probably so far. But yeah, I mean, we were looking at this before we came on air. I was like, what do you mean you dropped Charizard from Big 6? That's not Big 6, it's only 6.
But hey, I mean, it's showing you that actually maybe Charizard isn't actually needed on that.
Well, Dragonite has Heat Wave too.
So yeah. Like he's got like ear wings, so like it's like somewhat Charizard. No, I refuse.
If we squint and turn our heads to the sides, it's one of those sort of situations. But the Dragonite's taking the team in a different direction, and I feel like, especially going into this where everyone's so practiced with the very good Charizard. Let's not beat around the bush here. It all swings some matchups on its head, and certainly if you're targeting those specific kind of archetypes where you think, hey, hang on a second, if I had a Dragonite in the situation, my time gets much easier.
Yeah.
Why does it look like it's sped up?
Pretty well, and like the air quote mirror against other Charizard comps, especially when they don't have Venusaur. Like Charizard doesn't do super well at dealing damage against Dragonite, right? Where Dragonite does pretty well in return.
Because it is?
I can't believe that Sneasler missed the KO on the other Sneasler. Oh, and they flipped.
What is this? Just like a super long game? Also, shout out Chicken Helper.
Yeah, I feel like this is
Tuna Helper, but made with chicken instead of tuna.
A lot of trainers are training their Charizards very, very bulky to be able to take attacks. You just don't need to do that with Dragonite, especially.
What if I was only 2 times weak instead of 4 times weak?
Exactly. And so, you get these situations where I think Dragonite can sit in front of a lot of threats much more safely and just sort of like dish out that consistent damage.
Of course, Eviv would eat that. No, true.
Play for those inaccurate sleep powders. Play for those end games that maybe aren't as consistent with time.
5 wouldn't be caught dead eating Chicken Helper. Only Tuna Helper for him.
Kind of having to lock into the rock slide here.
Yeah, yep.
See,
and it just got spookier.
Oh, wow. Stefan is looking great in this game too right now.
Yeah, everything's sort of going a little bit more smart. Even more so when that Gengar hangs on 1 HP. So, this is looking like Stefan may be able to take this to a game 3.
I see why we're at 2 times speed now.
Yeah, exactly. Like Whimsicott coming in here and putting a little bit of speed control pressure going on. The Sneasler's still going to be able to knock out that Gengar regardless, but it's not going to be able to do too much damage to the Dragonite. And of course, that extreme speed is out prioritizing.
Was this game just like absurdly long?
So, who needs speed pressure? Who needs speed control? Be first.
Just be first. Just play every attack being priority, and you'll have something to do.
Basculegia, a pretty good Pokemon to have here though, where that 1 HP or 1% HP on Gengar not looking nearly as good as it did a second ago. But Ninetales the premium is a good one. I don't think
premium
seen the premium
right here.
before.
Oh no! Oh!
How?
Okay. Last respect's going out to Ninetales.
No.
Actually, that could be the exactly the turn that you needed to come back into this game, right? Just living on 1, getting that rock slide.
Is that Scarf Basculegion?
If I'm not mistaken, that Sneasler has had its White Herb activated and is faster than both of these Pokemon. So, okay, not going to outpace in extreme speed, but the Life Orb's going to take care of that for Yuya. And now the Aqua Jet picking up the Gengar, and Yuya taking this game 2-0.
Wow.
Perfect adaptation there with the Basket Legion at the end, just being able to clean up those last couple
I
of
mean,
hit
since they
points
put it in
on
2x speed,
Pokemon.
surely they have the next match ready that they want to go
Definitely,
into.
It felt like even all the way through, it's hard to keep up with a 2x speed.
Do I
but
want my
yeah,
dude
it
to
felt
be
like
a
all of
tank
these
or a
Pokemon were
sniper?
just living on
In what
1%,
game?
like the whole way through. Not too many focus sashes to throw around in a team. Just train your Pokemon into a position where they can take those attacks, right?
That's the trusted love I've heard so much about, I think. And, yeah, it's like the first game was kind of the same way, too. But I do think it's a great game to highlight as well, where it's very much kind of what we've seen for Regulation MA. And
Oh,
MV,
XCOM
very
Star Wars
offensive
game.
formats compared to what we saw during Scarlet and Violet. And you just have exactly the right final Pokemon. Like, hey, you know, like things have gone a little
In my
off the
soul,
rails, but
I
can
feel
close
like
out
it's
the game.
always sniper.
Definitely, it's all about
But
finding
as
those opportunities.
as
We're
I've
gonna get an
grown
opportunity
older,
to
I've
give
grown
it
to
over to our
appreciate
casters to keep this
someone
World
that can just like sit at the beginning, sit in like the
Thank you
middle of
so
all the
much,
action.
Gary. I loved having the opportunity from you three to be
Even like a couple hours ago, where I
Very
was like,
tough opponent and
I could hold it off.
Pereira going up there next, but you can see
I could wait for like a
the
dinner
absolute class
time.
we've got here across the board in round 6, and we're only just at the tip of the iceberg with the tournament. We've got so much to come over the weekend as we get deeper into the proceedings.
At this point, though, for any of the trainers, especially sitting at that 5-0, you're just one spot away
I'm
from
also-
phase 2 of the competition. And it does kind of seem like
Marco
there is a little bit
Silva?
of breathing room if you
Sylvia?
take a loss here because, oh, well, it's only a couple
What's
of
his face?
matches. You just have to win one more, right?
There's 12 people undefeated 5-0 right now? Then why aren't they showing them on that screen? They're showing the 4-1 people.
Up until, well, okay, we took our one loss. Okay, oh, I have a couple more chances. All of a sudden, it's this absolutely cracked player or a rockside flint or anything else, and that could just be your world's dreams completely shattered. So to be able to secure a spot now for these trainers would just be so good. So let's go to the stage and start seeing what we can talk about for this match. Again, to start off, 6-0 would be
Oh, let's go.
incredible. And you want to be able to go beyond as
Raichu
far
Mega
as many wins
Staraptor.
as possible for Top Cut.
And then,
with two teams that
Rain
are very
Charizard.
Pokemon champions.
Yes, one that has picked up a lot of popularity coming into the World Championship. That
Oh, let's go. Hisuian Arcanine too.
Raptor team sort of there with the Burger It does give a way to set Trick Room up for the King Gambit, for the Sylveon that you can really...
Wait, that team's actually good.
King Gambit, like we've seen time and time again this weekend on the carry side, is going to be that Soul Stance variant. It is going to try and get in positions where it can set that up, and then it can just cut through the opposing team.
Looking at this matchup, though, weather is one of the really popular modes that we have here in Pokemon, and Gary, we're going other ways instead. One of the really fun stars or Star Raptors of the regulation,
No.
the Mega Star Raptor. This is such a fun
No
Pokemon
weather.
because, of course, you can deal a lot
Who
of
needs
damage.
weather?
You put your opponent in really, really tricky spots, and Raichu for that coverage is amazing.
Yeah, these really pair quite nicely together, and it's not one of those teams where you kind of pick one Mega over the other. These commonly come together. You can bring the Staraptor Mega that, and bring that Raichu along as well, because not Mega, it's got that Lightning Rod, so it gives that really nice support. It's got fast fake out as well, and so can provide a lot of value.
I mean,
bringing both sometimes on the fly can make you kind of decide, okay, well, I was going to go
This is
way,
like one of
now I'm
those
gonna go
teams where
down to
I
the
like
line
look
and
at
actually
both of my Megas. I'm like, I never bring them together.
Ignore the Hisuian Arcanine as well. What a big, powerful Pokemon this is. Choice Scarf on, sorry.
Default
Focus
Raichu
Sash
feels
on
so
there,
bad.
Carried away. But gives that
Especially
little
if
blanket of security.
all your moves are inaccurate.
Twice before it is taken down, and with that rock head ability, not taking any recoil from those big, powerful attacks like Head Smash, Flare Blitz, means you have to be very, very respectful of that Pokemon when it is in front of you.
It called out looking at Gary's team, no weather. That's because Numberwitch has both of them as we get to see that dual weather team. You have the Charizard that, of course, upon Mega Evolution, sets the Sun or Pelipper. And, of course, a variety of options for either which mode that you go for. Swampert really be enabled by the rain, so speedy, so powerful. Or you go the other mode with that Venusaur. I love the amount of options we have.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about this team. You can really pick and choose the best four on all of the options that you
Dude, I
have.
feel like
All of
Venusaur
those
is so
two
tough to
weathers.
deal
Not only
with.
that, you've got the Archaludon as well that can come in. Take
So
advantage of the rain. It
many,
doesn't
so many of
necessarily
these games
really benefit
are
from
like
that
Charizard, Venusaur lead.
attack. the big part of
And
the
if
team, though,
Venusaur
is
hits its sleep
all
powder,
around
you're
by
like
that Grimmsnarl with that
instantly in a winning
play out
position.
that it's got to extend the screen support. And looking over Carrie's side,
You basically have like a 75% chance that you just have a winning position right off rip.
Grimmsnarl is there, setting up the light screen reflect. It is going to make it difficult for Carrie to break those walls.
A win and in for these two trainers to win it in to be 6-0. It's time to see who's that's going to be as we get into our match. Right away, that weather mode. Current number, which we're going to see that rain. So right
Good
away,
intimidate.
The drizzle, the rain is out. But really strong attacking options from Perry.
Yeah, I mean, the Intimidate here is really useful. On
Also, shout out Shiny
well, it's going to naturally out
Fweakn Arcanine. I love that Shiny.
But we talked about that focus side. It is going to have room to take at least one attack from that Mega Swampert if it does.
Who names their kid Norwich?
We're just making a quick appearance.
Someone in.
We are out of there.
I don't know where TH is.
That can really start putting more offensive pressure. Our Chaladon to join the field, but Megalution for this star round, but not the only
TH.
one, as it's going to be.
I was gonna say Thailand.
Well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thailand. Yeah, Thailand.
Decide to target a lot of heavy hitters here. First off, though, it's just going to be a priority that extreme speed into Swampert to start dealing some amount of damage. In retaliation, though, with that Mega Evolution, you have this speed on your side. Wave Crash moving Staraptor down to about a third of its health. But close combat, this with the Mega Evolution is.
Did they have? Oh, he doesn't.
To pick up the Swampert, though, you get the defense and special defense raise, but you didn't pick up the KO. But Swampert still can be taken off by an extreme speed next turn.
Yeah, it's a really nice double up from Carrie, not focusing on trying to match speed control here with the Tailwind, going all out attack and just trying to contain this Swampert. Now, like you say, the extreme speed.
All right, real question. Did they bring Raichu to absorb Electro Shots?
Hasn't had a stamina boost, but it is
Protect Swamp? Yeah.
Shot into the Staraptor this turn. It has to be careful though. It's got no defensive support, so the close combat into that slot would be detrimental. Maybe.
But then again, maybe they don't feel like they even need their.
Hit from the Mega Swampert because it is gone. Extreme speed priority. It is out of there in the follow-up close combat into the Archaladon. It's not going to appreciate the hit, but it will survive it. Another defensive special defense route for that Staraptor, though, and a defense one for the Archaladon. Electro Shot, of course.
I really do feel like
this is going to get instantly powered up. So you first
they're
take
getting.
a pause, you breathe, you absorb the electricity.
Norwich is getting a little behind early.
Down into the opposing end. Again, we
I have to move myself to the center. You're blocking the HP, yeah. I moved myself.
Yeah, it's nice to get
Arch took a crap ton, by the way.
Mega Evolution, you feel like putting them so far ahead in this match. A lot for Norwich to do, especially taking so much damage from that close combat. And you know, the Pelipper in the back, that isn't able to come in really as long as his Arcanine is still active. It's going to be susceptible to a potential head smash, get knocked out by that, and then you've got this Sylveon coming in. But
ooh, slow.
Norwich bringing in that Venusaur. That is going to help out a bunch against that Sylveon in particular, but still got to deal
I
with
feel like the Arcanine, you still need to hit it twice.
That's the problem. The focus hash intact, so you have to put 2 hits into it to take it down, and it's just been dishing out. I wouldn't say oodles of damage at this point, but the extreme speed.
I would just think you Flare Blitz and Hyper Voice, right? Why would you not?
Maybe not a Flare Blitz, but a head smash. That could maybe just even threatening one-hit KO here. So protect from
not the oodles of damage. Oh, double protect? Just to see what was going on?
Again, opportunity to opt out what's going on. Flare Blitz, despite the rain, trying to target down into Venusaur. So now you have
you hit Flare Blitz, so you hit. Head Smash has an 80% accurate chance to miss. I mean, come on.
That's about it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. I think, you know...
Norwich is so skinny, rip. What?
It weakens the Flare Blitz, so it gives Venusaur a little bit of an easier time. The one thing you could say that Venusaur could maybe...
He seems fine.
Is a sleep powder. If you can put that Arcanine to sleep, you don't
seems fine to me.
necessarily worry about the Sylveon.
It's not that skinny.
If you can get that Arcanine,
I mean, he's skinny, but not like so skinny.
Enough to give you room to get the Pelipper back onto the field. Just have to wait and see.
Trying to make
Breaking Sash, okay.
Take this Venusaur down in one hit, though. Quick attack.
Oh, they did click Head Smash to make sure.
We're going straight for that head smash.
Oh, what a pop off.
Another KO in
Let's go, Kari. Carrie? I don't say why I said Kari. It is spelled that way, but.
But again, a lot of momentum has been taken by Carry in this match because her Taladon has a lot of ground to take up. And Arcanine, I mean, you're still sticking around for another turn.
Yeah, and it's in prime position to throw out another head smash this next turn. The Pelipper.
Yeah, let's go Kari Daytona. Let's go Daytona. Is it a big head smash again? I don't remember what this what the Pelipper set was. If it had protect and wide guard, or only wide guard, or only protect.
So the Sylveon feels in a really strong position here. The Pelipper does of course have wide guard.
They still have Carry still has his 4th Pokemon. Head smash hit again. Honestly, the accuracy of the moves so far that I've seen in this scene on stage, everything's just hitting.
You have those boosts, but how much damage will this do into Sylveon? It will be enough here, so it is a KO. You have that information going into the next.
Is this the last turn of Rain? Rain has stopped. Arch is almost back up to half, but I feel like I mean, you just need to hit a Focus Blast, I guess. You had Raichu the entire time and you're telling me that you weren't sitting here to absorb all these Electro shots?
Will be enough. Are you going to have to rely on the Raichu's non-mega Focus Blast to maybe get the last bit of damage off as we see that Archelodon protecting on this incoming fake out?
Yep.
I'm not used to seeing this level of accuracy on my streams. I agree. Dude, I think I saw one Sleep Powder miss, and all the head smashes have hit it. The only things I've seen miss are Heat Wave and Rock Slide.
There if you are carry, because Fake Out will activate the stamina or weaken the Arcanine's attack. So you're going for that Focus Blast.
Raichu, he protect.
Accuracy. If you do hit, then it's really the reward is there. Now Flare Blitz coming out, and it is going to be into the Archelodon. Nowhere near enough, hanging on quite comfortably there. But does the Archelodon target that Arcanine?
It's going to be the
He did not target the Arcanine. Wow, he called out the 50-50.
On this turn, get some damage dealt, and that's about it. Still a 2v1 with an Archelodon that could protect for a little bit more leftovers recovery.
He just
still a tough spot.
Very tough spot, and one of those Focus Blasts is all you need to hit now. I think that protect is so crucial.
Being 5-0 has to be so stressful. I agree.
For Arrowage, just getting the targeting wrong. It was a bit of a 50-50. Both can protect, right? But now you're probably putting yourself out of range from that Flare Blitz. But you still, if you are carrying, kind of able to go for that Focus Blast and the Flare Blitz and both hit. And then the combination is enough to take it down.
Focus Blast just hits. It just hits. I've never seen that move ever miss in my life.
Archelodon down.
Archelodon can do so much, but a 1v2 in this situation, not enough. Carry to take the first game in this set. I mean, the amount of momentum we got from this Arcanine was incredible. Even just softening up Pokemon at the beginning with those extreme speeds.
By the way, I just want to say, I put Arcanine in the sleeper tier very early.
I mean, even if
I think that Pokemon is so good.
No, and I think the pressure from
Five, you could crush these guys.
Five was just remarkable there. Really
I don't know about that. I think the problem that I have in VGC in general is I actually think I play pretty well.
Just because of the utility of that extreme speed, throwing the close combat into it,
clicking moves and understanding like positions and like who I should take out, and like I think I actually played that kind of well.
Going after that Arcanine early doors.
I think I'm a dog water team builder. And I'm also like, I don't like just taking other people's teams, even though when I went to regional last time, that team was probably like 80% stolen. But the strategy on that team was literally just click big move.
And the problem is, if you target down into the Staraptor, you're ignoring the Arcanine. If you target down into the Arcanine,
my precious Wolfie is 4-2. Let's go. Dude, we're so back. He just needs to win 2 more, and then he makes it day 2. I mean, last year's Worlds, didn't Wolf go undefeated day 1? He went 8-0, and then he proceeded to lose 3 games in a row and got out of the tournament. So I think it's almost better to lose some. Granted, he lost 2 of them early.
Has the speed going on forward. No offensive, just tailwind. Head smash, though, will be a miss into the arc Chaladon, so no damage dealt from Carry at all.
Yeah, and now we've got that tailwind in effect, so the Staraptor, the Arcanine, will naturally outspeed everything on Narrowitch's side of the field, which gives that Staraptor a little bit of room to go after that Swampert, or...
I'm assuming there's no roost on this.
Rockhead missed there. Head smash missed into the Archaladon, actually kind of paying a little bit of a reward here where the defense boost hasn't been activated. So
he protect.
I was... So the double up into that slot, if you get it right, is going to pay off.
At least the first call
It seems like Carry did double up into that spot.
It will be a protect from the Swampert, and it's Carry both Pokemon attacking into it. So no damage done again.
I am in awe. If this guy, if he has Raichu in the back again, I would be very, very surprised.
Pokemon start to run away with the match. So a hit into it. Narwich the first to take a KO.
Yeah,
because like I feel like I would be swapping in my Raichu because you brought it for the electric rod. I'm assuming, like fake out and electric rod, or lightning rod, not electric rod. So
you go after the Arcanine with an electric shot, knowing that if you get
I feel like you should use it.
Pick up knockout there, and you've also got to contend with the fact that the tailwind is in effect, so you want to try and stall that out as well. So you don't want to
rain once again.
Dive in straight away. You want to try.
It is rain mode once again. Correct.
But also not put yourself in a vulnerable position at the same time.
That's exactly it. If you're not in a position,
have we seen Trick Room yet? No. We've seen like
we could maybe just see some protects,
parts of Trick Room.
Your rain is, on a timer, at least for the right here, right now. First hit into the Archaladon. Stamina defense is up. Wave crash now. Swampert is still.
Does that murder Sylveon? No, it's super close though.
Sylveon. A lot of recoil done to the Swampert though. It's about half, but it's Sylveon. It's the hyper beam coming on out into the Archaladon to take it down.
Wow, you can see the value of that Intimidate. The Staraptor dropped onto that Swampert earlier on, allowing it to take that wave crash, not outspeeding it in Tailwind. It tells you a little bit about the training, but that Hyper Beam so pivotal there to remove the threat that was that Archaladon.
And now we still have a Mega Swampert though that has been dealing
2 more turns of raid.
That is still kicking
do you just protect Arc here? Did you bring your King Gambino? I feel like King Gambit's the only thing here that would actually really help you out a lot. Maybe for Rig.
Now to see where we're thinking for the other Pokemon. Swampert with this Earthquake. That would have been so much damage into this Arcanine, but it will be hitting into the Sylveon, and already only at 9% health will be enough to take it down.
Yeah, a bit dead weight there because it had it has to spend a turn of that recharge after the Hyper Beam. And now you've got the situation where that Tailwind's ended. Now the Swampert with the Rain active is going to be fastest thing.
I mean, even the Raichu in the back would have been kind of nice just to have a fake out, but...
got a free wave crash into that slot, and then you can utilize and leverage
because now they could just double up into the Arcanine. He could opt for a double protect here.
But there is the sleep powder. You can hit those sleep powders.
I don't know what's on this Farigiraf.
Go for that option, then you can start to shut down these options and give yourself that.
Did I get my World's hat and shirt in game? No, I did not.
To close this matchup, tie it, and take us to a game 3.
What do you think of the new Lake of America?
Still hidden safely in the back here for Narwich as Earthquake from the Swampert to hit everything out on the field. Arcanine, that's going to bring it right down to its focus sash. But we're just going all out offensive. It doesn't matter if we hit our own Pokemon. Head Smash.
I mean, Head Smash is... he did miss that one, but Head Smash is just hitting now. So, Vibe, when are we going to see you in Worlds? After I win... Okay, Rain goes down. I'm assuming Arcanine is now faster than the Swampert.
Extreme speed now. The
does a Farigiraf. Actually, they could just E-speed the Swampert.
The thing that you've got to be careful about is going for extreme speed into a Protect and then the Pelipper picking you up. Now, which one do you target? It's really difficult here because
I do feel like you try to scout for a Protect and you Protect with your own Arcanine.
No extreme speed and an Earthquake coming out.
No extreme speed and an Arcanine that's just on a sliver of health, so Earthquake.
Interesting.
Down. Only one Pokemon left for carry with this Farigiraf.
What did he click? Head Smash? Maybe he was thinking that he would try to read his Protect and then wait for the Protect on Swampert and then Head Smash into the Pelipper. I guess that's fine. Kind of a fine play.
So we will go down to a 1v1 situation, but looking at these two Pokemon, we're just, that Pelipper is at majority health, all of the health.
Yeah, the Pelipper.
It's also bulky Pelipper because it has a Citrus Berry, so
if things do get a little bit
Hurricane Spam? Yeah. Hurricane Spam, Weather Ball Spam, either one.
Close this up, and we'll be going to game 3. Or maybe not this turn, Sierra. The Farigiraf wants to just lay things a turn with that Protect as we see the Weather Ball. I think the thing that you could do is try and stall out the rain, but I don't know if you're going to get that many Protects in a row.
This turn, you were trying to click the endgame button. Last turn, it was me. But at this point, it's Farigiraf with not that much health, no double Protect on through.
I do respect going for the win condition.
You have this rain, and will be enough.
I do respect going for the win condition, aka getting 4 Protects in a row.
Rain mode coming out from Norwich. This is the same mode, the same leads we saw from game number 1, but such a drastic difference.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a different approach here. The Wave Crash coming out and into that Sylveon there, catching it. Doing some big damage.
It is technically possible.
Sylveon goes down here, this
it would be technically possible, and then you would also need like Hurricane to miss, assuming they have Hurricane.
That Carrie's got on that Sylveon. We know kind of what its speed is from not outspeeding the Swampert and the Tailwind, so you can make an educated guess where most of its investment is for special attack and then its health and stuff. But yes, the adaptations won't make the difference. What are we going to see going into this one? It's the same leads from Norwich.
One more game and we're running it back again. Same leads.
Oh, love Mega or Hurslane, Alkanite, and Shiny. That's such a cool Pokemon.
Knowing that these leads are capable of winning, do we switch it up to make sure we get the upper hand here?
I think it's, again, I think if you are Norwich, you've got to really deal with this Arcanine as best as possible, because if you just leave it on the field, we saw game 1, how quickly he can run away with things, but again...
He left it on the field all of game 2 as well, and he won that one.
Lack of a switch coming up from Norwich is another way we're going to be switching up this game number 3, as Pelipper will remain on the field to try and maybe put up some offensive pressure on its own. As of course, both trainers will go ahead and Mega Evolve. Wave Crash first up from the Swampert. We've seen this damage roll start after it's pretty at a third of its health. But where are we going to switch it up here? Close combat.
The Megas are just wailing on each other.
Down to about a save. But of course, get that defense and special defense.
Dude, Head Smash just hit.
Into the Pelipper there. Pelipper stuck around, and it's going to be taken down.
Yeah, that's it. You know, the Pelipper has switched out both games 1 and 2. This time, Norwich saying, I'm going to try and catch
there's
you.
No...
Carry, come on,
I wonder if he was just sitting there, he's like, oh, there's no shot that he keeps on going for it, right?
Swampert's in a really good position to get another Wave Crash off, but you would say it's probably just out of range from an extreme speed, just maybe. But you never know on the roll. That's the thing.
Do you protect Staraptor and then try to freaking Head Smash Swampert again? Actually, wait, does ground resist?
And getting it closer to picking up a knockout.
Not enough extreme speed.
Very close.
We'll bring it down low, but Swampert still
I think its own Wave Crash will probably take it out here.
That's going to be one Mega Pokemon down. It was a lot of damage into the Swampert, though, so with the recoil, it's going to be an eye for an eye. Both trainers will lose a Pokemon on this turn. Now our Charlodon gets this Electro Shot, so an opportunity to start getting those special attack boosts.
Yeah, this is a really huge turn. And one of the drawbacks about going for that extreme speed and not picking up the knockout is this Arcanine now going to be a bit of a sitting target here for this Electro Shot. That Focus Sash is now broken as well. And the special attack boost on the Archaludon, making it bigger threat going into the next turn. Farigiraf coming out next here. for Carey, and the Venusaur coming out as well, which is nice. Carey's got the Psychic super effective damage into that Venusaur, but you've got to try and break the sash on that Pokemon before going after it. And it's not the Sylveon like we've seen in the past. You know, the Sylveon could come in now. Yes, it will be threatened by the Venusaur, but you do have that Hyper Voice, or the Hyper Beam that can
double protect from Farigiraf and Arc to bait out protect on Venusaur. They haven't been doing it at all. No one's been protecting. Everyone's just been throwing hands.
Well-time protect could maybe go huge here, but we're just going to go all out offensive, starting off with the Flare Blitz.
No, it's protecting.
Despite the current climate.
And first sleep miss.
But it will miss. Farigiraf is awake and kicking, but our Charladon at least gets
Are they taking out Arc for like the first time ever?
How low this Arcanine's been brought down. So do you go for the KO or for the Farigiraf? We're going for that guaranteed KO. Only 2 Pokemon left for Carey. There is still, of course, the opportunity for the Farigiraf to respond on this turn, and we're switching up the dimensions. Now all the slow Pokemon are going to be super fast.
Yeah, that's a great turn from Carey, just to say, okay, well, if I lose Arcanine here, I set the Trick Room up, and now I get my Sylveon in a prime position. Now it's going to go before that Venusaur. It would otherwise threaten super effective damage.
Sheesh.
From all that sleep power to shut it down. Now you've got the option to go after that Archaludon with that.
Do you just Hyper Beam the Arch? Huh? The Sylveon's definitely the slowest Pokemon here. This is definitely Carey's win.
Do you protect? What do you attack with on this turn? Make sure you can make the most of these twisted dimensions. Sylveon, not wanting to fall victim to that Flash Cannon, will protect, but Archaludon as well. So we're looking at the Venusaur.
Yeah, you're going for the Venusaur, right? Yeah.
As that Psychic heading down into the Dinosaur will be enough. A 1v2 situation. The Archaludon does have full health, does have the 2 special attack raises, but you're still contending with 2 full health Pokemon on the opposing end.
Yeah, and the one thing that Carey has as well on top of that is this Helping Hand. That's going to boost this move even further, make it more powerful, and guarantee potentially a knockout.
Sylveon can do
it is Hyper Beam. Dude, I can't believe he clicked the inaccurate move. Rip Arch, yeah, that thing died. That thing has disappeared. I don't know how.
Finds himself undefeated still here at the Pokemon World Championships, and will be moving on.
Wow.
Phase 2 of the competition. Again, a trainer that has accomplished so much in this year. He's proven he can win, and he's looking to maybe try and make that push once again.
Yeah, doing it real style here. What a way to do it against what a tough team as well.
Man, Pokemon is interesting because I feel like since nothing is execution based and everything is just mental, I feel like you could psych yourself out so easily.
So often, not getting caught out, not getting conditioned as well in that game 3.
First of all, his name's Carey. Second off, he got that cake. He got that thing on him.
So here now, in the moment, I'm making some real decisions that are going to sway this match in my favor. Did get a bit fortunate with that Sleep Powder miss. If that hits, then the Trick Room doesn't go up. The Sylveon's not in such a great position. The Archaludon feels like it could close the game up from there, but that's the risk you take. Sleep Powder, not the most accurate attack, and taking advantage of the...
So happy someone's running the Hyper Beam Sylveon? I think all the Sylveons have had Hyper Beam. He's like the only one that's actually been using it, though.
Both of our trainers,
I mean,
able to see 3
2
leads throughout the matches, but such varying results was genuinely such a treat. And the biggest congratulations to Carey. I mean, the way he was
the pop-offs are great.
Offensive pressure from the get-go again. Which had to
I feel like you don't really see that in Pokemon all that often. People like actually popping off when like a move hits.
That was just a really great set for both trainers. But for Carey, find himself in phase 2.
That's very, very exciting, and yeah, what a way to do it. And I think the adaptations as well from Game 1 to Game 2, although Carey didn't take Game 2, I think switching from the Raichu to the Farigiraf, I think obviously paid off dividends in Game 3, but that adjustment there, something we didn't get time to talk about too much.
Hyper Beam.
That was the difference in that Game 3.
Or Eraser Cannon.
Well, knowing that the threat that the Arcanine was, we saw them struggle to deal with that threat from the Arcanine in Game 1, and it just kind of ran over the obstacles in front of it. And I think the adjustments Game 2 really showed why they're at this stage, why they were 5-0. Yes, they've taken a loss, but I'm sure this won't be the last we'll be seeing of them over this weekend with that such strong Sunray team.
With such a well-played set, how could we say otherwise, right? It'd be criminal not to. So hopefully we do get to see Narrowitch here in phase 2 of the competition. We still have a couple more opportunities for anybody who has taken a loss or potentially two to make their way there. But for now, of course, we have to talk to the man who is undefeated. Carrie's on stage with her interview now.
So there should be 6 players undefeated at this point then?
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Carrie Diotona, undefeated here day 1 at Worlds. Congratulations. How's it feel?
Nerve-wracking a little bit. This team likes to miss a lot of moves, so that's probably the most stressful thing about it. So.
Well, you have your best buddy Arcanine with you right there, and I have the first thing written
The
down in my
Arcanine plush?
notes.
I know. Dude, he understands who the GOAT is.
Team led right in the front, games 1 and games 3, possibly game 2.
I mean, he was going crazy.
My mic all set up, so I missed that. Tell me the reasoning behind it.
Did it only miss? It only missed one head smash,
if he decides to go,
which couldn't be me.
For example, mainly because if I lead anything else, like let's say King Gambit or Sylveon, which are really good into a Swampert Pelipper lead, it's not as great into Charizard because you're not really pressuring Charizard at all. They can just Sleep Powder the Staraptor and go for Heat Wave and start spamming. So Harknine is mainly just to pressure that out. I do have some like other game plans I could have gone with, but I felt pretty confident in the Hark game plan as long as I just got the turns right.
Well, tell me a little bit more about your team, because the last time we saw you compete, it was at the North America International Championships, where you were running
What's
the Mega
Wolfie's
Charizard
record?
Y team that
He
we've
is
seen
4-2.
so many people run throughout the champion's life cycle, and I mean, this team is very different today.
So I stuck with Charizard for a pretty long time. I thought it was the best mon in the format, and it still obviously is. My issue with that kind of archetype is
not bad.
Now, due to the limited decks,
Yep.
I feel like the teams are trying to do too much, and it leads to where you have a lot worse matchups into more things rather than having more positive matchups into others. And so after playing NAIC, and I wasn't too proud of my play, I tried Big Six, as it's called, for the start of this format, and I wasn't really vibing with it. I tried some other Charizard teams. Those didn't feel great. Like, the Toxapex teams have very niche matchups that they lose to. And then I come upon this team.
Rip Optimus Prime. Yep.
That Colin Hire and Ragov made together.
Rip Optimus
like,
Prime.
This team looks awesome. This looks fun. And so I do some digging.
Did he also do? No, I think that was Tim Curry.
Looking into it. And the team pretty much doesn't really have any, like, I would say, absolute negative matchups. At worst, everything is like a 50. So I would have wanted to bring that, because at least my worst matchups come down to 50-50 calls that I can make and capitalize on.
But at the other side of that coin is that you're making these 50-50 calls, and I mean, I think it was you who said this. You had to pick every single call right in that game number 3. That's a lot of pressure for yourself. It's round number 6. It's been a long day. Is that starting to wear on you a little bit?
A little bit. Game 2, I was particularly stressed about, because I found the one way back in, which was he EQs himself on the Venusaur, and then I can head smash, and then it just came down to a 50 if he protects Swampert or not. Because if he protects Swampert and I head smash Pelly, then he loses. But if I protect Hark and he swings with Swampert, then I can Psychic to kill the Swampert. So it's just a lot of 50-50s. I did get very lucky with the Sleep Powder miss game 3, but I still had a chance to close it out if Farigiraf does get the wake up. But, like, you know, RNG stuff happens, stuff like that, so it gets shaky.
Is there anything you're doing to help keep your energy up throughout the tournament day?
Trying to take breaks when I can, like refocus.
Do you want a link for the live results? I have one.
Thing of all.
Is it not just like right here?
Well, I do want to make sure you have a chance to take a break before the next round of Swiss. Carrie, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody who's watching at home?
Yes. So first off, I would like to shout out Patrick Connors and
maybe
Owens,
perhaps not.
On this team heavily. I also want to shout out
sure, you can link it
for making the original build of the team. And then
is it just Limitless?
Shout out Colin and
I'm assuming,
because they made the video. And then lastly, people who just give me like ever-loving support, not only from my Florida group, but Stefano Greppi, Carson St. Denis, and Christopher Hahn. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well for
not sure you two filter that. I probably did.
Best of luck in the rest of the tournament, and thank you all for joining me here on the stage and at home. We're going to be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
Well, what is the website? Oh, commercials. Oh, commercials. All right, back to Voltorb Flip. Okay. You get what? I'm actually done on this row as well. I'm done on that row. Decided to go tank versus sharpshooter with the main dude. All right. .ovh. Huh? It's just a stream account. Pokey data. Oh, Pokey data. Okay. Oh, I was on this website. Justin Tang is still undefeated. Let's go. This guy is killing it, though. Dude, if he's 6-0, but his opponent win percentage is 70%, this means he's like literally beating the best players in the tournament. That's insane. Like 5-1, but your opponents are have a 75% win chance. Who's their one loss? Does it actually say if I click on it? Justin Tang, let's go. Also, 3 Japanese players in the top 6. Oh my gosh. Wolfie has the same opponent win percentage. Where's Wolf? I guess the only benefit of being like 4-2 is you theoretically are facing easier opponents, but it's also the World Championship, so all your opponents aren't easy. See, I've always like wondered about like people down here. I guess eventually you're just like, yeah, the moment you lose like 2, you're like, yeah, I'm out. Like, is there anyone with 2 losses that decided to drop out? No. Once you lose like 3, people basically just drop out. I don't know. I would probably... I feel like I'm at the World Championships. I probably want to keep playing just cuz. Yeah, easier. Nah, 75 is insane. Granted, like, if you're at this point, you're literally facing, like, the best players. So, your win percentage is always going to be 50 no matter what? Your opponent win percentage? Opponent win percentage? I can't believe that's even there. So, basically, the opponents of your opponent's win percentage. Interesting. Very interesting. Back to Voltorb flip. Oh, it's this one. Duh. Let's go. Don't need to open this row. Although, freebie. Don't need to open this row. Don't need to open this row. Okay. I need a tour. We are locked for this row. I gotta open. There's a 3. I don't pay attention to the other one. I didn't need to open anything on that row. What is that even useful for? The opponent of opponent percentage? It's basically like, so your opponent's win percentage is really good, but maybe they faced a bunch of people that suck at the game? That's the only reason that that number would be there. Is it also a tiebreaker for Final Cut? That's crazy. I guess it kind of makes sense. But nothing should be based off of that. I feel like game count is much more important than opponent winning percentage. So green bar is top cut. I think green bar is basically all the best. I think green bar is like top of tournament. Oh, yellow is pending and red is out. Why does this have an asterisk? I know he only has 2 losses, but... Oh, he's currently playing. I understand. I guess green bar is in. Not top cut, though. Not top cut. It's only day 2. Also, 395 players make it into the World Championship. That feels like a lot. Thank you, someone who loves stuff in NRU. Oh, I love this song. Oh no, I got 0 coins because I'm a moron. Give me this row. Dude, a 10 row? Sheesh. Well, this row is done. I don't need anything in this. Don't need anything in that. Don't need anything in here. Don't need this one. Bang, bang. Eventually, I'll become an expert at this Fweakn game. Don't need anything there. Don't need anything there. 2. Oh, there is one more here. 2, 3. There is more there as well, but they're not in this row. Bang. All right. Bang. Cool. Well, that is guaranteed a bomb. So I don't want to open anything in this row. It's basically a 50-50. This row is done. This row needs a 2. Both rows need a 2. Let's go. It'd be so boss to see yourself on that list. It would be so sick. I get no free rows. I mean, this row I don't care about. But I don't think I have any. Oh, and I don't care about this row. Bang. Yes, and I don't need anything else from that row. Very cool. That row seems really risky. That seems like a less risky row. How does this game work? So basically, the bottom number is how many Voltorbs are in the row. So like this row has 1 Voltorb, and you don't want to hit a Voltorb. That's basically the mine in Minesweeper. The top number is how many points are in the row. However, 1 points don't matter. You only want the points that are 2 or higher. So basically, like, if you see a row that it's 4 Voltorbs and 1 point, you basically don't want to open anything in that row because 4 of them are bombs and then 1 pointers don't matter. But if you see a row that is like 5 pointers with 2 Voltorbs, that means there's 5 points spread among 3 tiles, which means there's at least 1 tile in this row that we would need. Like this one. It's a 1-pointer. That's actually really good info. Bang. And we don't need to open that. And this row is also finished because the only other tile that would be there is a oneer. Marco Silva is at 4 and 2 as well, by the way. Gosh, this is so freaking... I actually wanted to open this one. Okay, cool. So I don't need that. Actually, I don't need either one of these. So both of these should be good. Let's Fweakn go. So this column not needed. This row is super dangerous because you know there's only 1 3. One of the tiles is 3. 4 of them are Voltorbs. There's no way that it lines up, right? Where the 3 is in both tiles. Are any of these where they could be 3, but they are not actually? I mean, 2 2s. This is guaranteed a bomb. Actually, which means we can actually open up all of these. Because this row has to have a 3. And this row only could take a 2. This row has 2 more 3s. And 2 more bombs. I'm opening this one just because it feels safe. All right, very cool. Dude, okay, on the main Pokemon stream, they've been just showing off all the players that they showed off at the beginning of the stream that, like, players to watch out for. Almost all of them that they have shown are knocked out of the tournament by this point. Oh, but just in case you were wondering, the Skiploom boys are still in, but not the Crocnaw guy. Ripperoni. Frick it, rip it. Yes. Okay, there is a tour, which means this is guaranteed a bomb. There could be 2 2s left. 2-2. Like Sheik. Wait, it could be 2 2s. Or it could be another 3 in this row. Wait. Take that out. It could be another 3 and a 3 and a 1. Oh, frick. Rip it. Mother trucker. It was a 3 and a 1. Dude, there were so many 3s. There were so many 3s, dude. Skiploom supremacy? True. Dude, it's so crazy. Literally, they're like almost all out. That guy's out. Middle guy's out. Guy on the end, killing it. Let's go here, Yoshi. Oni sushi? It's Oni sushi? Onishi? Okay. Free row. No Voltorbs. Nothing needed in this row. Nothing needed in this column. Rip it. Rip it. I didn't like that set, I'm not gonna lie. No, I wanted to play the game. Frick. I'm waiting to have like a brain blast whenever I'm playing this game. Dude, so many free rows. What the heck? These are... all 3 of these are guaranteed bombs. Which means I can actually just straight up open these. And these 2 are guaranteed bombs, which means I can just straight up open those 2. Yeah. Oh, the other one was also guaranteed 4 bombs across. Wow, I think I actually found every single bomb location. Cool! That never happens. Wow, a free row in this economy? I think this row is done after finding that 2 right there. I don't need anything in here either. There's another 3. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There's got to be a 3. Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh, they're being so nice to me. Aaron Cybertron Zhang is back on the screen. That row doesn't matter. This column doesn't matter. There's another 3er in here, which means that this has to be a bomb. I'm speaking out of my arse. It doesn't have to be a bomb. Actually, it does genuinely have to be a bomb. JK. We can eliminate that entire row as well. Oh, hold on. They got the actual ratings on screen. US and Japan dominating as per usual. Anyways, back to the important thing. I think we're done this row as well. Justin and Carrie represent. I knew Justin Tang was good, but I thought I didn't think he was this good. Let's rip this one. Okay, that means this has to be a 3. Yes. Cool. Okay. 3, 1, 1. Yeah. So I don't need this. It's got to be this. Bang. Dude, I'm getting so many coins. Oh my gosh, they gave me another free row. Don't mind if I do. Okay, there's just a bunch of 3ers in here, okay? This is oops all bombs. I mean, oops all Voltorbs. Which implies I can open all of these. Very cool. This row is done. Which means the only 3s left in this has to be these two. That top row is done. There's nothing in this row for me. This row is actually done because I have the 3 here. Bang. Hold on, we gotta get back in there.
And there's a Primarina here, which is not a Pokemon that's
Primarina!
seen a lot of success or usage so far in this format, as well as a Venusaur. So what's really cool about this team is that you obviously have the Torkoal and the Venusaur.
Hold on, let me check my tier list. Where'd I put Primarina? I put it in sleepers. I put it in sleepers, baby.
There's also a pretty clear Trick Room corner where
Boom.
you've got the first
Right there.
Gambit, the Primarina,
Put it in.
and
I
the
put it in
Torkoal.
sleepers. I called
Primarina
it.
in particular, a really interesting Pokemon here in this matchup because, of course, it can hit everything on Evan's side for super effective damage, right? And so for Philippe, he's got the potential to just go fast and go hard immediately, or he could just try to set up Trick Room, and I think for Evan...
Also, Mega Blaziken? Hello?
Do I want to deny that Trick Room? Do I want to set up a Tailwind with Aerodactyl? Because actually, the Aerodactyl on his side is really threatening with Tailwind and Dual Wing Beat. That threatens Blaziken immensely. But if you Tailwind and you got a Farigiraf on the field and it Trick Rooms on you, well, suddenly the speeds become really awkward.
I don't know if there's a really great way for Evan to deny that Trick Room from getting set up.
Primarina's really good in this matchup. Dude,
Like
what a sick team.
It's actually going to be a Focus Sash, so there isn't really
This man cooked.
maybe enough damage that could be powered behind the Kowtow Cleave to actually take this Farigiraf down.
Okay. Focus Sash, King Gambit. I think that might be the first one that we've seen. Life Orb, Primarina. Interesting.
We've got some unique elements here.
With
Life
an
Orb, Primarina,
Aqua
of course, you
Jet.
can see the natures as well. It's going to be a quiet nature, so we really wanted to take advantage of that Trick Room. Aqua Jet, which often is valuable in just finishing off Pokemon that are quite low HP. We've also got the Aqua Berry here on the Venusaur. The
Rock Slide Blaziken? Dude, that's definitely for Charizards.
gives you advantageous matchup into opposing fire types.
For
like
sure for
Charizard
Charizards.
on Evan's team. And the Torkoal here also has Helping Hand. And so sometimes players like to just run 3 attacks on Torkoal, but Helping Hand means that you can allow things like Primarina to do even more damage on the Trick Room.
And that Liquid Voice is going to be so important. Like, you talk about the super effective damage output of this Primarina. Well, the Aerodactyl on the other side also doesn't have Wide Guard.
Yeah.
So there isn't really a way
It's
to
also
actually
Aqua
stop
Berry
them.
Venusaur because the sash is on King Gambit. Huh.
Exactly, yeah. And there aren't that many great Hyper Voice users, right, in the format to begin with, and certainly none that are, turn it into a water type attack. And so I think that's a really great call out, and I think
Hyper Voice instead of Hyper Beam. Don't worry, there's Hyper Beam on the other team.
What is that? What are those Pokemon? And what's also really cool is that this is a solo Mega Blaziken team. It's not a dual Mega team, and so Evan is using.
Dude, where'd I put Blaziken?
Types that we saw have a lot of success.
I put Blaziken and someone found a gimmick. Mega Blaziken and someone found a gimmick.
And you have flex between Trick Room and Tailwind. King Gambit on this team normally is quite speedy. And
Hyper Fang, the best hyper move?
Gambit has low kick, but Philippe's does not, right? And so that means that Evan can have
What about Hyper
advantage,
Time Space?
but inability to protect means that the King Gambit is
He found his fast Rock Slider. That is true. Fast, strong Rock Slider. Oh, is this still going?
Call out that this
There we go.
particular Charizard is one of the original Charizards that we saw. It does have Solar Beam, and so that's going to be a really potent attack into something like that Primarina.
Exactly. I think the leads are going to give us a really good sense of how these games will go, because the thing about Evan's team is you have so much damage across the board, right? Something like Aerodactyl and Garchomp, If you lead Blaziken Torkoal, well then Evan can just click Tailwind and Earthquake, for example.
Why would you lead Torkoal?
So I think for Philippe,
I just feel like you wouldn't be doing that, Aaron Cybertron saying.
You can get Farigiraf on the field, potentially set up Trick Room. The awkward thing is if you set up Trick Room, well, Mega Blaziken's obviously not a very great pick, right? And so you have to figure out, if I'm going to set up Trick Room, can I do it, then bring
I believe Blaziken is either right off rip or you save it in the pack for when your Trick Room inevitably runs out.
It's going to be Aerodactyl King Gambit here for
For that helping hand.
The Farigiraf and Blaziken getting revealed here for Philippe.
So Blaziken hits the field immediately. Now this Aerodactyl has the dual Wing Beat. So of course you threaten Blaziken immediately turn 1 with something like Mega Evolve, or you have Charizard in the back, you can actually choose to not a Mega Evolve, just dual Wing Beat the Blaziken immediately. And so if you're Philippe, the question is, well, do you maybe want to predict that? Like, let's say you think it's going to be dual Wing Beat into Blaziken, Kowtow Cleave, and a Farigiraf. You could protect the Blaziken.
This is Mega Arrow, so...
Or Primarina. Another thing Evan can do, though, is say, well, Blaziken has to protect here, so I'm just going to Mega Evolve and double up onto your Farigiraf turn 1.
It's going to be the Mega Evolution instantly, though, from this Aerodactyl, so that's actually going to answer one of those questions.
I feel like this is going to be Protect Blaze.
Boost of damage thanks to that Tough Claws ability, but the Blaziken matching that. So we've got Mega Evolution for both sides.
So cool to see Mega Blaziken here on the World Championship stage in round 7. Does it protect? It does. Evan's nodding, so my question is it a double up into the Farigiraf? Okay, just a double protect.
Okay. You can see Evan immediately go, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that's kind of expected there. It is going to give you the opportunity to scout out that Mega Evolution first and foremost there from Evan, but also give that Blaziken a chance to actually activate that engine, get that speed boost, so you can be faster than Aerodactyl and guarantee damage this turn.
Yeah, the tricky thing here, I think, is the King Gambit having that Focus Sash, right? And the Farigiraf here doesn't have Helping Hand either. And so it's like, if you had Helping Hand, maybe you could threaten Aerodactyl with a Helping Hand close combat or Rock Slide, try to get a knockout onto it. The tricky thing here is when Blaziken has to pick its target, it is going to be close combat into Aerodactyl. Oh my goodness!
What? That wasn't a crit or anything.
I mean, that was also without a
Oh, move to the middle, true.
a raw close combat, and now the King Gambit gets to follow that up with a Kowtow Cleave into the Farigiraf, but now all of a sudden there is not enough damage on the board to be able to take out this Farigiraf before it sets up Trick Room.
Well, so that's the interesting thing, right? I think Philippe might have been like, I think you're going to survive this, you're going to knock me out, and then you're going to give me a free switch and into Trick Room. Now the awkward thing is you have Mega Blaziken out while
what? So that's actually insane.
Normally actually has started to invest a lot in HP and like reduces its attack investment there, so I thought it would survive close combat there for sure, but no, it just goes down in one hit. Now, Philippe's not in a bad spot, but you kind of feel like you need to get this Blaziken off the field, right? The Farigiraf, of course, can go for something like a Thunderbolt onto the King Gambit, get an attack off, and break its Focus Sash on the way out. Blaziken, I think, ideally would love to switch out. The Primarina is a really great Pokemon to come in if you've got that in the back, but I think this turn for Philippe, it's maybe playing a little bit more defense, and it's actually going to be Farigiraf protecting first, so maybe actually willing to sacrifice that Blaziken.
I think that's kind of okay, or... you know, maybe you're baiting out an attack here from the guard pump. Wow, it's actually just a double into the Farigiraf, and so this
I guess the
actually gets to fire off in close combat.
That's so much damage. Mega Blaziken, welcome to the Pokemon World Championships. Feels like it's been a highlight reel for it so far. And of course now you can threaten the Garchomp for a knockout with Farigiraf, with that Psychic as well. And so I think
insane.
Even more than he really was expecting, right? I think the idea there was, okay, you know what?
Wow. I wonder if they're going to double into Farigiraf again.
But I think right now, that was such a great turn for Philippe, and yeah, this Blaziken really wanting to prove its worth here, bringing him into day 2.
I mean, if you get another turn like that, that might be that King Gambit all the way down to 1 with the Focus Sash, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I think that Philippe at this point has said, you know, I've actually gotten away with a lot. So let's go ahead and make a small adjustment here. Farigiraf, save it for later. That Primarina takes the Kowtow Cleave instead, which will definitely take that a lot better. As the Stomping Tantrum now comes out and finishes off the Blaziken, but it's already dealt out a lot of hurt to Evan's team.
Yeah, the main thing I was kind of curious about there was the speed interaction between Farigiraf and King Gambit, right? Because I think if Farigiraf there maybe could have just stayed in, gone for a Psychic to knock out Garchomp, and Blaziken could have knocked out King Gambit. Either way, though, now this is kind of the Trick Room dream where you have the Torkoal and the Primarina position next to each other.
How many turns of Trick Room are there?
Has gone down.
There's 2 left? Okay.
However, King Gambit crucially cannot protect itself, right? And so Torkoal plus Primarina here have a super free Eruption. Garchomp's going to switch out. Primarina could either Hyper Voice or Moonblast, which I think is probably just a little bit better, and Gambit will fall.
It's going to be the Sucker Punch first, though, so it will mitigate some of this Torkoal's damage output, as Eruption is based on the amount of
I feel like
Pokemon has left, but that's still going to bring the King Gambit down to its focus stack.
you just hyper. Oh, well, I guess you don't hyper voice because it's.
Still does a lot of work. A follow-up here for the Primarina to use Moonblast, so it isn't going to get hurt by its own partner's weather setting, and that finishes off the King Gambit for good.
Yeah, the question though is I think Evan has managed to weather the
Sucker Punch is so OP, yeah. Dude, I feel like when you run for Igoraph, you like forget that you can get hit by priority moves sometimes.
This Garchomp took a lot of damage, but it hasn't fainted, right? And at 17%, there's also that Aqua Jet on Primarina. The sun is up, so it's not going to do that much damage, but after Garchomp takes one more hit of Life Orb, then surely I think an Aqua Jet will finish it off. And so for Evan, he's managed to probably get through the Trick Room, but oh man, it's going to be really close. The Torkoal, of course, also has Helping Hand. I don't think Helping Hand Aqua Jet is KOing a 17% Garchomp in Sun, but yeah, the Evan now really has got to rely on the speed advantage after stalling out this last turn of Trick Room.
We do see the Sylveon.
I'm surprised they didn't swap in for Igoraph here.
The Garchomp ends up following that up, and it does. So that is going to be the final turn of Trick Room stalled. Then you do have to think about, you know, I don't know, Aaron. I'm not really willing to put it on, you know, Aqua Jet not getting the KO after we saw the close combat. One shot the Aerodactyl.
The sun is
also
up.
first Trick Room team.
So this turn is really interesting. You know, let Sylveon just protect it, right? And so the Garchomp isn't going to want to click Earthquake because otherwise you're going to damage yourself. I think if you're Philippe, what you can do is protect the Primarina, switch Torkoal out into Frigoraph, so that Garchomp eats that extra tick of Life Orb, then Aqua Jet can finish it off, right? And so feels like the most logical play. Otherwise, you are vulnerable to just eating up something like a Stomping Tantrum and a Hyper Voice or even Hyper Beam.
Also, isn't it it's Protect on the Sylveon, not Detect? It's just interesting. I feel like most people just run Detect on their Sylveons just because.
And it is Stomping Tantrum into the Torkoal.
All right, that's enough to get the knockout there and bring Philippe down to just 2 Pokemon remaining in this first game. So we have a true 2v2 as Garchomp with that Life Orb recoil gets taken down to 7%. Maybe now we can actually start to think about that Aqua Jet health, as that Frigoraph does have to come back out.
Yeah, but is there enough damage, right? I think Evan has done a really fantastic job here of positioning.
Is there even any actual difference between Protect and Detect? No. Before it used to be how much PP each one had. Detect used to have like no PP and Protect used to have a ton. But the main reason that you actually run Detect instead of Protect is because there used to be an Imprison set.
That's going to get negated by that Protect. And so that's going to be one source of damage that you won't be able to get down this turn, but Hyper Voice can't get the KO onto the Frigoraph either. So Trick Room goes up. Primarina has the speed advantage.
Yeah, it feels like that could have been a Hyper Beam into Primarina instead, right? You get the knockout there.
Interesting. There's 6-0 versus 6-0 going on, and they stream this.
So then the question is, can that get a knockout? You know,
I mean, this is the Pokemon Company at their best, you know?
Oh my goodness, what a clutch Trick Room and a clutch Survival.
I don't know why they. I don't know how they choose their games.
It's going to be Primarina actually going for the Protect, though. Okay.
Maybe just hoping the Frigoraph can get a little more damage, but it's actually just going to be
the double protect. Yep. Scout out for an opposing Protect on the opposing end. Makes total sense.
Delays out the sun as well.
Yep.
So that would be really nice if you do want to actually hit a Hyper Voice with your own Primarina later. Or the Aqua Jet. But it was the Earthquake. So the Garchomp is actually going to hurt its partner Sylveon.
And yeah, that's going to knock out Sylveon. And you know what else that's going to knock out? Garchomp with its own Life Orb.
Yeah, that is going to be a double KO. But it was a good effort because you can see there Evan was kind of banking on.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Get the double KO with the Earthquake.
Yeah.
But also that Garchomp and the Sylveon actually are on the receiving end of an attack. They're going down.
They pick whichever match they think people want to watch the least. It's classic reverse psychology. he clicks Earthquake there because if they just focus Sylveon Earthquake, even if you lose to your own life orb, even if you croak to your own life orb, if you knock out the opposing 2 Pokemon, you still win.
Actually had a pretty huge advantage after Blaziken got that free attack off, but then Frigoraph switched out.
I'm losing too slow. No, you're gonna lose anyways because you don't have the speed advantage. You're basically assuming your opponent's gonna make a misplay, so I'm gonna click Earthquake just in case for some reason they don't attack my Garchomp this turn. Because he was gonna lose no matter what, so might as well play for like your opponent having a brain aneurysm. So it looks goofy when you like literally murder yourself, but
as you mentioned, maybe get that Hyper Beam instead.
Yeah, I mean,
in actuality, it was probably the only realistic play he could have made there to possibly still win the game.
My Aerodactyl. So if you're Evan, you can consider playing a little bit more defensively, right? For example, Aerodactyl, if you think it's going to go eat up a close combat.
Oh, let's go, dude.
Sylveon, for example. I really
World champion Blaziken?
There, which was let me use Blaziken in the early game to immediately get some knockouts, and as it fades, I get my Trick Room up. Primarina under Trick Room is an absolute beast, right? Was able to do a lot of damage in that one. Part of the other thing is if you're Evan, do you ever consider switching to Mega Charizard instead, right? Instead of that Aerodactyl. But I don't know. Even though Aerodactyl did get one-hit KO'd in that last game, like it still feels better than Charizard, honestly. Charizard.
I can't believe that close combat one-shot Mega Aerodactyl. That's insane.
Garchomp as a lead, I think, is also another powerful.
So that means if they don't Mega, that is for sure a one-shot no matter what.
Into Frigoraph and Blaziken, which we just saw. Now, of course, you do threaten with the Rock Slide immediately on a Charizard, but Charizards normally are really physically bulky these days, so I'd actually expect it to potentially survive. And if you survive, well, then you can retaliate back with something like a Weather Ball and an Earthquake, for example.
And it's not going to get a same type of attack bonus there for the Blaziken either.
That's
from
right.
Rock Slide, so I feel like that is in favor of the Charizard surviving that attack. But one way to find out, looks like our competitor's getting ready for game number 2.
What?
As a reminder,
What?
if Philippe wins this next game, he has secured a spot in Phase 2 of the World Championships. But Evan will still have
Mega Arrow only has 85 defense.
Let's see. I'm just so thrilled to see Mega Blaziken on the stage and for the work that it put in.
It's still super surprising.
Like I said, I was expecting to survive just because Aerodactyl.
I feel like
defensive bulk. And so, yeah, to see it just an immediate one-hit KO without a critical hit to start off the set, absolutely exhilarating. And I think if you're Evan, you also have to respect some other lead mix-ups, right? Like Blaziken.
How long is VGC?
Is one where
this goes till this will keep on going for 2 more hours actually.
Damage is actually, it's like a really good Pokemon into King Gambit because King Gambit can Sucker Punch or Kowtow for 30 or 40%, but then the Torkoal can just bring you down to Focus Sash really easily. That's another lead. Of course, there's the Torkoal Venusaur lead as well, which pressures with immediate Sleep Powders, right? So a lot of combinations.
We have seen Sleep Powder be like the hidden
Slay the Spire 2 after Worlds.
Games. Let's see what is in store for us in the second one, though, as we see Aerodactyl and Garchomp for Evan this time, and it's going to be the Frigoraph and Blaziken.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the Garchomp makes a lot of sense here because of how much offensive pressure it exerts, right? You can immediately go for Earthquake. That'll do just basically immediate knockout onto Blaziken, get a lot of damage onto Frigoraph as well. The other thing here is, of course, okay, it is going to be Blaziken Mega Evolving, so I was going to say Aerodactyl here can choose not to Mega Evolve, and then that way you have the Unnerve active, so Citrus Berry on Frigoraph doesn't activate.
That is a really great call out. Something that has been a very oppressive ability, and we are just going to see the Mega Evolution for Blaziken and not Aerodactyl on this first turn. Double Protect, though, going to be able to scout out for Protect on the other side, and maybe we end up seeing something like a Tailwind, but it is just going to be the Aerodactyl.
And there's no setup on the other team, so like you can't even take advantage of double protects. Really.
Yeah, I think the double protect makes a ton of sense once again. Let me just get my speed boost. Evan's response there would be to Tailwind, but are you really going to Tailwind in front of a Frigoraph with Trick Room, right? That is such a hard call out to make. And so now Philippe has the speed boost once again. Blaziken is exerting that close combat pressure. No protect, no switches. It's actually close combat into Garchomp, probably predicting the Aerodactyl this time to protect or switch. Gets a lot of damage here, but I think Evan will get a trade in return.
think so. Dual wing beat connects onto the Farigiraf, but that's actually not going to do enough,
Yeah,
it feels like. I think this Farigiraf
Is it just going to be EQ and... I don't think EQ does 73 to a Giraffe. Yeah, no shot. No shot.
Exactly, because now you get that free switch in. Pre-Marina, I think, incredibly powerful to bring out right now. The big question I have is there a Charizard in the back? You would think so, right? Because
Giraffe 2 base? Dude, Giraffe's so good.
Conserve for the Unnerve, but if you're not going to get the knockout anyway, you might as well go for the Mega just for, you know, a stronger damage output there. And so Pre-Marina does come in, and I think Pre-Marina looks so good on paper.
I mean, Tool, if he doesn't Mega there, Dual Wing Beat does way less damage because you don't have Tough Claws activated. So I feel like high-key, low-key, he should have just Rock Slided there and possibly get a flinch instead of the Dual Wing Beat.
You just have to take that, and you don't want to switch Charizard into that. I think it actually just paints. So you have to find a way, maybe through a double protect here from the Aerodactyl plus the Garchomp, see if you can make your way through this. But it's going to be the Aerodactyl that actually protects, and it's going to be the only one. So as Hyper Voice comes out,
that does take out Chomp. See, this is when a nasty plot for Farigiraf goes crazy.
It's a little bit taller with that natural special defensive move.
Yeah, I think it could be Sylveon. I think Charizard actually now does get the opportunity to switch in and Mega Evolve. And once you Mega Evolve, there it is.
Yeah.
Turns on the Sun, and suddenly Hyper Voice is less powerful. Now, Hyper Voice plus Thunderbolt, it's still going to do a lot, right? Like, I would expect it to knock out the Aerodactyl even in Sun. The Charizard here, as you pointed out, Rose, is the Solar Beam set. It's the standard set.
Yeah, because you could just click it once and it's so powerful.
Really, really bad shape. Solar Beam will do a lot.
I mean, even with the flinch chance, I mean, imagine you got the Farigiraf to flinch on the turn that they set up, wanted to set up Trick Room.
You could also double up on Charizard, but I'm not confident that Hyper Voice and Thunderbolt, despite both being super effective, would get the knockout.
Farigiraf's damage either surprises me in how much it's going to do, or it's underwhelming. But we see the Charizard Mega Evolve and set the Sun and then protect itself. So unfortunately, the Aerodactyl, doing on the previous turn, doesn't want to risk failing a double protect, so it just has to take the Hyper Voice. But it still takes 60% in the Sun. But is there going to be a Thunderbolt follow-up from this Farigiraf that will actually be able to help knock it out? But
big
it's
call by
into the
Evan.
Charizard. Great protect.
Yeah, really nice play. I gotta say though, wow, this Dual Wing Beat, not really that strong, but manages to, get the extra attack off there with Aerodactyl, stalled up in the Trick Room.
I mean, you could still just double the Charizard, right?
Orb damage with that Pre-Marina, right? So Pre-Marina attacks again with a Hyper Voice, it'll be at 71%. Question is then, can a Charizard finish it off with that Solar Beam? So nice call by Evan there.
Cricketune sweeps. I can't believe no one brought the cricket, man. That mod's broken.
20% there. I think Rock Slide might have been nicer to get some extra chip damage on a Pre-Marina, but it's actually Pre-Marina swapping out for Torkoal right now.
Hey, so maybe Torkoal going to be a better Pokemon to take something like the Solar Beam, but that's actually not what's going to happen on this turn, because Evan is also going to make an adjustment, bringing the Kingambit out as Aerodactyl protects itself. So Kingambit
You should totally do that all bug team next week or something.
Farigiraf does still target down that slot, hoping it was the Charizard.
That's decent damage.
It's going to be a good amount.
Yeah, but I think if I'm Philippe, I'm pretty happy.
Did anyone bring absolute jank to this tournament? Dude, we're looking at it right now. Philip's team is wild. I mean, it is like at the end of the day Trick Room with a Torkoal, but
yeah, there's just not a great way to save yourself from a full-powered eruption from this Torkoal. And so Kingambit, unfortunately, has to sacrifice itself for the second game. Trick Room is almost over, but Evan only has 2 Pokemon remaining to keep himself in this.
Yeah, and the other thing is Sun is slowly expiring, right? If you manage to make it out of the Sun, that Pre-Marina cannot be hit by that Charizard, right? I mean, you can Heat Wave and Weather Ball, but as you see, there's only 2 turns left, right? And so...
Oh, I think you double protect here.
Potentially just clutch this out in the end game. I feel like that is what Philippe was playing for, and I think to get that knockout on Kingambit, to not lose Farigiraf or Torkoal, puts them in a nice position. But of course, right now, like you said, Trick Room and that speed advantage going more in Evan's favor. And so things feel really tense right now. Feeling like Pre-Marina has an advantage in this endgame.
But there's so much damage on the board if you go with
I want egg
like
1130 to lose.
Just like a maybe this Torkoal gets softened up enough that you're able to withstand another eruption. So that Rock Slide is going to bring this Torkoal down to about 60%. We'll see the follow-up here from the Charizard if he can do it. It's a Weather Ball, and so, okay, great call there to ignore the Protect on that River and it actually does just get the knockout outright.
Oh, that was close. I think Evan was not confident that was going to KO, right? Especially after that Rock Slide damage. So now Primarina
Why don't they
will
double
come
protect?
in. It can protect, obviously, to stall out the last turn of Sun.
I would do that.
I still think Life Orb Aqua Jet's doing 40% to Aerodactyl, even outside of Sun. It's a super effective attack, and the Aerodactyl doesn't appear to be bulky, but this is a Primarina using a physical attack that we're talking about. So Fergraf does get the double protect, though, okay?
Wow, okay.
What?
And so that's going to save it from this final turn of Sun. Primarina protecting himself as well, just to make sure you're not risking anything unnecessary. But once the Sun disappears, still, I think I have to worry about like a Charizard trying to go for Heat Wave.
Solar Beam will come out, won't do anything, and that is going to be the end of Sun. So now Aerodactyl can Rock Slide, or it could try to protect potentially. Charizard could just go for, like you said, a Heat Wave. You can go for Weather Ball. It's a very weak attack when it's not boosted by the weather, but at least is 100% accurate. Here's the Aqua Jet. Is it enough to get the knockout? It is! Primarina does it!
That is a
Life Orb
huge
goes crazy.
knockout. Okay, we're never underestimating Primarina again.
My
because
bad.
that was a clutch KO. And also now that the Unnerve is off the table, this Fergraf can finally have its Citrus Berry it's been waiting for. As Heat Wave comes out and misses the Primarina.
Oh my gosh.
Just to add insult to injury. So this
Ripperoni.
sets up Trick Room for free, and the game feels over now.
Yeah, I was going to say, in all
Dude, that's
fairness, I think
Pokemon.
Heat Wave
That was the most Pokemon turn ever.
moves on to 6-1.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Double Heat Wave miss? No, I'd be absolutely livid.
Where so many teams feel hyper-optimized and use the relative same pool of Pokemon, it is Mega Blaziken and Primarina here in round 7 that moves on.
Dude,
I mean,
what a crazy team.
To win a match on stream as
After
well.
the double
Just in
protect,
so
that
much
is true.
style. I love that we got a chance to see just great highlights of both of these Pokemon in action. One-hit knockout from the close combat into the Aerodactyl. The Aqua Jet KO to take 40% off of an Aerodactyl.
I gotta know that calc, honestly, because I think to me, my guess is this Aerodactyl has absolutely no bulk, right? Because it got one shot by Blaziken in game 1 and then also fainted to Primarina in game 2. Even with no bulk, I was like, oh, 40%, that's so much health, right? But wow, Primarina clutches it out. And
so that's a 33% into a 10% into a 10%? Yep.
And that game was really tense because it was, like I was saying,
Literally
like
playing with like worst odds possible.
So I know the double miss there in the end was quite dramatic, but even if Heat Wave double hits,
I don't. The Heat Wave didn't matter there, but the it's really just the icing on the cake.
But yeah, the miss just obviously immediately allows Wave to win the game.
Oh, just so cool to be able to see this composition come to the forefront. I was wondering if we would see the Venusaur, because the other thing I was thinking is, what if you just let Evan set the sun for you? And then the Venusaur comes in, and you're able to just put things to sleep. But Philippe showed us you didn't need the Venusaur in order to win the game. Just had to make sure that you got your Trick Room up in the right conditions.
I just think it's so cool to see how that team functions, right? Because I think on paper,
I find the framing at the Pokemon World Championship very strange.
The rest of your team is really slow. Like, how does this really work, right? But
like,
Philippe showed us it's me just
this shot is literally just two people.
Now, what makes it so liable is if you just close combat.
Why are they only taking up like 30% of the screen?
Aerodactyl goes for dual wing beat on a Blaziken.
33% and 10% and 10%, like 1 in 300.
Yeah. That's called a fair Pokemon, right? Because most of the time you're clicking a single target
VGC players would never survive Ironmon.
If your opponent protects or switches, well, it can be a huge swing. But
I feel like there is something wrong with Pokemon percentages though sometimes, because like I have hit like 1 in 10,000 chance
so
like
cool.
misses
that,
multiple times in my life.
Around for a while, but I think this is really the first time I'm looking at it. I'm like, hey, that looks really good. But I cannot wait to see how far.
So there is something. I just feel like there's some type of calculation in the Pokemon world that is like messed up.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Philippe, who has just punched his ticket into phase 2.
You've also played infinite amounts of Pokemon. Yeah, but I haven't created like.
It's amazing.
Oh my gosh, they have Steel. Did you see that?
To compete at the World Championships and make day 2 here, it's just great.
I mean, your team is absolutely
He's
incredible.
balling out.
Mega Blaziken
Dude, look
on
at this
the Trick
field.
Room team. What is the inspiration behind it?
Actually, the inspiration was Wolf Glick's Regulation I team with Koraidon and Lunala, which I got my best results this season.
This field is awesome. Yeah, they need to put that up front.
Shouldn't tell it, but
Put it right in front of the camera.
Early on,
Let us see nothing else.
Pressure, and then let it die because it's just really frail, and get a free switch on the Trick Room, and then just go from there.
You mentioned to me before we started this interview that you had a lot of help from your friends. Did they help you build and test this team?
Yeah, exactly. I would like to thank all of them, especially Ducky, who found the prototype for the team.
Michael Stedman would be going crazy. Mickey Stedders
found a really secret tech for the Venusaur. Naret, who's staying with me here. Josip, who has also helped me, and everybody in the Polish community. Polska Górom.
All right, well, I don't want to let you go just
He's
yet.
Polish? Let's go.
About your run so far today.
New favorite?
This is the first time we've seen you.
Sorry,
Tell us
Wolf.
about your matches so far.
I was
The
able
new
to play
face
as
of
many
VGC
non-EU
is Polish.
players, because it's the World Championships, I can play EU players at home.
Dude is more nervous during the interview than he was during the game. Well, I'm sure he's also speaking his second language, and like you're also like I don't know. It's pretty emotional. I'm sure he's been playing Pokemon his entire life, wanting to play in the World Championships, and now he's doing extremely well in the World Championships.
Are you going to be doing?
Are you Polish or something?
Tonight, you think? Are you going to just try to
I got Polish blood in me.
Do you have a game plan?
No, probably just a good night's sleep and celebration with my friends.
Also, have you ever had a pierogi? Those things are amazing.
Sure. I know you already gave some shout-outs, Philippe, but is there anybody else you'd like to say hello
Wolf
to
inspired him. I feel like Wolf probably inspired a lot of the VGC players.
Asleep right now because it's middle of the night in Poland, but she has helped me emotionally a lot. She has put up with me being.
Pierogi? Wow, haven't had one of those in years? Dude.
She was very considerate and helped me a lot. So thank you, Veronica.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on making Phase 2 of the competition. Best luck in the final round of Swiss. And for everybody watching at home, we're going to be taking a quick break before
Next
we get into
Pokemon
our
game
final
takes
round of
place
Swiss,
in
so please stay tuned.
1960 Eastern Poland. Oof.
Hello, everybody, and
I'm good. Oh, that guy plays Pokemon Unite. He's a Pokemon Unite content creator. When I was into that for a little while. All right. Let's check the standings. Who's locked? Justin is still playing his game. Justin Tang. Let's see. We got a... Wolf is 5-2. He just needs to win one more, and he made it on to day 2. USA on top. Well, for now. For now. USA, USA. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. Because Philip just won, so he's in. But Wolf already won his match. Dude, do they put him back on stream? They start and end stream with Wolf Click? This is an interesting format. I like it. How many wins do you need tomorrow? I don't think it's technically how many wins you need. It's basically you just have to be... to make it into top cut, I think you basically just have to be top 8, right? Because they only do an 8-person tournament for top cut, or do they do a 16-person tournament for top cut? Or is it a 10-person tournament for top cut and then there's 2 people with buys? I actually don't know how they're doing top cut at Worlds. Opponent rank is tiebreaker. I think, yeah, opponent win percentage is a tiebreaker percentage in for Pokemon in the Pokemon Company. I always thought that was weird, because all of a sudden your individual, like, imagine like a bunch of people go undefeated. That would never really happen in Swiss, but just imagine everyone played their best possible games, and like you might miss out on a bye because the other people just happen to have opponents that won more games. That guy's 5-1 with a 77% opponent percentage. Yeah. I mean, it's also Worlds. I mean, everyone's facing literally the best players in the world constantly. All right, let's see if it has updated. It does look like it has updated. Who's still 7-0? Oh my gosh, Justin Tang is still undefeated. Wow. Notice how LeBron isn't top 25? Dude, Justin the GOAT? Dude, come on, Wolf, one more. Yeah, I mean, he won his match. He must have won his match pretty quickly, because he is... his match wasn't pending. He already won it. So he does just need one more to make it to tomorrow, to day 2 of Worlds, which in itself is a huge accomplishment. I think it's a large accomplishment if you like go to like a regional event and make it to day 2. To go to Worlds and make it to day 2, that's insane. I was just gonna say, does this... What is this song? Wolfie, more like Lamefie. I feel like in any other chat, you'd be banned immediately. In my chat, I'm just going to tell you that's a bad joke. Also, Mr. Weed is also one game. Oh, no, he's in. Zachary Weed has made it into day 2. Actually, no. Did he already make it to day 2? And no, he didn't make it to day 2. Yeah. He wasn't locked until the last round. You know what? Let's go Weed. So far, US and Japan does seem like it's dominating. The Europeans are there, but... DK? What flag is that? Like Denmark? Donkey Kong. No, it's definitely not Donkey Kong. Sejun Park is out. They brought up this one. This is... I mean, Wolfgang is right there, man. Genuinely just needs one more win. Can you name all European countries? Yeah, if you gave me a list of them on a paper in front of me. I would probably manage to somehow read them. I know all the big countries. Can I name every state in 5 minutes? I actually do think I probably could do that. GeoGuessr European countries quiz? Oh no, that'd be embarrassing. Or American states. I think it would be... The difference between American states is not that great. Like, unless you're in, like, cities, I feel like rural America looks relatively the same everywhere. It's so tough. Dude, they're still on the screen. That's crazy. So anyways, back to Voltorb Flip. Back to real business. Dude, we're on level 6. I don't need these. I don't need these. Give me an 8 and 6. Sick. I don't need the rest of this row. That is definitely guaranteed a bomb. Well, perhaps not. Perhaps not. VGC players couldn't survive Voltorb Flip level 6? You're telling me. You always forget where Missouri is. Missouri. Missouri. Where is Missouri? See, it's impossible. Hold on. U.S. states quiz, no borders. You're the only 10 I see. Hold on, I'm gonna... North Carolina. Hold on, let me... I need to get like actual markings. That's Ohio, right? Nebraska, Kentucky. Hold on. Massachusetts. Connecticut. Penn. Washington. Cool. New York. New York. Vermont. Wisconsin. I feel like it's here. I'm not gonna click it. I'm scared. Oregon, I can't do that one right now. Virginia. Oh my gosh, I was just about to not click it. Oh my gosh. Hawaii. Maine. Skip Colorado. Mississippi. I can't do that. North Dakota, can't do that one right now. Delaware. South Carolina. That's North Carolina. South would be like right there. Indiana. I can't do that. Jersey. Georgia. Surely. Thank goodness. Missouri. Florida. Michigan. Utah. Dude, all these states are going to be so tough. I'm going to be honest. Without outline. Bama. Dude, Minnesota, dude. You're actually so right. Where the frick is... Oh, no. Minnesota's right here, right? Idaho. No, Idaho. West Virginia. New Hampshire. California. New Mexico's like somewhere over here, but I'm not going to click it. Wyoming. Somewhere over there. Arizona. Yeah. Maryland. Oklahoma. It's like here, but I won't click that until Texas shows up. Kansas. Frick, I don't remember where Kansas is. Louisiana, I do remember that. This is Mississippi. Illinois. Watch an ad to continue? We couldn't load an ad because I'm using an ad blocker? What the heck? No, that's Indiana, dude. I gotta retry it. I clicked Wisconsin. Connecticut. Bang. Penn. Iowa. I actually do know. Missouri. Delaware. Gosh dang it. I wish it just let you continue. This is actually kind of lame. Mississippi. Rhode Island. Louise. Minnesota. Maryland. Idaho. I can't do any of that. I can't do West Coast until I'm like coming over. West Coast is so difficult to just click into the void.
At Never Really Used donated $1.99 through Super Chat. Do turn outlines on LOL.
No, outlines is so easy though. Fine.
Texas.
Wait, what? Texas? Okay.
Alaska.
Why is there a voice in my ear?
Georgia.
Georgia. Gosh. Where the frick is Georgia? It's not here. I don't see it. That's Ohio. That's Arkansas. Wait, I genuinely can't find it. That's Arkansas. Georgia.
Indiana.
That's Illinois. Is that Indiana? That's not Indiana. But it kind of seems like Indiana. What's that part off to the right? Is that just like... Is that Connecticut's turn? That's Indiana.
Missouri.
Uh-oh. Misery. Misery, dude. Who chose these colors? I don't know, dude. Someone that might be colorblind? Oh, this is Misery.
Florida.
Florida.
Wisconsin.
Where the frick is that weird state?
Minnesota.
There we go. Minnesota. Where is it? There we go.
Maine.
Right
Washington.
Washington. That could be it. I'm not super confident. That's Pennsylvania. That's Tennessee. You're the only 10 I see. That's Montana. That's Connecticut. Wait, that's Pennsylvania. The heck is that? That's just a square. And that's just a square. This gotta be Washington. No, this is Washington.
Iowa.
Iowa is... That's Virginia. Oh gosh, it's actually so hard. I remember looking at Iowa and being like, oh, there's Iowa. Is that Iowa? This has got to be Iowa.
New Hampshire.
Okay. New Hampshire is the one on the right. So this one's Vermont. Where is New Hampshire? If it's on this side, it's right here.
Maryland.
Maryland, probably
Rhode
the
Island.
easiest, might be the easiest state to recognize by just outline. Rhode Island? This is Rhode Island. It's just super tiny. That's gotta be Rhode Island, right? So when they blow it up, it looks really strange. That's gotta be Rhode Island.
Pennsylvania.
Right there.
Ohio.
Ohio. Why can't I find Ohio? Why can't I find the state where... Oh, there it is.
New Mexico.
Ooh, this one's tough. This one? I think it's this one.
New Jersey.
Jersey.
Idaho.
No, Idaho. How'd I get Idaho and Nevada mixed up? Where's the other one that's really weird looking?
Michigan. Arkansas.
Arkansas?
Montana.
Montans? Am I blind? I could be. Oh, right there.
Alabama.
Alabama. Alabama. Where is it? It has like a little dooply-doop on the side. It's this one, right? Because Mississippi is the other side. Sure.
Wyoming.
Oh, dude, this one's impossible. Wyoming, Colorado, and there's another one that don't even, that all look the same. That one looks like Colorado more than Wyoming, so it's this one. Frick.
California.
I hate it here.
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Vermont.
Vermont.
Kansas.
Kansas. That's Nebraska. That's Nebraska. Where's Kansas? You know what's funny? I hovered over that and I'm like, oh, Kansas. It said Kansas. It's not Kansas. This one's Utah. That one's Oklahoma. This one Kansas? I think this one's Kansas.
Hawaii.
Hawaii?
New York.
New York? New York.
Kentucky.
This is Tennessee. Kentucky looks like fried chicken.
South Dakota.
It's probably a little too excited for that one. That one looks like North Dakota. Or is maybe this one North Dakota? Oh, no. Is it this one? No, South Dakota would be the more square one. This one?
Illinois.
Honestly, really proud of that one.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Utah.
Utah.
Nevada.
Nevada.
Tennessee.
Only Tennessee.
Connecticut.
Here?
Colorado.
Colorado. Oopsie.
Delaware.
Delaware.
Oregon.
That doesn't even look like Delaware, if I'm going to be honest. Origin. This one?
Arizona.
Zona?
Mississippi.
Mississippi.
North Carolina.
North. That's Virginia. North Carolina.
North Dakota.
North Dakota.
West Virginia.
West.
Massachusetts. Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Virginia. Louisiana.
They made Delaware too big. It does look like KFC. Dude, that's the only reason that I do remember Kentucky. The shape of Kentucky. Not bad. Dude, I only got tripped up on... Well, okay. I should have never clicked Nevada for Idaho. But clicking Wyoming for Colorado, totally reasonable. Or clicking Colorado for Wyoming. I forget which way I did it. That was not the quiz I was trying to do, by the way. I was actually trying for, like, regular, like, outlines. Oh. If I need to spell it, I can't do it. All 50 states by outline?
Minnesota.
Bang.
Alabama.
Bama.
North Dakota. Wyoming.
That one's Colorado, so this one's Wyoming.
New York. Florida.
Dude, they're bringing up the record for everybody right now. Very cool. Anyways, Florida.
Delaware.
Delaware.
Kansas.
Kansas. Is this one Kansas? I think this one's Kansas, right?
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Pennsylvania.
Penn.
North Carolina. California. New Hampshire. Georgia. Louisiana. New Mexico.
The
Missouri.
newest of Mexico's. Missouri. No, that's Wisconsin. That's Iowa. Missouri.
Alaska. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Washington. Kentucky.
Looks like a piece of chicken.
Maryland. Nevada.
Nevada.
Wisconsin. Idaho.
Idaho.
Iowa. Vermont.
Vermont.
Ohio. Massachusetts. Oregon. Michigan. Tennessee. Virginia. South Dakota. Illinois. Hawaii. Montana. Texas. West Virginia. New Jersey. Mississippi. Utah. Colorado. Rhode Island. South Carolina. Arizona. Arkansas. Indiana. Maine. Connecticut.
Now do a grammar quiz. Wait, grammar I'm actually pretty good at. But hold on, we're getting in game.
Some updates, of course, too, that team will get into in a minute on the back of MB format and some new items being introduced alongside that.
Looking over at this team, the
I don't know what the records are. I was distracted balling out on a freaking US map.
A lot of really other powerful picks. You look at the really powerful trio of that King Gambit, the Basque Legion, the Garchomp.
Ew, a meta team? I agree. Gross. Lose.
Or really be able to pressure with an Encore is a lot.
I've been rooting against every single Charizard team, and it's not stopping now.
It's been so popular.
Yeah, very strong across the board. You look at this team, a little bit like they're kind of put together with triangles. You've got the Whimsicott adding to the fourth of those other three. It really is going to depend on what each player thinks the opposing player
it's
is
just boring, dude.
Trying to get around
it's just
that.
Boring.
The Charizard helps check things like that King Gambit. It matches up into the Mega Fluette very well. But the Garchomp then checks that Charizard. And then you look at something like the Basque Legion or the King Gambit is kind of clean up at the end. The Whimsicott going to be there to support the rest of the team.
I should get up.
Catch your opponent out with
stretch some legs.
They get a bit passive.
If there's no giraffe, is it even worth watching? Hold on, we don't know who. We don't know what the other guy's team looks like.
Especially with that Fairy Aura. And some adjustments there that we've seen on Hiroshi's team. Going now with the Life Orb on that Basque Legion, that thing is going to be hitting extremely hard. Was previously Mystic Water.
It's double meta?
For attack King Gambit as well, which is...
It's a team kill for meta.
And looking over at Shohei's team, yes, a lot of the same.
Lame.
When we get later into the competition, it's fun when we get to see some of those unique picks, but at the same time, this variation, this 6, has been so strong for a reason. But there is a couple of different variations along the way, and of course, there is also the opportunity.
I think a tie literally ruins them.
The same, and I love being able to see
incredibly boring teams. Yeah.
Similar face off against each other.
Back to GeoGuessr.
It's the minds of the trainers and how they approach these types of matchups.
Yeah, and it's those differences that the players can really lean into, and what will make the difference between winning and losing this match. You can notably see here that both teams.
What those differences? Did they both have Ancient Power on their Charizard as well? I didn't really check that.
Well, which is being kind of over superseding the Solar Beam that you would normally see there. That's going to make Charizard sitting in front of an opposing Charizard a lot easier. Are both Charizard's max speed, or are they slightly slower? This is something we're going to have to find out as the game plays out, but that could be quite pivotal in that Charizard mirror here if that's what the players decide.
Also, why are they showing this match? There are like literally...
Here.
Are these the two people that are undefeated?
For Shohei against the opposing.
I don't know what their record was.
Brought from Hiroshi. But the King Gambit
actually, I can check.
Side does have that low kick and the
Shohei
that can provide really useful against that King Gambit and the Floette. The Basque Legion on Shohei's side does have a Colbur Berry, so that does help against the King Gambit slot.
No, they're both 6-1. This is to make it onto. No, this is actually just for. This is just for basically not to have go into the second day with 2 losses.
Let's get to it. Aggressive leads from both, but very differing approaches with Whimsicott and Basque Legion for Hiroshi, as opposed for Shohei, Garchomp, and
they're both 6-1. Why aren't we seeing 7-0 versus 7-0? Pokemon World Championship.
You'd say that Whimsicott's not in a bad spot. It's got that focus touch, so it has to be hit twice. Prankster ability as well. It's going to be able to elevate the Basque Legion into a place where it'll be able to outspeed the Charizard and the Garchomp with a Tailwind. And then that Life Orb boosting that, even in the sun, will threaten maybe a Charizard knockout. So you have to be careful if you're Shohei here. You can leverage the Garchomp here to get some good damage onto that Basque Legion early, but the sun is pivotal in this moment if you are keeping that Charizard on the field.
No damage being leveraged with the Garchomp. Instead, just a pivot out in King Gambit to join the field instead, as Charizard will go ahead and Mega, and with that, bringing the sun about. So we're looking at a reduction to those water moves, and of course, if you want to go the offensive yourself, you want to get the max amount of damage. Of course, you're at risk of potentially taking an attack. It will be a Whimsicott not opting for Tailwind, but a Protect instead. Charizard, a little bit of the same, though. So we get a swap, we get some sun. Time to see what the Basque Legion does opt for. It will be a Protect, but will fail because of the last act in the turn.
Yeah, and the switch for Shohei here to get the King Gambit on the field, really good now. That King Gambit can start to pressure the Basque Legion that was such a threat originally. Now we've seen the Protect all around. The Charizard does lack a way to actually hit the Basque Legion as well, opting for that Ancient Power that we covered in the preview. So it doesn't really want to stay on the field. Yes, you can do some good damage into the Whimsicott, but it's not at the cost of losing your Charizard.
I'm starting to think that Mega Charizard might not make it to the finals.
Got enough to be able to deal with the Basculegion on a Hiroshi side.
Charizard being pressured, you have to get out of there. And Whimsicott coming out onto the field instead is a great answer. But Basculegion also understanding the threat of a potential Sucker Punch, swapping out for Garchomp instead. A battle of positioning for those two. And the threat of Encore won't come to light. Sucker Punch as well. So a lot of great heads-up play from both our trainers.
Yeah, both players just taking it cautious at this time. You know, not wanting to overcompensate, just taking things easy, seeing what both trainer is trying to accomplish here. Now, the Garchomp coming in obviously does put a lot of pressure onto the King Gambit here. It hasn't got that life orb that you would normally see, so it's not going to be hitting as
Dude, you should encore the King Gambit, swap in your own Charizard. I don't know if you have encore on your Whimsicott, to be honest, but
you could go for something like a Moonblast and then a ground type attack to get that knockout, remove that threat from the field, but it does then leave the Whimsicott
Fweakn Charizard.
Important Moonblast in return, or even set up a Tailwind. It would be very beneficial if we did see something like a Protect on the King Gambit this turn.
That's one of the things with the Tailwinds, and when you have a Whimsicott versus a Whimsicott, is do you want to go ahead and press it right away to get the speed? So you might just be a turn behind. But we will see Tailwind from Hiroshi, and a lot of damage.
Is it just going to be Earth? Oh my gosh, it's Earth!
To deal damage into everything on the board. Both Whimsicotts will shrug that off, but King Gambit brought down to about a third of its health. Now we get to see Retaliation come out. Notably, no Tailwind from Shohei means offensive instead, and Moonblast is enough to take the first KO of this match.
That is a huge turn for Shohei. Yes, you're behind with the Tailwind, but you can set your Tailwind up this next turn, right? And then you've got an extra extended turn.
I thought he already set up his Tailwind.
Finally end.
Oh, maybe not.
The thing is here, your Charizard is going to have such an easier time when it enters the field. Now it doesn't have to worry about that Garchomp that you've been able to get rid of with that really good double up.
Oh, I guess not.
Floette joined in the field, though. This is where we can see a lot of pressure come out, because for Hiroshi, he has the Tailwind.
I mean, couldn't he encore the other Whimsicott into
if you just want to go double on the offensive here, you could just potentially wipe this board. So Shohei goes ahead and tries to set up for his own.
He also doesn't have. He didn't bring Charizard.
Too late.
Yeah, and that's the problem now. The King Gambit, even in Tailwind, isn't going to supersede the Floette, which you probably expect it is going to Mega Evolve and then activate that Fairy Aura. And then all you need to do is go after that slot, maybe Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast from your own Whimsicott, just to clear the field and make things more difficult. A nice switch there, defensive. The Charizard are going to be able to at least take these Fairy type attacks that you would expect coming out a lot easier than that King Gambit.
Fairy Aura and the potential for some big damage, but a Whimsicott for Shohei that will protect. And it's not just the potential of damaging move, but of course the threat of the Encore as well. Dazzling Gleam, not going to do anything into the Whimsicott, but Charizard swapping in will take some damage, but again, not very effective. Will shrug off the hit quite well. But
last
now,
turn
again,
of Sun?
Something like an Encore again, or going back to the amount of damage you could potentially just do.
Yeah, this is a really awkward scenario here for Shohei, because you want to get your Tailwind enabled to allow that Charizard to be at least able to keep pace with the Floette and any other options.
This Floette got Light of Ruin.
But you can't do that because of that Encore lock.
You could frick up that Charizard. I don't know if Light of Ruin does 75% to a Charizard, but I would love to see it.
Getting knocked out, but it is going to take big damage. It's not getting the damage you really want.
Whoa, Shohei? He decided to give up baseball for VGC? Yeah, isn't that sick?
No Encore coming out.
No Encore, which means all out offensive for Hiroshi, as instead Moonblast into the Charizard. Again, not very effective hits, but with the help of the Fairy Aura and assumingly a double up into the slot, see how much it can do. Charizard, though, the speeds are evened out, so we'll be able to retaliate with a Heat Wave. Whimsicott is down. Only 2 Pokemon left for Hiroshi in this
match, Ruin.
But Light of Ruin to try and start evening up this Pokemon count. Charizard will be KO'd.
Yeah, even though you're resisted, the Light of Ruin is just so powerful, able to remove the opposing Mega.
OBJ just caught a 23-yard pass.
Shohei has been able to set up that Tailwind, which is great.
He's so back.
Going into these next few turns.
Who needs ACLs?
Drop for Hiroshi. They don't have access to that speed control anymore. they do still have that Basket Legion on the tournament.
You know what? For my fantasy league, I'm drafting him first overall.
Going into this, though, it's still a Pokemon count that is in Shohei's favor, and a Tailwind that is going to be lasting longer on his side. So you have a Floette for Hiroshi. That is one.
They are also playing the Jets.
A Basket Legion that is.
Have you ever seen the team?
So my question
since 2016, you know what 2 teams have scored the least or have had games with no touchdowns the most? The answer may surprise you.
Just to get through this last turn of Tailwind on Hiroshi's side. So
can they relegate the Jets? Jets and Browns? Panthers? Incorrect. I'll give you a hint.
Now the sun's gone.
They play in the same stadium.
That will be crucial. And it will... That turn, it would have superseded the Sucker Punch. Now you're going to be susceptible because the Kingambit is going to be faster than that Basket Legion with that Tailwind support. So the Basket Legion...
It is the Jets and the Giants have the most amount of games without a touchdown since 2016. For a decade.
But again, the amount of damage that this Floette has taken... It's not going to take necessarily
New York football has been awful for a decade.
Floette is the target at the end of all of it. I mean, you're not going to get anything done on this turn.
Yeah, and the Flareor are really counterproductive here for Hiroshi, where it's helping the Whimsicott. Sucker Punch into the Basket Legion. It is enough to pick it up, and it takes it down. Now it comes down to the Whimsicott. Has the Flareor...
They're too busy baseballing.
Whimsicott, Moonblast, one Pokemon left for Hiroshi, and Floette
Blessed with disappointment.
goes down. Shohei will take game number 1 in this
I'm disappointed. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Get-go. We got to see some momentum coming out from Hiroshi, but later Tailwind, better Pokemon count, and Pokemon that
are they? The Mets are a train wreck.
Over the line.
I mean, I don't know.
Charizard was just big. You had to hit 3 attacks into that to take it down.
Yeah, but what about the New York Knicks?
Wasted that mid game.
Yeah, and it's why it's so good into these fairies. Interesting that Hiroshi decided to go down the line.
You're a train wreck? No.
Rather than their own
Stop it.
Here. But Shohei,
I've never been
experienced, and that really shining through, I think, in this match.
I've never wrecked a train ever in my life.
And being brave as well in front of an encore.
We are the New York Knicks. The Knicks, baby!
And that turn was key.
What about the New Jersey Devils? What about the New Jersey Nets?
Stall out the opposing Tailwind and then get your Kingambit in that spot where it was able to pressure with that all-important Sucker Punch.
What about the New Jersey Jets?
It was a great turn being able to go for the Tailwind when there was the encore threat, but also you're in a situation again where it was a Whimsicott that was next to a Mega Charizard that was threatening.
They might be able to go back and back to back. The East is really tough this year for the NBA. Jason Kidd, Richard Jefferson, my boy Kittles.
Into game number 2, time to see where a trainer's minds
wasn't Gerald Green was on that team? Oh, maybe not in 2002. I think he was like 04, 05, something like that.
Yeah, a little bit of an adjustment. No Basket Legion here for Hiroshi, but has got that Garchomp out, and that Garchomp is going to pressure the Charizard immediately. They do have to be very careful about the...
That team had no half-court offense, but they had the most incredible fast break game in...
Dragon Claw. Has it got enough?
They did lose to the Lakers that year.
That's the question here. If you're confident, then you can
welcome back, James.
Rock slide, hope that you
how was work?
Charizard. But is the Charizard really going to leave itself vulnerable in this scenario? Is it going to switch?
How have the matches been? Honestly, a lot more interesting teams than I thought there would be. This one is a disappointment, though. For some reason, they decided, hey, you know what the people would really like to see on stream? How about 2 of the same exact teams with all the Pokemon that people are complaining about during this meta? Soul crushing as always. Twas Prime Kobe and Shaq.
From Hiroshi, and we have to assume a follow-up attack. Garchomp with the Rock Slide, the double connect. Charizard down to such low health already. We'll have to see the retaliation because the Garchomp.
Hey, their King Gambits are different.
Earthquake isn't going to be packing the same punch as what could have been a potential Dragon Claw, as neither Pokemon takes too much damage.
Celtics Shaq was a beast.
That will be determining how much. And if it is going to be
Celtics Shaq was bad to Shaquille O'Neal standards. In terms of just like a regular basketball player, he still had a perfectly okay season. I think he averaged something like 12 points and like 8 rebounds.
but now the tailwind's set, and Shohei
On,
has
like,
got their Whimsicott active now.
I want to say
be able
like
to match that
65% shooting.
I love the Earthquake because if you're not too worried
Don't look at
about
the free throw
Garchomp
percentage.
opposing
Actually, I think
and
his
you
free
want
throw
to get
percentage was
rid of
actually
that
pretty good.
Whimsicott,
Because
you set
Shaq
the tail-
eventually
like,
managed to get
Hiroshi
his
set
free
the
throw
tailwind,
percentage
it's
over
gone. You needed
50%
that double up to get
throughout
rid of
his
that
career.
focus sash. So now you've already gotten a Pokemon advantage, and you can bring your Whimsicott in potentially later.
The problem is now that we know that Hiroshi's Charizard has got Ancient Power. Now it can Mega Evolve. It can go for a Heat Wave. That Heat Wave's probably going to be enough to get the opposing Charizard.
9.2 points per game and 66% field goals. Yeah, no, it's really not that bad considering he was like not getting like crazy high minutes. They kind of knew that he was old man.
As Mega Evolution now on the opposing end. Hiroshi has switched up the game plan for game number 2, but a protect from Shohei onto his own Garchomp will mean it lives the turn as Dragon Claw targeted down into
Make no mistake, in like an NBA 2K terms, like he would be like a 73 overall.
Yes, and will be enough as well to be picking it
Boston
up.
went
So
28-9 with games where Shaq played.
rid of a Mega Pokemon, but
Who needs free throws when you're Shazam? True. And you can make it rain candy. That's the only part of that movie that I remember. When Shazam made it rain junk food.
Job so far in
yeah, you got rid of the Whimsicott.
Yeah, so you bring your own Whimsicott, like you say, now you match the Tailwind, and you're kind of staggering it, like we saw in that game 1. So when your opponent runs out, yours is still active.
Whimsicott comes out, and it seems just so telegraphed at this point, and calling out that these teams are so similar, but a couple of key differences.
20 minutes per game, legend.
Shohei's end. We saw that Garchomp from Hiroshi.
Yeah, that's not that bad,
Wasn't
then.
enough to KO onto Shohei's, but doing a lot of damage. That extra life or boost could be enough to
especially when you like consider it's
of the Charizard, and then it would just be a Whimsicott.
what's the lineup? Rondo, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, Shaquille O'Neal.
But later on, as that Kingambit enters the field. Now, if the Tailwind is set here, like we're seeing, which Garchomp is going to hit first?
Well, that's going to be the question, because we know one is built for offense, the other with the Citrus Berry, and it will be Shohei's that moves first. Dragon Claw instead going to try and take down the opposing Garchomp, and it will succeed. Whether it's a speed tie or an outspeed remains to be seen, but that's going to be a huge momentum
Shaq's
swing
stats,
in
even on the
Shohei's
Heat,
favor.
were really good. He just, in the playoffs, he just didn't do anything good.
But it has got no protect, so it is going to be susceptible to an Earthquake here.
But it doesn't matter because Dwayne Wade was
ignore the Charizard because you're lacking any other
the
way
literal
to,
Flash.
Hit that Charizard. You need to go after the Charizard here. Maybe a Rock Slide. But is it easy for Hiroshi just to say, I'm going to just protect the Charizard here and then try and leverage my Kingambit, Kowtow Cleave into the opposing Garchomp? That combined with
I was a young lad playing Rush on the N64. Dude, Rush?
If you do see a double up here from that Whimsicott
Dude, so
and the Garchomp into the Kingambit, but can you afford to
shout out AI, but because of
hope that the Charizard
artificial intelligence,
And do you get
you know how the Pokemon Red and Blue had the recompiler, so like you basically could like run it in like 3D and like on any aspect ratio that you wanted. The same thing the same thing is in beta for not Super Smash Bros. For Mario Kart Wii.
You take down all of its friends.
It looks awesome.
Pokemon now remaining for Hiroshi.
Yeah, and this is perfectly played from Shohei. As another Heat Wave comes out, the Whimsicott's going to go down, but that Garchomp, all importantly, is sticking around for one more crucial turn.
The guy that made it did kind of vibe code it with AI tools,
For Hiroshi, Peter's out, and
but
we
it,
still have another Pokemon.
the end product is pretty freaking sweet.
If we had questions about whether Garchomp could get it done, well, Vascu Legion certainly could, still even in these sunny conditions.
Yeah, and that is the perfect Pokemon to keep around, especially bringing in, especially when that Kingambit has just fallen. So, a lot to do for the Charizard. I don't think it's going to be able to do it.
Dragon Claw.
Oh, because the Charizards don't even run mother freaking Solar Beam anymore. What's wrong with them?
In last respect, will be enough to get it done. 2-0 for Shohei Kimura to take this match. 7-1
Let's go, Shohei.
At the Pokemon World Championships. To see a matchup like this on this stage, national champion.
Yeah, no generative AI was actually used. It was only used for coding
World champion coming
purposes.
out on top. incredible.
Absolutely amazing. You know, I think Shohei's performance in that match was just incredible.
Which players have been Finals MVP at least 3 times in a row?
Adapted
it's
on the
2
fly,
players.
Different scenarios occurred, but I think just showing their experience, this level of tournament really shone through there. And being a former world champion, that was the difference.
I mean, it has to be.
I mean, there's a reason that Shohei
Michael
is
Jordan.
consistently talked about as a favorite.
And then it would have to be.
Even at still a world level. We've talked about the champions that we.
It has to be Shaquille O'Neal,
Can they
right?
make that run? Can they do it again? And I feel like
With
Shohei
the
has to be at top of
Shaquille O'Neal with the Lakers and Michael Jordan.
List to be able to take that crown and to take down the Japan.
It's generated code though. How is that different? Don't care, just curious.
There. He is piloting such a strong
I think
team.
it's more of like
into this match as well. But for Shohei to come out on top 2-0, amazing.
Yeah, and it sets you up so confident.
Generated like images and stuff like
Shohei has been playing the same 6 as well, but Shohei's been playing a lot of other things.
something that like
but to be able to come in
could have just been done by a person.
With the adaptations that they've made and play like that, it does make it.
I don't know. It's hard.
Them a scary prospect for the rest of the field.
It was just the confidence too. Both trainers played so well, but especially looking
You're
at
so
that
right to bring that up, and it's very brave of you.
Throughout, I think was just really well done.
But the code could have.
This could be an easy target,
Bro is in
but
deep
this
thought,
what's
but the
gonna
code could have
advance
just been
you
done
further. I know
by a
that's just,
person.
like,
It could have been
essential
done.
VGC,
I
but to be
no,
able
I
to see it on
understand.
Such a display is always just truly
I
incredible.
understand the
Like,
code could have been done by a person, and the art could have been done by a
Even
person.
when we did get to see such a good match.
No, I don't think that's wrong in the slightest. I think it's exactly what we saw, a confident performance. I think, you know, Shohei
I
from start
think-
to finish
okay.
knew exactly the direction that they needed to go in, when they needed to attack, when they needed to
The
stagger
difference
tailwind,
is-
take advantage of it maybe later down the line and preserve certain Pokemon at the right times. You saw in
Art,
game 1,
when
the
you
preservation of the
when someone
Charizard, that
actually
was
makes
perfect.
art,
That
they
worked
probably
so
are
well.
making art
Bringing
with the
Kingambit at
intention
perfect
of
time. And again,
possibly doing it someday in their life as like full time, because they just enjoy doing it.
Side, but had backup, didn't need it. The Basket Legion was there, full health to come in and just say, yep, these are my
But
last respects, and I'm gonna
when you're like coding something like a recompiler,
I was still so
it's
much
like
earlier,
kind
you
of
can't
like
say,
thankless work.
You're gearing up, like we're sending you back. You're not making
Like you still want to accomplish a goal and make something cool that everyone can use.
A bit more of a difficult run at sitting an X and 2 record. You got to make the run. But for
But
Shohei,
the,
you know he's gonna be feeling good about that one. So let's go hear from him as
But
he's
like you would,
now for our interview.
if you were, you would never see the money
Thank
back
you so
from
much.
that.
I'm
I
here
guess.
with Shohei Kimura, your 2023 World Champion and Phase 2 competitor. Shohei, congratulations. It has been a pleasure
Go back to
watching
sniping. Now
you
you have a random
compete
other
this
dude as
season
a tank.
throughout the world. What has it been like being able to travel and compete so much in the international circuit?
まずは見事な勝利おめでとうございます。今年
Did Wolf win? Ooh, great question. Did Wolf make it? Big question out here. Wolf had 2 losses. If he lost another one, he's not making it to day 2. This was the final round. Dang, Justin lost. Bad news bears, everybody. Wolf is out. Wolf did not make it to day 2. Also, my boy Justin Tang lost. Did we see Yuya on stream? Do we know what his team is? Dude, this guy's been coasting. Look at his opponent win percentage. That's so low. That's so low. We actually, Philip has a wild team. to end 7-1, his team is crazy. He's the guy with the Mega Blaziken Trick Room team. We actually saw Justin's team. Oh, he's Shell Smash Blastoise with Delphox, Mega Delphox. I like his team as well. Yuya's gonna have just like the main 6 Pokemon, and we're gonna be so disappointed. Wait, Carrie also has a good team. Cool team. Oh, he could still be undefeated, actually. I just realized that. Carrie has the Hisuian Arcanine. I forget what his Mega was. Oh, Mega Staraptor. And I think he only had 1 Mega. I don't know if we saw Antonio. Do you think anyone at World running a team without a Mega? Nah, that'd be crazy. There are a lot of people that we ran into today that are running a team with only 1 Mega, which is really cool. Can they show us the Yuya versus Justin Tang match as like an extra bonus? This is normal. I think they have the time to. I think they ended a little earlier than they thought they would. Because they don't technically end for like another 40 minutes, but this was the last round of matches. Oh my gosh, I think they're just ending stream. Day 2 is tomorrow. And then the day after that is championship. Or top cut, I guess. Until tomorrow, I suppose. I have no idea. They might swap over. I mean, if Carrie wins, then it would be Yuya versus Carrie, at least in the first round. That one would be a lock. They would be both 8-0. Banger? Yeah, people are leaving. They're tuning out. What are they saying?
Really good trainers having tough weekends, but the folks at stream have really locked in.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this has been such a set of close matches, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how those players convert that have made it from phase 1 into phase 2, and like how this.
These 3 men look like they're the same guy anamorphing from the one on the left to the one on the right, with the middle one being the transition.
They've been hitting the matchups. They've been executing their matchups properly. But in the meantime, if you've been watching,
dude, that guy in the middle straight up went and bought a suit that color.
If you've been watching the stream here,
I wish their suits were more pokefied. I kind of agree.
30 minutes. I'm hoping you've been watching for more than 30 minutes across the day, because we've had some.
Out of all the suits that I've seen today, because because they want. I'm sure they just want to look as professional as possible. Aaron Cybertron Zhang has a clean suit.
Immediately afterwards, so you can catch up on all the action from day one.
So you mean they look related? Hey, can we go back to your screen, dude?
But you are watching this rep. What are you doing?
Let's see if I'm like behind in stream at all.
Get some of the drops. So there's instructions to Twitch chat, which you open it up. Little pin message.
You thought they were triplets at first?
Definitely. We've also got our distribution, of course. Enjoy World 26 to get a little bit of extra swag in Pokemon Champions there. I think that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to seeing, like going on the ladder up these World Championships. You're like, you were watching, yeah, great extra little distribution there for. Of course, we're going to be kicking things off at 9 o'clock Pacific there. I'm not to be trusted with time translation, so I'm going to leave that.
These two seem related. He doesn't seem related to him, personally, to me. Dude, that is, I can't believe this guy owns this suit. Like, I hope that was one heck of a sale at the Men's Warehouse. That's crazy that this suit exists. He's the cousin no one talks about. He's like the annoying cousin that, like, everyone's like a little upset when he shows up to the party. Vomit green. Yeah, this is a crazy suit. Let's see if I can get, Aaron's suit was nice. He had a great suit, if I can find him. What a beautiful suit. Absolutely gorgeous. Way better than the guy at the end. Oh, Aaron. Stop hiding from me. Dude, why is it always these guys? I know Aaron was here. Oh, there he is. That's a great suit, Aaron. Classy.
Experience it in their own native language.
And if you want to experience more, of course, you can follow along at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Make sure you follow us, of course. #PlayPokemon, @PlayPokemon, pretty much everywhere that you can think of there, so you can keep up with all of the action.
So I guess this is just the end of the stream. No joke, I think they might just be filling for possibly another 35 minutes.
We'll be going to see our next season and what that could entail. Now, as well, we know we've had a little Pidgey tell us that there is maybe, if you're here, something extra that maybe Pokemon Go will be bringing to us through Pokemon XP. We don't know any details.
Yay, Pokemon. Yay, Pokemon Go.
This,
tell the players to play slower.
To get back into
Dude,
the game. Maybe re-download it if you haven't got it ready, if you have been
for Pokemon for this.
There's going to be some cool stuff going on.
They should have a side stream. I don't know why there isn't a side stream that just has another game set on it.
Or just being out and experiencing the joy that is this experience in Pokemon XP. You're ready to go.
And I think, even if you're here and you haven't downloaded Go, first of all, what are you doing? But I think there's a lot of fun things you can do.
All suits look goofy to me. Each one may as well be a terrible prom suit. I kind of agree. I don't think suits really look that great in general. This guy on the left actually has the best fitting suit of everyone on the broadcast, but
definitely check that out.
100%. I mean, I've opened it and looked at all of the Pokestops.
Yeah, there's other streams for the other games, but I'm like, the VGC is popular enough.
Basically,
yeah, that's a good looking suit. I actually really don't mind this suit either. I'm not a vest guy, but
going now, closing off our broadcast. We'll be back again at 9 o'clock Pacific time.
That's crazy. All right, well, if they're turning off the stream, I'm turning off the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. Don't forget to like the stream. Either way, I'll be back tomorrow to watch more Pokemon. Peace out, everyone. Bye. Slay the Spire 2.